Sorry, fuck me. Hold on. Oh, no one cares. All right. Sorry, I got food. Ooh. Where are we at today? This guy? Nope. This guy. Hi. My wife took the GigaChat approach and emailed the two girls she's working with directly to have a meeting with them to air out their grievances and express her position on the matter. If they don't respond or vitriolic towards her, it only looks... Wait, what are you talking about? My wife? Oh. Oh, you're the guy that called in from yesterday. Dude, I'm obsessed with these fucking videos.
Jesse, we need to produce more Balenciaga.
Clearly his taste in women is the same as his taste in fashion. Only the very best, with just a right amount of dirty.
I'm not buying Balenciaga, Skylar. I am Balenciaga. A guy goes into the boutique and buys Balenciaga, and you think that of me? No, I am the one who sells.
Shut the fuck up and let me wear it in peace.
This has gay vibes. Doesn't everything from like the... What time period would you say this shit is? This is like 70s, 80s? Isn't it all kind of feel kind of gay? Compared to like our standards now, it feels like...
You are Balenciaga, Harry.
What is the difference, Potter, between H&M and Balenciaga?
So fucking stupid.
After all, to the well-organized mind, Balenciaga is but the next great adventure.
Is the music AI generated too?
You'll soon find out that some fashion is better than other, Potter.
There is no good and evil. There is only Balenciaga, and those too weak to seek it.
Avada Balenciaga.
1 hour of silence occasionally broken up by Lego Yoda death sound.
A juicer just called you a road.
You want to talk about...
Felix. God, this drama is so fucking boring. I tried so hard to care, and I just don't.
It's too late, but now since we're past the events, okay? I'm not being a snitch about it. Has someone watched a guy die on stream? I took the precautions to hide it, to put a delay, to be smart about it. What's my reward? Fucking nothing. What is the reward for that? Actually, nothing. I get nothing for that. But trust me, if I saw that guy die on my stream, right? And I made a mistake, I would've gone banned. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna fucking hear it. I don't give a fuck about your take. I don't care. That's just the truth.
They try.
You
roach in my message. A juicer just called you a roach in my messages. Well, I mean, again, they're juicers. They spend all their time on the internet. Most of you guys spend all your time on the internet too, but at least you're not like racist, I guess. So that's good.
Jeez.
For the most part. I've seen a lot of people in Excuse Chat use the cockroach emote when you're on stream. Yes, bro, because they're fucking 14-year-olds, or even sadder than that. They're like actually older adults that watch XQC and fucking, I don't know, they spend a lot of time in these forums. That's it.
Jesus.
Tried to they tried to push that on LSF as like momentum. They were like, dude, we got to get Hassan banned for this. And then it didn't happen. So then they got mad. So then XQC turned around and revitalized it for no fucking reason. It's something that like content creators know not to bring up unless they're, again, bored, want attention, want to farm drama, want to get brownie points for some of the worst fucking weirdos on the internet. And that's what he's doing. You know, XQ Karen.
Why should you use mirror? When you draw on a whiteboard,
whatever.
No one sees.
Whoops.
I'm the fake friend, though.
Jesus. He's so mad.
Lay it on me.
Oh, I wasn't in video. I wasn't in video.
Sorry. Find me a video like this with a volume where I don't have to use an external fucking volume booster to fucking make this work. Why is it so fucking quiet?
I did some stuff. There's some stuff that I gathered.
What is this star thing? New user. Oh, cute.
Apparently there's another police chase. And yes, I am aware that there is a live crime coverage happening. Okay? But I think that a lot of you chatters forgot that, like, the person who's currently watching the live crime coverage happening in real time also literally was talking about how I should be banned. Well, he said, you know, that I should be banned for watching live crime coverage. Do you have goldfish brain?
Wait, what?
Like, you think if I watch this right now, after, you know, Twitch didn't ban me, you think it's you know, you think I could get away with watching this? Everybody, apparently there's another police.
Okay.
The problem is that we do not get 50 years to try again and observe that we were wrong and come up with a different theory and realize that the entire thing is going to be like way more difficult than we realized at the start. Because the first time you fail at aligning something much smarter than you are, you die.
The following is a conversation with QsakxY52hpc, a legendary researcher, writer, and philosopher on the topic of artificial intelligence, especially superintelligent AGI and its threat to human civilization. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's QsakxY52hpc. What do you think about GPT-4? How intelligent is it?
It is a bit smarter than I thought this technology was going to scale to. And I'm a bit worried about what the next one will be like. Like this particular one, I hope there's nobody inside there. Because, you know, it would be suck to be stuck inside there. But we don't even know the architecture at this point. Because OpenAI is very properly not telling us. And yeah, like giant inscrutable matrices of floating point numbers. I don't know what's going on in there. Nobody knows what's going on in there. All we have to go by are the external metrics. And on the external metrics, if you...
The external metrics!
This shit is boring. Let's address the real drama. I am noticing you didn't accept Moot's Minecraft speedrun challenge. Why is that?
You ask it to write a self-aware 4chan green text, it will start writing a green text about how it has realized that it's an AI writing a green text, and like, oh well. So that's probably not quite what's going on in there in reality, but we're kind of like blowing past all the science fiction guardrails. Like, we are past the point where in science fiction people would be like, whoa, wait, stop, that thing's alive. What are you doing to it? And it's probably not. Nobody actually knows. We don't have any other guardrails. We don't have any other tests. We don't have any lines to draw in the sand and say, like, well, when we get this far, we will start to worry about what's inside there. So if it were up to me, I would be like, okay, like this far, no further, time for the summer of AI where we have planted our seeds and now we like wait and reap the rewards of the technology we've already developed and don't do any larger training runs than that. Which, to be clear, I realize requires more than one company agreeing to not do that.
Is this guy an AI expert? You don't know who QsakxY52hpc is? You fucking idiot? He's an ethics philosopher who works with Friendly AI. And he's a co-founder at the Machine Intelligence Research Institute. Dumbass. A nonprofit based in Berkeley, California.
And take a rigorous approach for the whole AI community to investigate whether there's somebody inside there.
That would take decades. Like, having any idea of what's going on in there, people have been trying for a while.
It's a poetic statement about if there's somebody in there, but I feel like it's also a technical statement, or I hope it is one day, which is a technical statement that Alan Turing tried to come up with the Turing test. Do you think it's possible to definitively or approximately figure out if there is somebody in there? If there's something like a mind inside this large language model?
I mean, there's a whole bunch of different sub-questions here. There's the question of, like, is there consciousness? Is there qualia? Is this a object of moral concern? Is this a moral patient? Like, should we be worried about how we're treating it? And then there's questions like, how smart is it exactly? Can it do X? Can it do Y? And we can check how it can do X and how it can do Y. Unfortunately, we've gone and exposed this model to a vast corpus of text of people discussing consciousness on the internet, which means that when it talks about being self-aware, we don't know to what extent it is repeating back what it has previously been trained on for discussing self-awareness, or if there's anything going on in there such that
at first I was annoyed
you
started streaming on Rumble. Rumble's app is not as good as YT. Then I remembered I'm a Rumble shareholder.
Days. Here's a question for the philosophy losers to figure out, guys. Or neuroscience losers. Here's a serious question. Is it
Hello, YouTube chat. Also known as the superior chat. Face red, droopy eyes. Never forget what they did to us.
Is it ethical to begin to create AI shit when we don't really have a way to test things if they're conscious or not? We really have no way to know of that, you know? Like, we can't even test a human brain if it's conscious. We can look for things that we associate with consciousness, but we don't really know if it's there. Do we care? I feel like that's an interesting conundrum we're in right now.
Spontaneously. Among the things that one could do if one were at all serious about trying to figure this out is train GPT-3 to detect conversations about consciousness, exclude them all from the training data sets, and then retrain something around the rough size of GPT-4 and no larger with all of the discussion of consciousness and self-awareness and so on missing, although, you know, hard bar to pass. You know, like humans are self-aware. We're like self-aware all the time. We like talk about what we do all the time, like what we're thinking at the moment all the time. But nonetheless, like, get rid of the explicit discussion of consciousness. I think, therefore I am, and all that. And then try to...
If it can perform functions outside of its code. Yeah, but here's the thing. You never know, right? You don't even really know if I'm conscious or if somebody else is conscious, right? It's called solipsism. So if we don't even know if other people are, we don't really know if animals are in a way that we care about. For a computer program, how could you know, right?
To interrogate that model and see what it says. And it still would not be definitive. But nonetheless, I don't know. I feel like when you run over the science fiction guardrails...
Destiny,
like
PLZ, don't put me in the Rumble chat again. They're like our weird cousins. Please multi-stream on YouTube too so I can have my emotes PLZ.
Thing, but what about GPT? Maybe not this thing, but like, what about GPT-5? Yeah, this would be a good place to.
Welcome to NATO, my Finnish brethren.
On the topic of consciousness, you know, there's so many components to even just removing consciousness from the data set. Emotion, the display of consciousness, the display of emotion feels like deeply integrated with the experience of consciousness. So the hard problem seems to be very well integrated with the actual surface level illusion of consciousness. So displaying emotion. I mean, do you think there's a case to be made that we humans, when we're babies, are just like GPT, that we're training on human data on how to display emotion versus feel emotion, how to show others, communicate others that I'm suffering, that I'm excited.
It's possible that creating an AGI could help us answer questions of consciousness, but the idea that matrix math equals consciousness sounds like a bunk idea to me. Yeah, but couldn't you argue the same about like neurons? Like a whole bunch of little things in our brain, like all kind of like map on and connect to each other, and like somehow from that we spin out like a human experience that we consider to be conscious. Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't that a little goofy?
That I'm worried.
Oh, also, hold on. I'm sorry. Red alert. Red alert stream. Alert time. Red alert. I need a meme. I'll pay money. I don't know how much these fucking programs cost.
Harry. You are Balenciaga, Harry.
I need somebody to make one of these Balenciaga videos with my fucking orbiters. Please. I absolutely need this with the orbiters. Yes. Mr. Girl, Chud Logic, Lav, all of them. I need a Balenciaga video with the orbiters. Why has this not happened yet? God damn it. I have 2 missions left in the zombie game. I know how excited you guys are for me to be in this.
That I'm lonely and I missed you and I'm excited to see you. All of that is communicated. That's a communication skill versus the actual feeling that I experience. So we need that training.
Wait, Metal Gear Solid Balenciaga?
The military facility at Shadow Moses has become a front for crimes against fashion. Snake, stop Metal Gear for Balenciaga.
That was a really long line.
I will not stop until I save the world. And Balenciaga.
I will give up the nuclear codes for a discount at Balenciaga.
Snake, you are and will always be my icon.
Do you think fashion can bloom on the battlefield?
Okay, that was the one good line.
Okay, hero. Buy me things.
Snake, when this is all over, we will move the Balenciaga HQ to Alaska and eat caribou.
I always wanted a brother who wears Balenciaga.
God damn it. We got a Courtney video. Are you guys excited for today?
Children? I think that's incredibly disingenuous of an argument to push. I think
I don't know who's pushing that argument, because that was not in that video at all. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how we got to gambling. I was gonna let you cook on it if you wanted to, but yeah, I didn't say anything about gambling. For what it's worth, though, it's all good. But for what it's worth, there actually have been a couple cases where kids have signed up for crypto gambling because they usually don't check the verification until it's time to cash out. So I remember there was a story I read not long ago where kids signed up. They had some money they won through crypto gambling. I don't remember what site. I don't think it was Stake, but it was one of those. And they had money in the account, but they couldn't cash it out because then they needed to verify their age. But Stake was more than willing to take the money before verifying.
Ah.
So I don't know what this has to do with the core topic, but I mean, yeah, that's this. Any safeguards are prone to being
boring.
beautiful piece on the piano. Totally don't got anything else on my mind. 116 is the best part of the song in my opinion.
Jesus Christ. Farm LSF and give your take on the Fansly shit. I think Fansly is actually super cool. Which is why you should check out fansly.com/. Fuck. What is Molina's? Wait, is she a Fansly or Fan House? Go buy her shit.
I see this going on with Trump, and I'm just like, I can relate in a way. I see.
Sure, I went through this anti-justice system,
and it's upsetting because they're doing this to a president,
a good man,
a good person.
Well, you know, I went through this anti-justice system at the hands of Barack Obama. Barack Obama, you punk, you horrible anti-American, communist, Islamic terrorist. Well, that's going to go in the media. That's what he was. He literally reignited racism in America. Thanks a lot, Barack, and your buddy Mike, and your two fake daughters. And if I'm wrong, somebody show me a picture of Mike. Barack and your buddy Mike and your two fake daughters. And if I'm wrong, somebody show me a picture of Mike Obama pregnant. Show me a picture of Mike Obama pregnant and show me the two daughters in their youth. Show me Mike and Barack snuggling their infants in swaddling clothes. Those pictures don't exist because his wife is Mike. Did you know that?
I did not.
And the daughters aren't theirs. Well, that's a conspiracy theory. Prove me wrong.
I see.
God, what if we could get fucking Rittenhouse to be an orbiter, guys? Holy shit.
I look like I work at Pizza Hut? Well, listen, here's what I'm gonna do. If I look like I work at Pizza Hut, I'm gonna go ahead, grab one of the empty boxes that are in my motherfucking stove, because I always keep an empty, an empty pizza box just for the fuck of it until I feel like throwing it away. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna ring your mom's doorbell when I know you're asleep. I'm gonna ring your mom's doorbell. She's not gonna answer it at first because she's gonna see a tall black man, but she's gonna peep through the peephole and see that I'm peanut butter complexion, so everything's gonna be all right. I'm gonna have the pizza box and be like, "Excuse me, ma'am, did you order pizza?" She's gonna look at me up and down, see the abs chiseling and busting through the Under Armour, see the BBC slightly protruded to the left, and just pull me in. The pizza box flies. She said, "Wait a minute, there's no pizza." I said, "Well, you just pulled me in the house." Throws me on the couch, gets to her knees, grabs one fist, grabs another, gives me a double stack because I got the BBC. Starts sucking, twerking, twisting. I'm like, ooh, ooh, That's all I can really do. And I submit, and I just bust infinite hot loads of Matrix juice right down her motherfucking throat until she gulps and gargles and asks for more. Get that ass banned, bitch ass nigga. Get the fuck up out of here. Somebody ban this nigga. I'm gonna deliver pizza to your fucking mom when you're asleep, bitch.
I look like I work.
Jesus.
You were right. Oh no. He said, you guys are idiots. You're literally sitting here bashing a guy that moved to take a deal. That this dude in the rainforest is a moron. I've cashed out thousands and I'm a normal guy. Y'all are idiots, Lamau. I'm glad you saw that. I agree they could do whatever. I agree they could do that. Never heard them do it yet. Oh man, listen. I'm glad that you're getting help. In Turkey, we have a saying, zararın neresinden dönersen kârdır. Which means no matter where you turn away from
Don't believe this guy. He just memorized that line. There's no shot he knows Turkish. I don't believe it.
a loss, it's profit. So ultimately, you've turned it around. So that's a good thing, you know? You were right.
Isn't he ESL? Kind of. He's technically ESL because he didn't learn how to speak English. He didn't learn how to speak any language until he was like 16, so it counts as ESL. Okay, he's not a real Turk. Clip me.
I'm literally shaking.
Oh, sure. I did reset my relationship with Hassan. That is right. My bad. Oh, but then they reset it by editing me out of that Aiden clip because I'm living both their heads rent-free so hard. So never mind. We're back to bad terms with them.
Right now because I just had a man approach me in a parking lot and it went fine, and I'm going to tell you why it went fine and how to address it, because it was in a book I read and this is how you're supposed to address it, but it scared me. I'm literally shaking. So this guy, I am alone with my son, by myself, a woman.
Alone with your son? Oh, so small men aren't humans to you? Strike one. Hipper, welcome to the tier 5 subscriber club, dude. He knows Turkish Destiny. He literally left Turkey at 18 years old. Really? Link me one clip of him speaking Turkish at 15. I'll wait. And your name is Historia. Yikes. Imagine naming yourself after one of the worst characters in an already mid-fucking anime. Loser.
And a male approached me in a parking lot. He's, excuse me, miss, and I don't know why in the hell he was approaching me or what he was trying to do. And before he was probably 30 feet from me when he said, excuse me, ma'am. And I turned around and I literally yelled at him and I said, do not approach me. And he immediately started going in the other direction. And I just kept saying it over and over and over. I said, do not approach me. Do not approach me. And he, of course, got what the F, he started cussing and yelling, what's your problem? And I looked at him and he actually then crossed a couple cars down from my car. And he didn't come anywhere near me. He crossed a couple cars down from my car and was like, continuing to cuss and say, what's your problem? And I said, you do not approach women in a parking lot. I just kept saying, do not approach me. You do not approach women in a parking lot, yelling it. No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot.
This has to be a troll video, guys.
No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot. And if a male does approach you, you need to turn around and use the strongest voice that you can possibly use with them. Don't be polite. They need to literally screw off. No male should be approaching you in a parking lot.
There's no shot. It's a fucking troll.
Devon. Probably the best person I've
Dude, I just tried asking some woman for the way on a parking lot and she started yelling at me. This world is fucking crazy, man.
Probably the best person I'll probably meet, besides my dad and besides God. Tate was he's smart in class. Me and him used to joke around, me and him used to play. And then, news, another classmate died.
Oh,
Justin. No. I knew Justin.
That was the boy.
Wait, is this fake? Am I losing it?
Javon described calling his dad during the shooting.
I was whispering because I didn't want the shooter to hear me and my classmates. And my dad was just asking me what's going on, what's happening. And then I told him it's a shooting. Somebody's here shooting up the school. And then he told me, he said, okay, I'm on my way.
Why your dad? Is he your superhero?
Yes.
Wait, what is this? What is this interview? Wait, what is going on here?
You can't save your kids. That's devastating. I'd rather been the one that got shot than my kids.
I'm so Is this crying real?
Me and him used to joke around. Me and him used to play.
Hold on.
And then, news, another classmate died.
Oh,
Justin. No.
Do people do that? Oh, Justin! It sounds like a movie. I might just be fucking retarded. Sorry. Is this?
I knew Justin.
That was this boy.
He's 15? I've just never seen somebody cry like this before. It's a reenactment. Shut the fuck up.
Dad was just asking me what's going on, what's happening. And then I told him it's a shooting. Somebody's here shooting up the school. And then he told me, he said, okay, I'm on my way.
Why your dad? Is he your superhero?
Yes.
No! Is he, I don't know what's happening! It's just crying. They just cry. They're just crying in a strange way.
Somebody's here shooting up the school. And then he told me, he said, okay, I'm on my way.
He's having a breakdown, yeah.
Is he your superhero?
Yes.
It's... He's crying. He's got to be crying. Never mind. You guys are poisoning my mind. No, you guys are destroying my mind. I don't believe you guys.
So my husband took my son grocery shopping. You know where this is going, right? Guess how many people came up to him in the grocery store and were just oohing and awing over the baby and telling him what a great job he was doing. Guess how many people come up to me when I'm grocery shopping with him? So my husband took my son grocery shopping.
Wait, is this the same lady?
Right now, because I just had a man approach me in a parking lot.
You know where this is going, right?
And
Wait, is this the same lady?
Guess how many people came up to him?
And it went fine, and I'm gonna...
In the grocery store.
Look at the tag. Living it doesn't look like it. No, it's not. Okay. I thought I'm losing my fucking mind. God damn. Okay.
Oh no!
There it is. There it is.
Mario time.
Tell him I think up. Yeah, we taught this shit too well.
Nice.
I'm gonna sit in side lane. I don't know macro. Nobody learns macro on the server. Nobody has any game knowledge because that fucking reject. That's literally what it is. And of course, nobody gets punished for intentionally feeding because he can play his disgusting fucking champions and run it down.
Please stop it.
Every day, they're fucking.
Please stop. Guys, it's a playstyle, I swear. I swear it's a playstyle, man.
What's this guy do?
Man. Why did it have to be so harsh?
Anton Scion? Oh, yikes. Oh, did he actually do this?
Let's fucking go, brother. Same thing. Nice. Let's fucking go, brother. Same thing.
Jesus. Wait, Destiny delete VOD. What? Stop. I wonder if you managed to check out the Charlie Sneeko debate. They seem to cover a lot of ground. Yeah, we watched it last night. Trump is currently turning himself in.
The Mona Lisa, a fake painting in the same room, and the French police. Why is all of this happening? Well, this is a series where I've done some crazy things with America's biggest prankster, Gideon. We have both set each other 4 unbearable challenges to see who will follow through and who will fold. And we're doing all of this to answer the question, who is the biggest menace?
And the winner is...
He still denies that he even fucked Stormy Daniels.
Move that big tower out of here.
What a wild timeline we're in right now, Jesus.
Holds the door for Raj when she notices his hands are full. It's a common courtesy. By contrast, if LaToya holds the door for Raj and mutters, "Gay men are so weak," that could be considered harassment.
Bro. Is this supposed to be me? It wasn't even remotely close to me.
Right.
What a fucking...
Right.
So apparently Mr. Beast...
Behind me is an assassin! And if he stabs me with this rubber knife by the end of the day, he wins 100 grand!
In his latest viral stunt, the prolific 24-year-old YouTube star hired a real assassin to try and murder him for $100,000.
This video is gonna be the craziest video you've ever seen!
Okay, so the video's title is a little misleading. Emphasis on the real assassin, not the really killing me part of that title. Mr. Beast did not hire a real assassin to really try and kill him.
The 2022 Shkreli Awards have been released. Dysfunction in healthcare is one of our foundational pillars here at Healthcare Triage, and these awards highlight some of the worst examples, and that's the topic of this week's Healthcare Triage. As a quick reminder, Martin Shkreli is the former CEO of Turing Pharmaceuticals and is well known for raising the price of an antiparasitic drug from $13.50 a pill to $750 a pill after obtaining the manufacturing license for it. As we've mentioned before, he also paid millions for that Wu-Tang Clan album that there was only one copy of, and he later ended up in jail for securities fraud. Shkreli doesn't have a lot of fans, but he's got these awards to honor his legacy. A dentist snagged this year's number 10 spot by upping his work on fixing crowns. That might seem like a good idea until you find out that the reason he fixed around 566 more crowns than usual in a year was because he was breaking patients' teeth on purpose. By allegedly drilling into patients' teeth for no good reason, he upped his salary by over $1 million. He won't spend much time enjoying that money, though. He'll be busy serving 54 months in prison while he thinks about the over $1 million in fines he now owes. A crowning achievement, as one of the awards judges put it. The number 9 spot goes to the leaders of the Catholic Medical Center in Manchester, who supported and publicly elevated one of their cardiac...
Fuck, I'm getting so distracted. Oh my god.
Bust down on the gang. Cardiana. I was home with my kid, Mamiana. Real bitch, I don't be with all that drama. Nah. Mommy, my business, I'm about.
Their looks match spends all day studying for entrance exam. There's more to life than getting girls and respect, bro. It's okay, Asian boyos. After you put in the grind at school, work and build yourself a great career with a nice house, a luxury car, and are about to die in a few years due to old age, that's when these Asian girls will satisfy their cravings for fun and then seek you out for marriage. The brutality of this world is truly unmatched. Noodle Goblina is getting destroyed by Chad's chopstick while their brothers are in the rooms on the verge of going ER brutal. Meanwhile, I'm just me as a 5'6" man from Hong Kong and got myself a wonderful woman who loves me despite the fact that I'm on a teacher's salary. Oh, that was a good one. Chads have harem now. Monogamy is finished. It's over, buddy boyos. If I get like a video like this with 2 Asian girls, can I get Asian guys to hate me too? How many large groups of people? Like a video like this with 2 Asian girls.
Shut up,
Asian guys
bro. No one asked.
Yeah, we're gonna sick the Asians on us next. True. Important KD clip. Bro, this is fucking weird.
Right? If you don't have an immense liking for me, I'd recommend for your own mental health to look away. Or like leave. Anyway. Yeah, it has been a test for sure. Laugh on me, right?
Milker. Or Melina. I'm talking to Melina. Hi.
Huh?
What's up?
What's up?
I called you Milker.
Huh?
I called you Milker.
Milker.
But I'm talking to you.
You're calling yourself.
Not your
Milker,
friend.
milkers.
What?
Huh? You gonna come here?
No, I'm busy. I'm working.
Okay.
What's your Fensley called? Is it Melina?
Yep.
How'd you get the original name?
Smart.
Wow.
Streaming?
Yeah. Some of us have to actually work for a living. Why didn't she say hi to me? Hada? What does that mean? What?
What is it?
What is what?
What is it?
Oh. What's up? Did you have fun at the beach?
Sure.
What do you mean by sure?
It was nice. In a shower?
Did you put on sunscreen?
Oh yeah.
Cancer
Actually
Mel.
ran out of sunscreen, so I did. I'm gonna shower.
Ask Melina if she remembers when you were shitting on Fansly girls for being too pussy to just use OnlyFans because of the stigma. True. That's why she's starting an OnlyFans soon. Get ready, guys. New Spider-Verse. Wait, what? I almost feel like they shouldn't make a sequel because, god damn, this original movie was maybe perfect or close to it.
My name is Miles Morales. I'm Brooklyn's one and only Spider-Man. And things are going great.
Oh yeah, you were supposed to be here at 5.
All right, whatever.
Whatever?
Wow.
Whatever?
So are you like a cow or a Dalmatian?
I am the Spot.
That's not funny. Don't do that.
Miles's grades are pretty good. A in AP Physics.
That's my little man.
And a B in Spanish.
What?
Ooh,
okay. Miles. Are you trying Mira, es imposible.
I gotta go. All right, bye.
He's lying to you. And I think you know it.
He's gay. Oh my god. That's why he didn't get with the girl in the first movie.
Miles!
Wanna get out of here?
That one.
When? So wait a minute. There's an elite crew with all the best spider people in it?
Who's the new guy?
This is unbelievable.
This is the lobby. Miguel O'Hara. The whole thing was his idea.
What's a guy gotta do to join this spider team?
You can never be part of this.
Don't even get me started on Doctor Strange and the little nerd back on Earth 1999-99.
Come on, go easy on the kid. He had a terrible teacher.
Peter!
Miles!
You have a baby?
I have a baby.
Am I supposed to know that guy? This guy? The chat dude?
Miles, being Spider-Man is a sacrifice. You have a choice between saving one person and saving every world.
Send me home.
I can't do that.
I can do both! Spider-Man, always.
Not always.
What about Uncle Ben?
If not for Uncle Ben, most of us wouldn't be here.
Can't stop me now!
Wait, did he have an Uncle Ben in his? He didn't, right? It's Spider-Man 2099.
One more friend.
Miguel, this isn't what we talked about.
You knew?
I have no idea what you're doing.
Oh shit, this is copyrighted. It's a fucking movie trailer. Why would you put a movie trailer on auto DMCA? Don't you want people to watch your shit? Why is the FPS in this movie so low? It's a stylistic thing. His uncle was a villain? Yeah, but it wasn't Ben. I think that the FPS of the characters is like twice as much as the background. The movie, it looks so good. Fuck you, you're such a fucking retard. If you watched this first Spider-Man, you didn't think it looked amazing. Something's wrong with you, okay? Thoughts on them using stable diffusion filters? I don't know, I haven't seen the movie yet. I am really happy that I saw the first movie in theaters. Fuck, that first movie was so fucking good. Fuck. Let me get a Red Bull and say hi to my wife and shit. 1 second. Okay, what is... How many Red Bulls do I drink? Well, like 1 to 2 a day.
So apparently Mr. Beast...
Behind me is an assassin! And if he stabs me with this rubber knife by the end of the day, he wins 100 grand!
In his latest viral stunt, the prolific 24-year-old YouTube star hired a real assassin to try and murder him for $100,000.
This video is gonna be the craziest video you've ever...
Oh no. Wait, what is this subreddit? OnlyFans advice? Wonderful ladies or gents, I've been doing OnlyFans every single day for a little under 3 months now. I just want to ask, how long did it take to get to the point where you made a good amount of money from OnlyFans? I'm still very new and learning things every day. I do research still to learn and improve. I've been steadily growing. But sometimes I get a little discouraged when I push out promotion every single day and haven't gone viral on anything. So far, I've got no more than 7 subs in one day. By no means am I complaining, as I know the job is extremely competitive since blah, blah, blah. Jesus.
Okay, so the video's title is a little misleading. Emphasis on the real assassin, not the really killing me part of that title. Mr. Beast did not hire a real assassin to really try and kill him. The assassin was not really going to kill Jimmy. He does not have a death wish, as far as I know. But what would happen legally if he had hired a real assassin to actually kill him?
Oh shit, he's gonna bring up, is he gonna bring up a case? Wasn't there a guy that got in legal trouble for hiring somebody to kill himself? I think it's actually illegal.
Now, if you are one of the 12 people who haven't seen Mr. Beast's video, here's a quick summary. Over the course of 10 hours, Mr. Beast engages in a very expensive game of cat and mouse to elude his would-be fake assassin across 5 different locations.
Inside this car's backpack is not only 100 grand, but also a tracker giving him my real-time location.
Among Mr. Beast's exorbitant expenditures include getting a tank to run over the assassin's car, checking into every single room in a hotel and filling them with distractions, using a Lamborghini and helicopter to escape, blowing up a real bank, and building his own carnival.
Jesus
At the end of the video,
Christ.
Mr. Beast did give his opponent a sporting chance by faking an ankle injury at the carnival to see if the assassin would still stab him.
Got all this for a broken ankle, huh?
Yeah.
Wait, what's going on in these Mr. Beast videos? Do I need to start watching this shit? Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know about that. What's that obvious? Let's go!
Which, of course, he did with a fake knife. But Mr. Beast is a man of his word and paid the $100,000 bounty.
Here's your $100,000.
This means a lot to me and my family, thank you.
Now, of course, this was all just a very expensive and entertaining stunt, but it does raise an interesting legal issue. Is it a crime to actually take a hit out against yourself? And you'd be surprised, or maybe not surprised, how often this comes up on Reddit. So let's dive right in. Is it illegal for Mr. Beast to actually pay someone
Lay
to
Reddit
kill him?
XD.
Short answer, yes. Longer answer, absolutely. It's 100% a crime. But the question of which laws would have been broken by Mr. Beast and his hired assassin is a more interesting question.
I did once try to kill the world's greatest lover, but then I realized there are laws against suicide.
So let's start with the laws against suicide. Now, the former...
Quick reminder, okay? Quick note for all you youngins out there. A lot of old people like me talk about this show that used to exist, okay? It doesn't anymore. Anybody that says differently, it's called The Simpsons, okay? Do not let old losers gaslight you into thinking that show was ever good. It wasn't. It was never a good show. The Simpsons is not, has not, and will not ever be funny, okay? Full stop.
Mayor of Springfield is partially right. In British common law, suicide used to be a felony, while attempted suicide was a misdemeanor, which sort of makes no sense at all. But historically, those who successfully took their own lives would be buried in a public highway with a stake driven through their body, and by forfeiture would surrender the remaining possessions to the king. Yikes. But in the United States, suicide is no longer considered a statutory crime, but some states still criminalize an unsuccessful attempt. In 2018, Maryland made news after a 56-year-old man pleaded guilty to 1 charge of attempted suicide and was sentenced to a 3-year suspended jail sentence and 2 years of probation. Maryland recognizes a common law crime like attempted suicide that have no specific penalty, leaving leaving it up to the judge to decide the punishment. And according to the prosecutor, this charge was, quote, not something I've seen before, and not something he'd pursue in the future. Quote, it's not like we're trying to put this guy in jail or anything, we're just trying to get him into a mental health treatment. Now, naturally, critics felt that giving a mentally ill man a criminal record under the guise of helping him was an abuse of prosecutorial discretion. But that's first-party suicide, and as far as I can tell from Mr. Beast's video, he did not wish to take his own life, so he hired someone else. Theoretically. And states have generally made it a crime to help people end their own lives, even with the deceased's consent. This includes both physician-assisted suicide, in which a doctor administers a lethal dose of medication, as well as assisted suicide outside of the medical context. And only 10 states and the District of Columbia allow for physician-assisted suicide. And many of the states have strict requirements and procedures that must be followed for the doctor to avoid homicide charges, such as requiring the patient to be a state resident, have fewer than 6 months to live, and be given many opportunities to change their mind. To legally end a person's life without jumping through any hoops, you'd have to become a police officer. But outside of these jurisdictions, individuals who end another person's life will face criminal charges, even if done with the deceased's permission. Of course, many people remember the trials of Dr. Kevorkian, who helped with many instances of physician-assisted suicide. And in January 2023, an elderly woman was arrested for shooting her terminally ill husband at the hospital as part of a murder-suicide pact they made weeks prior. Though she could have been indicted for murder, she was hit with lesser charges of assisting self-murder/manslaughter and aggravated assault of a law enforcement officer. But of course, suicide is one thing. Hiring a contract killer to kill anyone, including yourself, is a completely different matter. Legal Eagle breaking news, it is illegal to murder people. But if you're learning this for the first time, you probably need to hire a lawyer like...
Wait, is he called Legal Eagle? Is that not even an eagle? Is it like a crow? Why would he not have an eagle flying in his videos? His name is Legal Eagle.
Yesterday. And since it's a crime to murder people, it's also illegal to hire someone to commit murder. The crime of contract killing, aka murder for hire, occurs when one party hires another to kill a targeted individual or group of people in exchange for some pecuniary benefit. However, any agreement to commit murder would be an illegal contract and therefore not legally enforceable. So if someone welches on your murder contract, don't expect a court to help you get your money back. And typically this is charged as a state crime, though penalties vary by jurisdiction. In Florida, where this happens just as often as you'd think, the hirer faces a life sentence.
Wait, so murder is, most crimes are state crimes. Murder is a state crime. Does that mean theoretically, could you legalize murder or make it not illegal, decriminalize murder in like the state of like, say, Alaska? Would that like get challenged in the Supreme Court, or like where's Pisco at?
If the victim is actually killed, and a maximum of 20 years if the victim is injured but not killed. And if the murder plot is formed, but the victim isn't injured or killed, the potential sentence is about 10 years. And as you may recall, Joe Exotic, aka the Tiger King, is currently serving a 21-year prison sentence for trying to hire 2 different men, one of whom was an undercover FBI agent, to kill his nemesis and animal rights activist, Carol Baskin. And here, federal jurisdiction was established because the scheme involved interstate travel and commerce. Specifically, Joe Exotic gave the first hitman $3,000 to travel from Oklahoma to South Carolina, and then to Dallas in furtherance of the murder plot. And murder for hire plots typically involve killing a third party. But what happens if the intended victim is yourself? And while hiring an assassin to take out yourself doesn't happen in real life that much, if you search suicide by hitman on IMDb, you'll see nearly 24 movies and TV shows using this trope. Most famously, this plotline takes center stage in the criminally underrated Bulworth. In this 1998 political satire, Warren Beatty plays a depressed US senator who decides to end his life, then takes out a $10 million life insurance policy, naming his daughter as the beneficiary. Knowing that suicide would void the policy, the senator then hires a hitman to kill him. And of course, that's also the plot to the Chevy Chase movie Fletch. I'm sure all the kids watching Mr. Beast remember Fletch.
Now, how long have you had these pains, Mr. Barber?
No, that's Babar.
2 B's?
1 B. B-A-B-A-R.
That's 2.
Yeah, but not right next to each other. I thought that's what you meant.
Right? You know, it's a good movie. And that's actually not too far off from what actually happened in South Carolina very recently in real life. Alec Murdaugh, who in March of 2023 was found guilty in the double homicide of his wife and son.
Federal law for murder? Is there federal laws against murder?
Hire scheme to have his cousin Eddie shoot him to death. And in that case of
Oh. In Canada, yes. Wait, this is the US. This is the US code. If there's federal laws against murder, how do you decide who gets jurisdiction to prosecute for murder? Who joined? Or all esports?
Sorry, it's me.
Okay.
Yes, there are federal laws for murder. Yes, you can be prosecuted for it. Just see the DC area sniper. Usually they only prosecute for federal murder when you're crossing state lines. So, or when your murder spree crosses state lines, of serial killers and stuff like that will often get tried under it. But generally speaking, they're going to defer to the states for state crimes.
Who is going to, let's say that you get like tried for murder and like what is like the federal punishment? Is it like the death penalty or?
Yeah.
Where would you get executed at?
Depends on what federal penitentiary you get sent to. There are a number that are separate from the states. Usually they'll do, how should I put this? Usually they'll discuss how they want to strategize for murder charges. So like the DC area sniper was a good example where there are certain states that don't have the death penalty and then certain states that do. So they'll try, if you commit multiple crimes in multiple states, they'll usually try the states that do not have the death penalty first to get that all out of the way, and then they'll worry about the death penalty later on down the line, so that they know you're at least life in prison without parole.
Do you did you live in DC during that sniper shit?
Yes, I did.
That was a wild time. Do you remember? Was that related at all to like terrorism, or was it just a crazy couple of dudes?
Yeah. It was a crazy couple of dudes, but it was also somewhat related to terrorism.
I'm sorry, let me be more specific. I meant like Al-Qaeda.
I think they were influenced, but I don't think they're like actually members of Al-Qaeda. I just remember the vivid thing was I was in high school at the time, so we always had to be indoors. We couldn't go out. Usually in high school back then, we could hang outside during lunch or before school or after school. You couldn't do that. And there was always the rumor of a white van, right? So you always got, everybody freaked out anytime they saw a white van because they thought they were going to get shot.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole Maryland, DC, Virginia area was pretty much on lockdown. You couldn't do anything during that time, and it was kind of weird. But
it's kind of wild that like a lot of people was this in 2002? Do you remember?
Probably. I want to say maybe 2003?
End of 2002. A lot of people don't remember this, but one of the scariest things after... Wait, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay, I'm 34. One of the scariest things after 9/11 was that people thought that we were about to get like infinitely terroristed.
Yes.
Right? Because there was the anthrax shit afterwards that not many people talk about anymore. Well, I guess you probably know it. Yeah, and then that sniper, that DC sniper, people thought that it was like going to be like the end of the fucking United States because we were just going to get like infinitely terrorist attacked for like ever. It was a wild time. Holy shit.
The whole thing was really scary for like people living in that area because, for instance, a lot of kids that I grew up with had parents or family members who either worked for the government in DC or worked at like military bases, because I grew up not too far from Fort Meade. So that whole thing was always a thing. I remember just like having to go anywhere like crowded, especially outdoors, was a particularly like weird thing to do, and people were always kind of like skittish about it for the longest time. And then the anthrax stuff, the DC area sniper, there were constantly discussions of like, are we getting off of school for this thing? Like I remember we got sent home early on 9/11, and the day after we had off because they were worried after DC had been struck that because you were so close to both Annapolis and Fort Meade, they were like, okay, these are like obviously attractive targets for terrorist attacks, so we're going to give you guys a couple days off and figure out what the hell's going on, and then we'll let you go back to school.
I thought it was so crazy because everybody was so scared about like being outside or doing anything, and all I remember was because I was friends with Dan at the time, and he would like send me all these videos of him and his friends like outside like dancing and shit, and I'm like, what are you guys doing?
I didn't, it didn't bother me, but that was, so there used to be a huge anime convention and in Baltimore. It moved to DC, but I remember like during that time period, one of the reasons why they didn't move to DC was because they acknowledged the place was bigger than Baltimore. They didn't want to deal with all the extra security for DC, they said. Like people wouldn't be allowed to wear masks, people wouldn't be allowed to like go in certain types of costumes, there'd be metal detectors all over the place. They were just like, it's not worth the extra insurance, it's not worth the extra security measures and all the extra costs related to that. We have a smaller venue to deal with, but it's less problems.
Like when
being
Drake said he
involved.
was going to go to his high school reunion, make everybody have to go through security clearance. I remember that, you know. That was 9/11 in a nutshell, yeah. But okay, gotcha.
Yeah, no, I mean, that it was just kind of interesting to grow up around that time. So yeah, but yeah, typically federal murder is for cross state line stuff, or terrorism. That's another big one that they'll get you on. See the Boston bombers, obviously.
Okay.
And that's about it.
All right, well, cool. Have fun. Be careful.
Take it easy.
Life imitating art, Murdoch arranged for his own failed murder so his son Buster could, like Bulworth, collect on the $10 million life insurance policy. Except when cousin Eddie tried to shoot Murdoch, the bullet only grazed his head. In 2021, the grand jury indicted the cousins for their suicide for hire scheme. Cousin Eddie was charged with assisted suicide, assault and battery of a high aggravated nature, pointing and presenting a firearm, insurance fraud, and conspiracy to commit insurance fraud. Murdoch was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Notably, Murdoch was not charged with murder for hire or with any crime related to the actual suicide for hire, just the crimes surrounding the scheme like insurance fraud. And that's how the state of Utah handled a similar suicide for hire case. In 2018, 22-year-old Eric Bedolla, while claiming to be a 19-year-old woman,
Sorry to interrupt your video.
entered
Here is
into an
$5
agreement
from my
online with a
campaign to
hitman
keep
kill
quiet
Bedolla
about
in
how
exchange
tiny
for
my hands
$5,000.
are
The
from
hitman
that
was
game of
actually a
Patacade.
detective. That happens a lot in these kinds of cases. The hitman that you're talking to is, you know, probably a cop or an FBI agent. But Bedolla was promptly arrested and charged with first-degree felony.
How do we feel about, I need to dig more into certain things. How do we feel about, like, sometimes you got these terrorist cells in the United States where people end up getting busted, and you find out that, like, 70% of the terrorist cell are, like, FBI agents? Is that, like, a little... Yeah, I need to look into. I know that like conservatives bring this shit up all the time, and they get like super ass mad over it, like it's fucking entrapment. But I think it's a little bit weird sometimes. Depending, I should ask conservatives for a specific example when they get particularly ass mad over it. But I know that yeah, so I remember there was one with some kid that got talked into trying to do like a terrorist attack by like some girl online who was apparently an FBI agent, and conservatives were like, oh, he was just a lonely kid and blah blah blah. But yeah, Michigan governor assassination plot. Yeah, that might have been the one, actually. I'm not sure, but...
felony criminal solicitation, and second-degree felony obstruction of justice. Like Murdoch, the state did not charge Bedolla for the actual suicide for hire plot, just the ancillary crimes. But that brings us to the main question. What would happen if Mr. Beast did hire an assassin to kill him? What would the legal consequences be for Jimmy and his whole team if everything in the video wasn't actually a stunt, but actually happened in real life? Well, for starters, Mr. Beast is a resident of North Carolina, so that state law controls. And North Carolina does outlaw murder for hire schemes. Not surprising. And interestingly, North Carolina has no specific statute outlining suicide for hire, and we couldn't find any example of the prosecution in that state. Their terminally ill patients do have a right to have their medical representatives honor a patient's decision to withdraw or withhold life-sustaining measures under North Carolina General Article 23. But whether you call it a murder for hire or suicide for hire, Mr. Beast's antics would likely still be classified as an illegal contract killing.
How did Jimmy find an assassin for this anyway? I found Jimmy. He didn't find me.
The fact doesn't change just because Mr. Beast's contract involves an elaborate game of cat and mouse.
So I've seen the other guys that chased Jimmy. He's gonna be ready there for us so he can point and laugh and call us nerds. Well, that ain't gonna happen this time.
A few moments later.
Listen to this real quick. That's my door to my getaway vehicle. Later, nerd.
He just ninja flipped out of here again.
And if Mr. Beast or his associates engaged in any interstate commerce or communications or travel in connection with the scheme, from, you know, renting tanks to hiring actors to fill up the hotel, well, that murder for hire plot is probably now a federal crime as well. Now, typically, as you saw in the Murdoch and Bedolla cases, individuals who take out a contract against themselves are not charged with the actual suicide for hire plot. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't be. It's still the same crime. And similarly, Mr. Beast could theoretically be charged with conspiracy to off himself. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit an illegal act, along with an intent to achieve the agreement's goal.
Happy
and
birthday,
generally at least
oopsie.
one overt act in furtherance of that illegal goal. It's illegal to pay someone to kill someone. And if you're doing the paying, you are engaged in a conspiracy, even when the target is yourself. And I'd feel bad for anyone on Mr. Beast's team who also helped out in the process of intending to off the main star. Because anyone else involved in the murder for hire plot, even if you just take a small overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy, well, you are screwed. Every time someone helped out in this entire scheme, well, they're probably on the hook too. I'm looking at you, Chris.
Are you telling me to rob a bank?
Yeah, actually I am.
And every time Mr. Beast asks someone to commit a crime on his behalf, well, that's probably criminal solicitation. And when Mr. Beast encourages a person to commit a crime, and that person does commit that crime, well, that's
Okay, we're done with this meme shit. Courtney, talk to us. Guide us into the future.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, I'm Courtney Ryan, and today we're going to be talking about something that is really important when it comes to dating, and that is the topic of income. So despite
the 15th video on
there are also
income?
a lot of unrealistic expectations surrounding male income and specifically what we expect a partner to be making. So I have a group of 7 girls here with me today. We're going to be having a conversation about income. I'm going to be asking them some questions and also revealing to them some statistics surrounding male income and the reality of what's going on.
Wow.
And I really want to stress here in the beginning, the point of these videos is not to make anybody look stupid. It's just to have a conversation.
I'm not red pill, guys, I promise.
Is how we understand and learn about these topics. So without further ado, let's get into it. How old are you?
I'm 25.
I am 25.
I am 24.
I'm 27.
I am 29.
31. I am 25. Okay, and then what do you do for a living?
I work as a healthcare reimbursement consultant.
I'm a copywriter.
I am in the life insurance industry.
I am a lead engineer for a software consulting company.
I work at a medical spa.
Ooh.
And I'm in school.
I am a photographer and I also work in data analytics.
So I just graduated, so I'm very, very new at this, but I am a mental health therapist.
And is your partner's income something that's
What are
important to you?
mental health therapists? Are there other types of therapists? I guess you could be a
and
physical
doing
therapist.
something that
Okay.
they're passionate about.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I think it's important in the sense that I would like them to be doing something that they enjoy. I think that their outlook on their job probably matters more than my outlook on their job. And because that's going to set the stage of our dynamic really is their lifestyle doesn't match with mine. And it matters in that I would like them to be
Why does yours
doing
play the
something
same
that they
background
find
music? I don't know, but you turn it down this time at
fulfilling,
least.
and I don't really think it matters in terms of how much they're making. And I think, again, this just comes down to being realistic about money and money standards that we have in people. And I would want to be with someone that is driven, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the dollar has to be a certain number to match that.
Kind of.
Okay, explain.
It's important to me that they can function independently from me, and it's important to me that I can function independently from them.
Okay.
So as long as you're making enough to function independently, and as long as you're making enough that like we can do the things we want to do together within like a reasonable timeline, like we don't have to we're taking about the same amount of time to like save up for something big.
Yeah.
That's fine for me.
So you would be totally okay with like contributing 50-50 to the relationship?
I would prefer that.
That's the vibe I was getting.
Yes. I would prefer that mostly because I don't like feeling like love is transactional. I don't like feeling like in an argument, if we're at a low point, someone can hold that over me and be like, well, I paid for this.
Something I've never thought about, well, I say I've never thought about it, but I actually did think about this like a week ago, is when I think about relationships and like men and women, I wonder how much of that was formed by the fact that, I guess in my group, the people that my life, whatever, like when I think of my wife, I think of my kid's mom, every woman I've dated has been working. I've never been like in a sync relationship, single income, no kids. I feel like I've always had like, I feel like my girlfriends have always worked. Was there a point in time where you dated at like 18, 19, 20 where the girl
Nest,
was
I
not
thought
working?
we were doing politics after Factorio was done.
Yep.
Snoozefist.
This is politics, sociopolitics, because it's not like the 1920s. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of wonder. Because I hear people say like, oh, like both people need to earn money. And like when I grew up, like every girlfriend I'm dating is like working. It's not like somebody's like, you're providing for me at like 19.
And I paid for that because in my head, I'm already keeping track of shit like that you could use over me, and that's just an insecurity that I have. So I wouldn't want someone to be contributing more than that.
So you would...
Was Melina working? Was Melina working? Kind of, but like I had... Basically the way I work with Melina is I told her when we started, I met her in New Zealand, and I see a lot of potential. She's young, she's hot, she's Swedish. And I'm like, listen, I love you very much. If you come back to the United States with me, I'll love you, I'll marry you, we'll do whatever, and we can make so much money together. So then I started getting her involved in the streaming stuff. I showed her a way to make a ton of money. I I had other girls talk to her to kind of get her into the whole streaming world. I'm just kidding. Wait, you have exes that didn't work either? I'm pretty sure every ex I had, there was that one girl I dated like long distance for like a year. She didn't work, but I mean that was like kind of a thing. What about Shaylin?
I would want to do more of like the team mentality of like we're doing this together, we're growing our wealth together, we're throwing things in together rather than like one person being the sole provider.
Oh my god.
Did you ever have Teresa to work for you? No, she worked at the oh no, I guess she didn't work that much. She worked at the mall actually for a little bit, but she would like quit and then restart depending on how much her manager pissed her off. I guess maybe not. I'm thinking I guess in my early life, like my first wife and my kid's mom, we always worked. That's how we got our first house.
Yes, absolutely yes.
It is important to me, but it's not something that is like a main factor when I'm considering a relationship or a partner.
So you're not asking on the first date, how much money do you make?
Oh my gosh, no.
Yes and no. I do believe that, like, while money isn't everything, unfortunately, with just society and living and the cost of living, it does matter a little bit. It really does. To me, I don't really make great money right now because I'm very new into the workforce.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to judge anybody for pretty much how much they make because I am not making a lot. So I can't be like, oh, you have to make, you know, this much money for me to date you and then not contribute in some way because that is big for me too. I want to be able to contribute financially and feel like as much as I can that it's equal.
I'm trying to think of any situation. I feel like if a girl ever asks you how much money do you make on the first date, that's got to be like the most red flag shit in the world. That's like, okay, I'm taking you back to my apartment and I'm fucking you for $200. It's just like, are we doing like a pay for pussy thing here? That's like, I can't imagine somebody asking that on a first date. So how much money do you make? It would be like, what?
So yeah, I don't really, I mean, yes, it does matter in a sense, but also it's not the end all be all. Like I don't judge people because if they make like, oh, 40K a year, you know, obviously not great, but I'm like, hey, I'm barely making that. So
Yeah.
who am I to judge?
So you're kind of holding your partner to the same standard you're holding yourself.
Yeah, and
which
like,
is fair.
Yeah, and as we get older, sure, our incomes increase, absolutely. And you
Yeah.
know, I'm 25, my partner will probably be in their 20s as well one day. So yeah, I mean, we're only gonna work up, you know, and so that's
I'm 25
exciting.
and my partner will be in their 20s one day. Wow. Actual fucking pedophile.
Places to go. So at this point in my life, I don't think it's that big of a deal. No.
Got it. Okay. And you're thinking of it in terms of like we can grow together.
Yes.
Right? Like I'm not waiting for you at the finish line.
Yeah.
Like, we're building this together.
Yeah.
So what is the age of the person that you would want to be with?
I feel like age is important, but I have learned throughout my lifetime that no matter what age they are, they could be 30 and act like a 12-year-old, or they could be 23 and be very, you know, centered and mature. I think at this age of being 25, I've looked like 26 to 32 would be kind of the area, the range I've looked at.
26 to 32.
Okay, so if you had to pick a number, maybe 28.
That's so specific.
28, 29.
Probably anywhere between 24 and 32. Probably 24 and 30, maybe 24 and 32.
Okay, do you want to go in the middle, like 27-ish?
Yeah,
Okay.
love a good 27.
Just to
27 is
pick a
supposed to be a hot year too. I'm excited for that.
25 to 30 right now I think would be ideal. For me too, I wouldn't mind a couple years older. So I wouldn't mind like 28 or even a little bit in the 30s too, like 31, 32.
Okay, do you want to go 28 just to be safe?
Yeah, let's go 28. Yeah, that's good.
Ideally, I would like to be with someone around my age just because we would have grown up with similar dynamics in terms of references that we understand, and then also to just, I would like to be with someone that is maybe around my age but also kind of young at heart too.
Okay, so if you had to pick an age, what would you say?
I would say if I had to pick an age, probably 33, 34.
I don't think I would date anyone younger than me just because I don't know, maybe a little bit younger than me and not
What?
too much, but the maturity.
It's Melon. How are you, Melon?
I'm Melon.
Stop. I'm streaming. What the Mel?
You wanted.
Not on stream.
Level with men is just not there yet. I've noticed. I've dated men that are 10, 12 years older than me and they're still not as mature. I don't know. I guess it's just the type of person that I'm with, but I don't really know. I don't really know. I don't have like an age. I don't look at that.
Okay, if you had to pick one, do we
at least 35?
35. Okay, so do you want to go 35 just to be safe?
Let's do 35.
Okay.
Let's do
I
35.
prefer to date men that are at least 4 to 5 years older than me, just from a maturity standpoint. I don't want a guy that's still in his club and bar hopping phase. To me, that's really unattractive. I also don't want somebody younger than me, so I would definitely say like at least
That's the
4
phase
to
I'm in
5
right now.
years older than my age. Yeah.
What?
Okay.
Take out your dry clothes, put it somewhere, and then you put in your...
I'll think about it.
No, do it now because she wants to clean clothes.
Are you fucking melling me right now, Mel?
Yes, you can do it. You are a big boy, and I believe in you that you can do this.
You're gonna fucking mel?
It's gonna take you 2 minutes.
It's gonna take me like 3 minutes. Oh shit, are you guys watching your rock collection? Oh no.
She's washing her pants.
Rock collection time. Come show them how happy we are together. Oh, my Mel, you've been acting so distant now that you got your green card. What's going on? What's going on with that, Mel? Huh?
Well, it seems to be working.
Yeah, you stopped talking to me.
Did I?
Yep, you got your green card and you're like, see ya. Okay.
Hey.
What?
Chill.
Listen.
Yeah?
I can still turn you in.
Okay.
Wait. Hold on, give me 1 sec. What? We only speak English in this household.
Do we want to go 28 or 29?
28, 29 is good. Preferably 30 to 32 is the best for me, but somebody in their
So
late
we'll choose
20s.
30.
Yeah.
Just because it's kind of in the middle.
I go for a range between the age of 30 and 10 years older than me, ideally 34.
And what would you want his income to be,
Is this woman black or white?
realistically?
Nothing hurts Steve in chat. I made and jerk off to deepfake videos of Tiny. There is nothing he can do to stop me. Help.
Okay, we're at about 55%, 50% black, 38% Latinx.
At this current point in time?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, okay. At this current point in time, at the age of 34, I would like it to be between $100,000 and $120,000.
50K or up.
Okay. Do you want to just say 50K?
Yeah. Let's say 50K.
Oh, I'd like it to.
Wait, what is she?
Okay.
Hold on, I'm sitting there listening.
Realistically.
At this current point in time?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, okay. At this current point in time, at the age of 34, I would like it to be between $100,000 and $120,000.
Jesus.
50K or up.
Okay. Do you want to just say 50K?
Yeah. Let's say 50K.
Over 100.
Jesus.
Okay. So give me one number. Do you want to do 120, 100?
Let's do 120.
120.
Let's
And
just
that's to where you would feel comfortable, you know, you would live a comfortable life. That would feel realistic for you.
Yeah. I mean, with the way our like society is going and our world is going, 120 I feel is comfortable.
Okay.
And that's pushing it, maybe even. Like we could maybe do a little bit lower, but we'll stick with 120.
Okay.
I would hope that, you know, if they're going to be if they're at that age, depending on their path and the career that they're in, you know, I'm assuming they've been working for probably 6, maybe 7 years if they're 28. Maybe between 65 and 90.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to go 75?
Yeah, we can go 75, yeah.
At least 50K.
I would say then I would want someone to make about, you know, then 70, probably 75.
Did she get her non-rich friends for this video?
Like I said, it doesn't really matter if they're able to pay their own bills and they're able to support themselves financially. That's what's important. Like I said, it's not really that much of a factor because income is so relative to where you are in your career, whether you just got out of school and you're pursuing a medical job, or if you're in like a business type industry like I am, like in financial services of sorts. It really varies, you know. But I'm not gonna put a number on it because it's too variable. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Because it's discriminatory to judge a guy based on how much money he makes.
Okay,
wow.
so we can kind of go off that. Say he graduated college when he turned, 21, 22? So he's like 9 years out of college. He's 30 years old. He's had 9 years to establish himself. What is an income that you would feel comfortable living your lifestyle on at the moment if he's 30?
If he's 30 and he's been working for almost 10 years, maybe 150 to 200 for his work experience.
Wait, how did
so
she?
150.
How did she move?
But you also said you think it's discriminatory.
It is, but you're making me put a number on it. So with somebody that's got 10 years of work experience, they should be getting compensated well for the time that they put in and the amount of years of experience that they have in that field if they've stayed with the same field.
What do you think is the median income for the age that you specified, so 35, if you had to guess?
Like 70?
Jeez.
Actually, 52,000.
Okay.
Does that surprise you?
It does.
Lower than you thought?
It's a little lower than I thought, yeah.
Okay, so 15% of men are 35 making 120.
Hard to find.
It's a small percentage.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely more than some people, but 15 is still not that big.
No.
I'm going to guess it's probably around 50, 55.
33, the median is 49.
Okay.
So you were kind of close there, around the same ballpark. And then the number you chose was 75. 75,000 at 33 is the top 27% of men.
Okay.
So, I mean,
a little less realistic, I suppose.
it's not so crazy. 27% is not that much, but it's definitely more realistic than some of the other things.
These corporations need to start paying up more.
And inflation's really kicking us.
That's the big thing.
For age 34.
Why watch more of these videos? Were you cool with creating incels now?
Yep.
Or were you just ready to need another anti-misogyny arc?
You know what? Here's what I'm going to say. Are you guys ready? I'm going to trigger the fuck out of all of you. This is what I said when I say this a lot and people get really triggered. I always said that even when I was working poor, and I'm totally admitting this is just my life experience, okay? When I was working poor, gas prices were never a make or break for me. Like when I think of like, I can't afford to live, I'm losing my house, etc. It was never like, oh my God, I spend so much on gas. It's just never been a factor for me. But I know that like, but it was strange during the Biden stuff. Like everybody seemed to obsess over like gas prices. Now people are also saying that maybe the cost of like other food goes up when gas goes up. I guess maybe. But when I was working, I always drove small cars. The one thing that always triggered the fuck out of me when I saw people complain about gas prices climbing was, why the fuck are so many poor dumb fuck Americans crying about gas when all of you guys drive trucks? It was the one thing that I never understood. I could never, ever get it. All of these people cry about gas prices and they're driving these huge, disgusting trucks. And I'm like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you when you tell me that gas is expensive and it's hurting you when you drive these gas-guzzling monster fuck vehicles. Fuck all of you. And I drove around my little Dodge Neon, my little Volkswagen GTI, my little whatever. I don't know. That was my thing. I think that the Zoomer equivalent of that, ready? Here you go. Here it goes. Here we go. If you DoorDash more than once a month, I don't think you can ever complain about inflation. Boom. There you go. If you DoorDash more than once a month, I cannot believe how expensive it is. How much do you think I spent yesterday? I got yesterday when I DoorDashed my cheeseburger from Five Guys. I got a double cheeseburger with bacon. I got a small fry and I got a Coke Zero. How much do you think that cost? I don't know why I asked all chat. Now you all spam every fucking number. For that one meal, it cost me $39. I'm pretty sure that if I really tried, I'm pretty sure that I could live off less than $100 a month in groceries. If I really stretched. I think I could. $25 a week? Probably not on Miami Beach. If I'm doing like rice and beans and shit, we're stretching. But I know for $200 a month, very easily, I could live off of $200 a month for groceries.
What's up, Destiny?
100%,
can you say?
Easily.
Happy birthday, Jonathan.
The idea that I, as one person on one single meal, can easily spend $30 or $40 on like one DoorDash fucking, not even a great meal, is fucking wild. It's absolutely fucking wild. How much does the meal cost if you go to the place? I don't know. For some reason on DoorDash, for all these meal things, it's literally like $15, $20 in markups on like random shit. But anyway, yeah. Fucking Zoomers that do that shit are wild and then complain about inflation. How long was your commute when you were working poor? If you had an hour or two commute due to traffic, that's a lot of gas to go through being stuck on $4.95. $4.95? I don't know what that means. Back then it was $5.15 an hour, $5.25 an hour, I think, when I worked at McDonald's. I actually commuted. I'm trying to think. I lived in South Omaha off of 42nd and L, so it was 42nd and L to the casino. Although I lived up at 108th and Maple before in Omaha. Probably like a 30-minute commute. It was a decent commute, I think. It took me about 20-30 minutes, which is like a decent Midwest commute. Now, if you live in any of your cities, it's like 2 hours to go fucking 10 miles. But in Nebraska, I think you could do over a mile a minute, I think, depending where you're going, because you just hop on the interstate and it's not like super crowded. But yeah, I always drove compacts. I always drove small cars. I never understood people that drove, like, when I see one person sitting in a minivan or an SUV, I'm just like thinking, like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just, it blows my mind. 495 is a highway loop. Maybe, yeah. There's a way to know everything. What is it? I think it's any interstate that ends in an even number, I think always runs east to west. So like if I make up, like if there's an Interstate 90 or if there's an I-40 in the US, I think it always runs east-west. Anything going north and south ends in an odd number. So like the 5 or I-5 when you get to Washington. Or like if there's an interstate like 85, it's always north-south. And then there's a thing for exchanges and add-ons or whatever as well. So like for instance, I think if it's like if it's an even first number, it's like an exchange that goes like east. So like 5, like 405 versus like the 705. There's the way that the numbers work is actually it's all supposed to tell you like the right, but nobody knows. Nobody cares about it, but yeah. This video covers what you're talking about. Oh, does it?
The interstate highway shields hide within them long forgotten knowledge, as our great ancestors could navigate by the signs in the sky before the creation of majors, beginning with the next northernest is San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Because it's not my own age. Maybe 70,000?
Bro, the price here is $7 per gallon. The average monthly wage is €1,000. Listen, I'm not speaking about European gas prices, okay? I don't know anything about your shit. Fuck you. Destiny, my family is all working poor and they have to drive a lot for their small business. Family works in the landscape. Yeah, if you have to do that shit, it's probably different, right? I don't think gas prices were high in my carpet cleaning days, but I imagine if they went up there for the carpet cleaning van, gas prices would probably start to get pretty shitty, but.
Maybe 65?
It is $50,000.
I could see that being real.
Okay, 100,000 at age 34 is the top 17% of men.
That feels like better odds.
Yeah.
I feel good about that.
Do you have to pay gas for your van?
80,000?
It's actually 45,000.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Obviously not.
Does that shock you?
Did I tell you? I didn't realize the game to be played. I thought I got ripped off on my carpet cleaning shit. Because my wages, by the time I factored in everything, I'm not going to tell this story, but like by the time I factored in how much time I was spending at my carpet cleaning job, I was basically making like $250 an hour. I was kind of fucked. And I was like, my life is getting destroyed over this shit job. I didn't realize, and I don't know if this is true of all small businesses, I didn't realize that you were supposed to be stealing from the fucking company though. And they had like fucking priced that in basically. That people would take their carpet cleaning vans, they would drive out and they would sell jobs at massively discounted rates to customers, but they would pocket all the money. I didn't know that people were doing that. Because I had always wondered, like, how the fuck do you guys make a living doing all this carpet cleaning shit? And it's like, oh, we sell jobs out of our vans without like telling the boss. It's like, oh, well, fuck me, I'm a fucking retard. So you might charge a customer like $300 for a job, and my commission was 16%. So for a $300 job, it's probably taking you 3 to 4 hours, and I'd make $16 an hour for those 3 to 4 hours, but it doesn't include downtime before or after. So I might make, we'll say $48 on a $300 job. However, another person would go and sell that same job for $200. They'd give them a $100 discount. So customer saves 1/3 right off the top, but then they pocket the whole job. So I'm making, $30-40 off a job. Another guy might make $200 off that job, and he's not telling the boss about it. I didn't know any of that shit. It was like, fuck, I didn't know that until like the end of my carpet cleaning days. I don't know if everybody does that in small business shit or like contractor work where you just like sell jobs out of your own shit. But fuck. Right, the form check. Listen, dude, he did it. As a personal trainer, people try to do that all the time. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Oh, a guy did it to me when I talked to a personal trainer at the fucking in California. He's like, oh, dude, I can train you at like a different gym. But we can't do it here and you can't tell anybody. It's like, oh, okay. It's, I know this game. I've heard of this one before. Fuck, it's getting hot in here. I'm getting triggered.
It does, because I've worked my entire career, I've worked around people that have made 6 figures out the gate starting in my field. So income-wise, I guess.
What's our field again?
I am a little sheltered because I've been around young people that are in high income earning positions from such a young age, and they only grow with their success.
She works in insurance?
Because that's all I know. Like I've been in my industry for quite a few years now. Like that's all I know. I'm not really paying attention to like what's outside of that. So
I have something really important. The moment I saw you, my eyes were just, oh my god, I love you.
Jesus.
The median income, I'm gonna go with 82,000.
It's 42,000 for a 28-year-old.
Wow.
Does that shock you?
That shocks me.
You guys keep letting a low-tier guy Judean conversation. Didn't this happen weeks ago?
Hey, before I leave, man, I just want to let you...
2 weeks ago. We already watched this. Chill.
And why does that shock you?
I think, and I could attribute it to maybe the industry that I'm in and the people that I've really been surrounded with my whole career. I've worked in finance my whole life, and I guess I'm making an assumption here that maybe the median is higher in that field, but I guess I just assumed that, you know, at 20, I don't know, 42 just seems very low, especially given like inflation and all of that. Just like, it's 2023, I would assume that a 28-year-old was making more than 42.
Damn.
I don't know, it surprises me.
How much do you make?
So your own experience, the people you're around, people you've dated, all kind of contribute to why you're assuming that.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So if we're looking at a 28-year-old making 75K, as you mentioned, that's the 81st percentile. So 19% of men, essentially, are making that amount at 28.
I'm pretty sure. I thought that the median income overall was 40K in the U.S.
Okay.
And so I'm going to guess for the average 27-year-old, although the average 27-year-old in our generation, probably a lot more college degrees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot more people go to college now.
Yeah, I'll say 55.
It's 41.
I knew it! What did I said? 42!
Oh my god, chill.
You were close.
I knew
it. I mean, 50 is still pretty close.
It is.
But it's actually crazy because the median income never eclipses $61,000 regardless of the age. That's in the workforce between ages 16 and 75.
But we love capitalism, don't we? I'm not gonna bring that into your video, so I gotta put that out. I appreciate you can put it in if you want, but I got feelings. Again, that's not on my partner, that's on society.
Right. Over 70%
Does anyone else
of men
capitalism?
never even make 100K once in their lifetime.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
Does it surprise you?
No.
No.
No. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps is false. It's not fucking true.
Wow.
The top 1% are the top 1% for a reason.
Wow.
Not all of us can possibly make that much money. Stats like this need to be made known, because I think a lot of women are like led to believe that it's easy to make that much money and that it's easy for a man to make that much money. Like, bitch, if it's hard for you to make that much money, it's hard for him to make that much money. I mean, it's harder for you because women are always going to make less. Unfortunately, that's where we're at right now.
Did
For
she
you
just
to
say
make that
bitch?
to believe that
Did
it's
she say?
easy
Wait, did you really call her?
To make that much money, and then it's easy for a man to make that much money. Like, bitch, if it's hard for you to make that much money, it's hard for him.
She said, bitch.
Make that much money. I mean, it's harder for you because women are always going to make less. Unfortunately, that's where we're at right now. But that doesn't surprise me at all. And I would never expect someone to eventually make that much money over the course of their life. I'm just trying to live a comfortable life. I'm not trying to get too extravagant.
It is shocking. Well, maybe companies need to start paying people proportionally to things like inflation, rising costs of housing, rising costs of taxes, because putting people in those types of positions long term is not going to be good, because you can only live
Just found out about wages, man. Shit sucks.
Start becoming unaffordable. So expecting somebody to work 50 years of their life and not make more than $60,000 is kind of unrealistic for how expensive things are getting and will continue to get for people.
Yeah, like out of college, my first job, I think I made 35 or 37K. Like my first job out of college, which is less than the median, which is crazy to think about. But over 70% of men never even make 100K once in their lifetime.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you're 24 already making that yourself, then when you're looking at the dating pool, it's like you expect people to be at that level too because you are. And I think that's kind of the tunnel vision that a lot of people have, or just their like little bubble of life, you know, like.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, like I said, it's an
Bubble.
unfair judgment to put a number on what you think a guy is supposed to make because it varies so much depending on what you do for a living, how long you've been working, what field you're in. You know, that those are not really fair like questions or numbers to like put on somebody because it varies. I mean, like if that's your lifestyle and that's what you're comfortable with, then yeah, you're gonna go for somebody that. If I'm in my lifestyle and I've been doing this and I want somebody in my field almost, then yeah, there's like some expectations for that because that's just like what it is because every field is a little bit different. Like if both like think about it, like 2-income household, if both people are teachers and they're making an average of $45,000 a year, they're bringing home $90,000 collectively as a household to support both of their lifestyles, pay taxes, pay their mortgage, those sort of things. It's all relative to what both people are doing, and I do see that. In my field, because I do work on a client-to-client basis, I see people's incomes. And I think that some of them are disproportionate to their age and their work experience. However, I do feel like the people that they choose to be with and marry and be in relationships with, both incomes are similar. I see that.
Oh, that's interesting. Because you work with,
I work with people on a client-to-client basis, so I see the income.
And it's normally kind of proportionate. Like
it is proportionate.
Equivalent, yeah.
Yes, it is.
I think that's why some guys get upset because there's like girls who don't want to work or don't make any money and then they want a guy to make $1 million.
Yeah, that's not fair. Yeah, no, that's not fair. I mean, like if you're...
It's interesting that she works, so what she just said is actually true, right? That people tend to date with an income. Everybody... Like, I mean, it's easy. It's kind of like an easy common sense thing when you think about it. Because like all these red pill guys are like, oh no, girls want all girls want guys making 6 figures. It's like, there's not that many guys. Like, there's not that many guys to go around, my dude. People tend to date within their income ranges.
You're not putting your end of your work in. It's not gonna work.
We'll go 55.
42,000 for a 28-year-old.
Oh man, yeah. Yeah.
And if we're looking, let's see, you said 50,000.
So deflated.
40% of men make that.
Okay. I mean,
so
it's not bad.
The odds are kind of in your favor. I mean, it's like almost half,
Yeah. I also think too that like jobs don't pay nearly what they should in like any profession. So it's just like, it's sad to hear that.
I know.
Like 42K is the average for like a 28-year-old. Like, wow.
Yeah, and then like regardless of age, so between 16 and 75, the median income never eclipses $61,000, regardless of the age.
Wow.
If we're looking at medians. Which I think median is a better thing to use here instead of averages because the averages include like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, who are making
billions,
buttloads of money. So it kind of sways the data,
Yeah.
And then over 70% of men never even make 100K once in their lifetime.
Yeah.
Which is sad when you hear it because I just know so many men in my life who work so hard their entire life.
Yeah.
And they never will ever make that amount of money.
And that's like, and it's depending on how well educated those men are too. Like, college plays a huge factor. Like, well, okay, what's the point of going to college then?
Right.
College promotes you like, oh, you'll have a better job and you'll have a better income. And then you go to college and you get out of college and you're like, no, like I'm not making what I was told I would be making.
The average salary for a master's degree is like $69,000. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep, and then you have a ton of debt from going to school.
And then you're constantly playing catch up, and then you're not even making what you were told to be making, and that just, it's infuriating. It's infuriating, and that's a whole other topic we'll probably get into about like the education system and just higher education is like, is it really worth it almost to go back to school?
Right.
All right, so now I'm really even like, oh man, I really shouldn't judge anybody for how much they make because I'm like, oh my God, we're all struggling out here.
I know. Well, and I think that too. Like a lot of people don't know that, and they're so hard on themselves. They're so hard on other people because they don't know the reality.
Yeah.
Right. And like what you're asking for in a partner, I think a lot of people have these unrealistic standards of what they want their ideal partner to be like. Right. It's like we're going to Whole Foods buying groceries. It's a checklist of what we want someone to be, but when you figure out the reality of what you're asking for, it's like, whoa, no wonder I'm not having luck because I'm asking for crazy stuff.
Yeah, like that is unreal. And like at the end of the day,
this is something I strongly believe in. I don't believe that happens. I am a firm believer, actually not a believer. This is one of the few things that I've learned in life, okay? I think I talked about this on some other show I was on recently. People will date a surprisingly diverse group of people if they click. The number one way that I've seen this, that I kind of talk around this, is that like whenever somebody says like, oh, like I'm not looking to date anybody right now, or, oh, I would never date XYZ type of person, they absolutely would, given the right circumstances. They absolutely would. people say things like, oh yeah, I would never date like my friend's ex, or I would never date like you know, in my friend group or whatever. But as soon as they find the right person, they'll do it. I don't believe that there's a girl that could like meet a guy, they get along, they click super well, everything's fine, and then she's like, oh no, he's only earning $75K a year, like it's not gonna work. I don't think that ever, I just don't believe that ever happens. I super don't believe it.
My God, like me and my partner aren't making that much money. As long as we're happy together, that's fine. I mean, with those statistics too, it's almost like, oh my God, how do you even find somebody that's making? How do I even make 3 or 6 figures one day? Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever get there myself. So who am I to judge, you know?
It's kind of crazy because the median income, regardless of the age, so you said 33, but regardless of the age, it never eclipses $61,000 across the board. And then over 70% of men.
How does he still pull up his logged in account on Stream? Wait, did somebody use Streamlink or something? Destiny, how about you just preach what you walk? Good one.
Okay, once in their lifetime, which is kind of crazy.
What I think is interesting about this is that these women work and their answers are so reasonable compared to the women in previous videos. I can say things where like, I don't actually want to, I don't know. Well, it sounds mean, and I could be post-talking it. I was gonna say something at the beginning, but maybe what somebody said in chat influenced me already. When I look at these women,
crazy to think about.
I guess it's probably.
No, I can't even when I say this. It feels like I'm post-talking this so bad. But like, I feel like when I look at these women,
to like put on, believe that it's easy to.
Like these women look to me like they're like middle-class women. That they just, I don't know why or how.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Or maybe I can't. We should do like a thing where I look at videos and try to guess the income. When I look at the, I'm not saying they look ugly. I'm just saying there's like a, when I looked at the, fuck, what was the crazy income one where they talk about like 500K and shit? It was on the search results. Go back. Courtney Ryan. Oh.
Fully off of your. Sure. What percent?
This person, I don't know why. This person just looks rich to me. I could be wrong, and maybe there's like a bias, but like I would see this person like, oh shit, like your parents are lawyers and they're the poorest ones in your family tree probably. Like that's how wealthy this person looks. I don't know if it's like the perfect teeth, if it's like the perfect hair, the perfect skin, the like the kind of like fashionable clothing, the just the like
of the family.
And I think almost everybody in these videos looked like.
I feel
like these people all look rich. I don't know if it's designer clothes, I don't know, or like the jerseys. They just look. All of these people look like they come from very, very, very wealthy backgrounds.
Lens would be super cool.
Like like very prep school, very not like new money, like wealthy families. That's like the impression I get. And then these people are all saying things like like, oh, like I want my husband to have like 500K in income and shit. But then I look at him like, yeah, you guys all look like, you guys look really wealthy. Whereas for some reason I feel like these people don't as much. But I could also just be post-talking all of that. Maybe I just make this all up in my head. I don't know.
Everything you see on the internet, take with a grain of salt for the most part, because you can work from home and not wear any pants and still have a nice shirt on and no one's gonna know. So really, perception is reality, and you got.
So I'm saying you don't know why, you know what you're looking for: clothes, makeup, and so on. Yeah, but it's not it's not like, it's not just that. I feel like when you're wealthy, I think that you have. There's probably two things going on. One is kind of shitty, is you probably are working with a higher set of genetics, get mad. But second is you can afford a lot of stuff for your kids relating to their health that probably comes out in appearance-wise. Like, so for instance, like your teeth, like wealthy people always have like perfect teeth for their kids because they're always getting like braces, they're making sure they've got good dental health. You're never gonna find like if you go to like a prep school or like a private college, or even for expensive state schools, you're not gonna find people like fucked up teeth. That just doesn't happen. like incredibly rare. So that's usually a thing. Their clothes oftentimes look very new and nice. Not necessarily, like, I'm not talking like Gucci or Prada, like designer shit. If anything, those people come off as poorer to me, or like they're trying to flaunt some bullshit that a guy bought them or whatever. But they just look like very nice. Like I feel like I could go to like an alumni function event or some shit, and I would see them sitting there with like their wealthy parents. Like there's just like a way that they look, where it's like, damn, these are like prep school kids, super wealthy prep school kids. That's what it looks like to me. But also, and the way they speak, very educated. They speak very well. But I could be post-hocking literally all of that. I could be post-hocking everything I just said there. So, yeah, I don't know.
Gotta take it for what it is.
He has thought a lot about this. I went to a wealthy prep school, and the girls that I dated came from other wealthy prep schools when I went to college. No, not college, high school. I went to Creighton Prep in Omaha, and then like all the girls I dated and everything came from like Marianne, Duchesne, and Mercy? Was that the other all-girls high school? And people at prep schools, because my friend Chris was like a poor Mexican dude. He sold weed. So we would always make, and my family background by the time I got to high school was fucked. We were getting kicked out of houses and shit. So me and him would always, it was probably a cope, I guess, when we were younger, but we would always make fun of like prep kids and how prep kids looked and their lifestyles and their families, whatever. Like when we go to like Kyle's house, like his mom is like making dinner in their big house for their family that's like all perfect and everything, and then me and Chris would go drive around and like fuck around and just do wild stupid shit because our lives were fucking weird as fuck. But there was like, it was a very different world. Like wealthy people just live in like a different kind of world and ecosystem. Everything in their lives are different. Their cars are nicer. They don't have check engine lights on all the time. None of their phones are getting shut off. They've always got one parent in the household checking in on you, making sure everything is okay and cooking meals for you. Their siblings are always like in sports after school and shit. It's like a whole different world when you've got like wealthy families versus like kind of like busted families. I don't know how to explain it, but like, because I kind of had like one foot in both worlds when I was doing school, and you kind of see like the differences in lifestyles, I guess. It's a whole different ecosystem of existence between like wealthy prep families versus, but I'm saying prep because I went to prep. I mean, I'm sure there's like billionaire families and everything, but yeah, it's just like a totally different, yeah.
Then understand that that's where you're at in life is not contingent on where someone else is, because if you're caught up with what everyone else is doing and flexing whatever and having all of this FOMO, you're gonna be really unhappy.
Yeah.
And so I think just having a singular line of thought with where your goals are going is way more important than trying to keep up with the Joneses.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what made you say.
Test it out here.
Well-dressed, beautiful black woman in Seattle.
Guess my income. Well, this is going to be weird because it's like they're trying to throw you off. So I don't know if you're going to get people that are going to be like, oh, I look like really wealthy, but I make $22,000 a year. We can try it after this. I don't know. We'll try it. We'll write it down.
That number specifically, like, is it the people you're around? Is it your industry? Is it guys you've dated? Like, kind of all
You guys I've dated, my industry, those sort of things. So
I would say that's a combination of all of those. I would say just in terms of people I've dated, and then also, you know, including my income as well. But again, in terms of that number, I understand that that's not where.
Why did you say middle to upper class or better genetics? Is there any empirical evidence to this? It would just be a guess in terms of like how people find mates and have children and all of that. There's probably some genetic like shit that is like moving through different lines. That would be my guess in terms of things related to like physical health, things related to mental health, etc. Just a guess. I could be wrong, but.
Everybody's at, and that's fine with me. In terms of where I'm at is I'm very much comfortable with being someone who makes more. That's never been an issue for me. The only issue I've had is other people being intimidated by that or not accepting the dynamic for what it is. And I think that can be hard when we do push this pressure on men to be the breadwinners when we don't need to do that.
I very much am very happy with the 50-50 income split, but actually the big thing for me and the big reason why money would be important is that it actually shows, I've kind of mentioned this, drive. So for somebody who is making more money, and I'm sure that there are people who don't make as much, who have a lot of passion, a lot of drive, which is fantastic, but if you're making that much, it already is being shown, and you're on a trajectory to continue forward and be successful.
Actually, that's
so it kind of
true-ish,
shows you other traits that this person could maybe have that would be appealing to you.
Exactly.
Okay.
I make 52, so I think 50K is comfortable. My first job out of college, I made 30K. It was a nightmare. I knew I was underpaid, but I thought I was getting good experience. I wasn't. It sucked. The job just was awful. But I hated making 30K. I had to pick up a bartending job on the side. It was a nightmare. And so I think people who make less than 50K are probably, they have enough things going on that prioritizing a relationship might be difficult for them. Not impossible, but it might be difficult. And I guess like I could date someone who makes under 50K, but it would have to be like, I would never want them to, I wouldn't want them to feel like that they had to keep up with me and my lifestyle, or that they had to match my lifestyle, because that's a lot of pressure to put on someone. And so I would want someone who we don't even have to deal with that pressure. But again, if I like him a lot and he makes a little bit of money, I'm sure I'd try to make it work for a little bit.
I chose 120 just because of my income myself, the lifestyle that I'm single, I have a child, so we live, I'm 30,
What's your income?
I already have my ways set and
I'm
what
so
I enjoy
curious.
doing, and I know how much that costs to do. So I want to live comfortably. I want to be able to have fun.
Is this a single mom earning 100K?
And
Jesus.
do things and not be just like stuck. And I want to have nice things. I don't want to live out of my means, but I just want to have nice things.
Yeah, so I guess on average right now, I am making about 50K. I don't even think I'm making that much, to be completely honest with you. And I'm so new that like my income is so low that I'm kind of like, oh, well, I'm just going to take my income, and if it's the same as mine, that's fine, you know? So that's kind of where I came up with 50K. That was honestly it. It was just for my own personal. I'm like, yeah, that's what I make. That's probably what other people make too, right?
Right.
So
a lot of people use
This
that
lady
as a way
sounds
to
crazy.
kind of figure
I
out.
like
Yeah, because it's like
Melanie.
you have lived your experience. You're basing other things off of that.
Yeah.
So have you ever dated a man who makes like the 75K that you wanted, or around that?
No.
No? Less than that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been in a couple different relationships in my life. Nothing so serious that I considered marrying somebody, and nothing so serious that I introduced them to my family. But I have dated men where they do well for themselves, but I didn't see a future with them, so I didn't pursue the relationship further.
Damn.
Yes.
Okay. Was it like official? Was it casual? What kind?
Just a casual.
Casual? Okay.
Yes. Out of the 4 people I dated, 2 did.
Okay. So you were like official and
Yeah,
exclusive with
for
them?
more than a year
Okay.
each.
Okay.
Yeah, so the last person I was with made more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clearly, it didn't sway you wanting to be with a man who makes that much again. So.
Yeah, no, that was not the reason that we were together, and not a reason that we broke up. So.
Would you marry a guy who makes less money than you?
Yeah, I don't really care too much about the money. That's not really a contributing factor.
Okay, there's other things that are more important.
Yes.
Is it Minnesota?
I would have no problem marrying
That is
someone
a
who makes less than me.
thick accent.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you said you'd be okay with being the breadwinner. And
That's totally fine. Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Yes. Again, I don't think that it's a hard cutoff line. Money shows drive, but it's not everything. Like I said, there's some people out there.
Took me a while to realize that the Carson Caterino and the Destiny Caterino were the same person. Whatever it was that happened. Why are you not covering the Trump shit? Somebody said that the indictments for Trump were released or unsealed, and that we're gonna get them soon. As soon as the indictments are out, we can read them. But we're waiting for. I'm waiting for them to get unsealed right now, I think. They're not unsealed yet, right? Melly Mel. Wait, what happened? Are you doing the Mel thing? What? How did you just change outfits?
Yeah, because I went down.
What was wrong with the other outfit?
I get cold.
Well, why'd you put that one on?
Huh?
I love you. Wait, where are you going?
I get food.
Okay. Be Melville. Why do women wear so many outfits? I'm so confused.
Who are very passionate, have a lot of drive on their own. So yes, I would.
And I know you mentioned in the Would You Rather video, like, as long as they're still contributing something, you said that you would be okay with that as long as you're not the only one who's, you're not the breadwinner, right, per se?
Yeah, and I've actually in the past had, I've made good money ever since being out of college, so I've been, fine. But at the same time, I've had unexpected things pop up. I never want to raise a family and have that kind of stress be on multiple people. So while I make enough money and could be breadwinner of a family, I don't want to run into that problem in the future.
Got it. Yeah, especially because, money is the #1 cause of divorce. It's like, I don't even want to mess with that.
Yeah, I mean...
Is money the #1 cause of divorce?
I would.
I'm curious if the stat is on it. I feel like I've looked at different things and I've never seen that before.
And everything must be very great, too.
So what else would he have to have going for him in order for you to be okay with that?
He would have to just be a really great guy, be able to get along with my family, be a great family person. I'm very family oriented, so I want him to, at least be able to have the same going for him. Maybe he doesn't have a family, that's okay. At least be like putting my family first as well. And have goals and be able to accomplish them and have a good mindset and take care of me, take care of me and myself and put me first and just little things too. So I guess the money doesn't have to mean anything, but as long as
I saw this. The guy kicked the truck and got shot. Bro, fuck him.
So ideally,
why are you kicking another dude's car?
Makes more.
I would.
Get
fucked.
I
hate to say this, but one of my first questions is I'm asking you how much money you make. I don't want to waste your time. Yeah.
You ask that on a first date?
Wait. I mean, yeah, I am. Before I maybe even date you.
What?
Okay, so have you gone on dates where you've asked men that?
Yes.
And what do they say?
So I have 18 questions that I'll ask somebody when I first get to, actually it was my grandfather that asked these first 18 questions. And after he asked those first 18 questions for me to ask a man, I was like, I'm gonna keep this going. I really like where this is going, and that is how I'm able to it's a very good 18 questions.
And you just weed people out. Yeah. Sorry, you didn't
make it.
Did you come from a household that discussed the concept of money? Like, were you raised in a way where you were kind of more aware?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, I was.
I grew up my family has fluctuated financially significantly over the course of my life. So I'm very open-minded when it comes to how much money a person makes, and I don't equate how much money you make to a person's character. There is so many circumstances that affect how much money a person can make.
Imagine being a bad
Assuming
person
that someone makes
and
a lot of
making
money,
a lot of money.
and that
Doesn't
immediately
happen.
means they're a
Imagine
hard
being a
worker.
good
That's not
person
fucking
being
true.
poor. Doesn't happen.
Assuming that someone makes no money and that means they are not a hard worker. That's not fucking true. There are people who work in nonprofits that are the hardest working people you will ever fucking meet, and their time is donated. They probably don't make that much money, but they're the greatest people on this planet.
Wait,
And then there are
nonprofits? You get
people who
paid. You
are
get paid for
born
working in
into
nonprofits.
jobs that they were just given.
Nonprofit
They make
doesn't
a
mean the
shit ton of
people there
money,
don't get
and they didn't
paid.
do anything to earn their work there. They might work 1 hour a day. So as trying to attribute characteristics to the amount of money that someone makes is just not accurate.
That's
there's all this talk about being high value, and a lot of people equate that with making a lot of money, but I don't think that's true. I don't think just because you make a lot of money means that you're high value. And I think viewing people that way
Not
is
a lot,
really
she means? They pay really
detrimental
low?
and
I thought some
harmful
nonprofits
to
pay quite a bit.
relationships.
Maybe I might be wrong.
Agree with you. Yeah, I completely agree with that.
No, not really. I'm very, very fortunate. My parents did make great money. They do make great monay. I'm so fortunate. I really am. I don't mean to highlight my privilege, but that is absolutely where I come from.
Well, you can't help where you're born into.
Right. And so we really never, my parents always instilled just, work hard.
Rolex
and,
is
the money will
nonprofit?
come.
Is that
kind of thing.
true?
And that's to me, I was always like, oh, work hard and money will come. Cool. College, right? So we go to college, and I just graduated with my master's in December. And it's so funny now, because I was even talking to my parents about I'm very surprised on how little I'm making with a master's. And, they both were like, oh, it'll come. The money comes. It comes. And I'm like, okay, sure.
Money
And maybe
makes
that was
them
their
come.
experience. But
You
after
know what I
you're
mean.
telling me all those statistics, I'm like, I don't think so. I really don't. It could. I'm not saying it could not come, but
it takes a long time to make money. It's a good money in a lot of industries.
Right. And so it does take good time, and I am very surprised though. But money was talked about, but my parents are very financially responsible as well.
Yeah.
So maybe they instilled those values in me. So now I'm like, oh, I'm kind of happy they did that, because now I'm like, oh, I'm gonna save all my money.
That's a good skill to have.
Yes and no. My parents always taught us, if you buy something, buy something quality
Destiny
so that
Destiny.
you don't have to replace it over time, that kind of stuff. And my parents always taught us, you got this $20 for your birthday. You got this $10 for your birthday. This is a lot of money, you take care of it. But it wasn't in the way that I think, like when I would raise my kids, I always think of having these 3 jars, right? And so you teach people the difference between this is your invest money. So if you want a lemonade stand, you know, you can go buy lemons with this part of your jar. Another third goes into, you know, savings, and then the other third is your spend fund money kind of thing.
Do you think as a society we prepare people for grasping the concept of income or just financial literacy in general?
No, not at all. No, because there's still so much stigma around how much money you make. Even like the idea of sharing your salary with people in your workspace is like a new thing. Like my team at my company, we are very big about being open about that on our teams, but like have I had managers in the past try to tell me in one-on-ones, hey, don't tell anyone how much money you make? Yeah. Do I know my legal right to do that? Yeah, so I'm gonna keep fucking talking about it. But like no one talks about it, and so we don't know. And that's kind of like the way I was raised, you know, like we didn't have a lot of money when I was really young. We moved to a township where everyone in the township made more money than my family. It was very obvious. I knew it to be true. And I still struggle with my like relationship with money and how I view myself. Like I struggle with that all the time. I try to convince people I make more money than I make by the way I dress, by like the kind of laptop that I get, by just like I feel a need to convince people of it because I know that they're going to be judging me for it, even though I know I'm not probably going to judge someone for it. But like it's a social dynamic that exists, and I fucking hate that it does.
Wow.
A lot of women have sat here and they want a guy who makes $1 million, but they don't understand, first of all, it takes a long time to make money.
So much, yeah.
Like, sometimes you have to grow with a person in your relationship and build your wealth together. Like, it's not just like a millionaire is going to show up on your doorstep.
Absolutely not. Along with a lot of other things that I think we've kind of failed at. But I think people are becoming more aware, and what stinks about it at this point in time is that now people are really feeling the effect of that lack of financial literacy.
No, not at all. When I was going through school, you know, particularly in like high school and in college, there were no financial literacy classes. I know that they try to like teach people stuff, but you know, in my career and things that I see, people have no idea how credit works. People have no idea debt to income ratios. They have no idea how loans work. They have no idea where to even start with a lot of this stuff. And I think that's, you know, doing a disservice to people by not educating and not teaching them. But it starts at home too. If the parents aren't financially literate, they're not going to be able to teach their kids how to be financially literate. So it starts there. I mean, my parents did a really good job teaching us, like my siblings and I, about money and those sort of things. Like, I have no debt. I don't think a lot of people my age can say that.
So you're 24 and you have no debt. That's, I mean...
Yeah, I have no school debt or anything like that because I worked really hard for scholarships, academic scholarships, so that I could put myself through school.
Well, that, I mean, sorry.
Not have to worry about paying back.
Okay, hold on. There's a lot of things being said at the same time here. I put myself through school. Can you say that if you get a scholarship? Do people say that? No, hold on. I'm not even going to agree with chat. Even if most of you side against me, fuck you. No, if somebody says some shit like that, I put myself through school. I'm thinking you work through school. There's nothing wrong with getting a scholarship. If you get a scholarship, that's awesome. But if somebody says, I got a scholarship, that doesn't count as putting yourself through school. Putting yourself through school means you worked and paid it off as you went through it. That's what that means. Fuck you. Even if most of you disagree with me, you're wrong. Fuck you.
Back thousands in loans for the rest of my life. Like, my parents did teach us how to be financially responsible. I can't attribute that to my upbringing. Yes, but not everybody is in that kind of a fortunate position.
Right. Yeah, and I think we can learn a lot about our society by what people don't know, and financial literacy seems to be a big one.
I agree.
Just from interviewing people, like, most people have no idea how rare it is what they're asking for. I mean, if you're sitting here asking for a man who makes $1 million, okay, that's fine, shoot for the stars. But also, what do you bring to the table? What does that guy want from you? And understand that you're asking for
felonies.
a fraction
I got
of a
32
percent of a
felonies.
man.
I got
so if you're not
33
having success in
felonies,
your dating life,
which
well, it
I'm
could
Bill
be because
Bellamy.
You're asking for something incredibly unrealistic.
Nice.
And you're not bringing the value to the table either. People want everything, but they don't want to put any effort in. If you want somebody like that, you have to be willing to bring the same level of effort that person is pulling. Like, it, you know, you can't just expect somebody to hand you everything and you do nothing.
Be what you want to attract, right?
Yes.
Not as well as we could. I was homeschooled, so I had a lot of financial transparency within the education that I received, and I'm really grateful for, to my parents for that. But I hear that, the high schools, they don't really talk about personal finance. People will take courses in college, and that's mind-blowing to me, because unless you're in a business field, you're still not taking a personal finance course.
That is kind of mind-blowing that we don't teach finance in school or whatever. It is really
so
weird.
Why they haven't integrated more
DA press conference on Trump Raymond in 35 minutes.
financial
Gotcha.
courses at the high school level, I think that's way more important than some of the other stuff that they're teaching.
Yeah, like the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Why do I need to know that?
Right. I've never used that other than in that class that I took. So I think that the next generation would be set up so much better if they just made a couple of changes with the education that kids are receiving.
I agree too, and just like
They make you take econ. Heads up. Remember, okay, I know this sounds weird. Econ is not finance. The two have nothing to do with each other. It's like saying that like I'm a power lifter because I got like a PhD in biology. Econ and finance are completely separate things. They're not even remotely related to each other. They don't have anything to do with each other, okay? Not at all. They don't even deal with anything.
understand what they should be working towards, first of all, what's realistic, and what they're asking for in another person. I think expecting something of yourself is one thing, but when you're expecting it from another person, it's a whole new ball game, right? And as a woman makes more money, she typically wants to be with someone who's at her level or above, so then that automatically limits the pool of men that you're selecting from, and decreases your chance of success in your dating life. I mean, even an average master's degree salary, someone who has a master's degree, is $69,786. And think of how much debt you have after going to school. It's crazy. And I think you can learn a lot about our society by what people don't know in this case. And most people don't know the statistics.
No, I don't. I really don't. I wish they taught about it, I really wish they did.
You would think something so important would be something that we learn.
Especially because in society too, it does matter. I mean, money matters as much as we want to say it doesn't. Maybe not in a dating, but just living. I mean, you have to buy groceries, pay rent, to live on your own, to buy a car. Everything requires money. It does. And if
Destiny,
you're
do you think anyone in
not
high
making
school would
enough of
actually
it,
pay
that's your
attention to
life is
financial
constantly
literacy?
stressing about
I
where am
hear
I
this a
getting money
lot,
from?
but I
How do
feel
I
like
make
when I
ends meet?
think
How
back
do
to
I
my
get to
public
a
school
relationship?
experience,
How do I
half
raise
of
a
these
family?
people
How do I
wouldn't
do
pay
this?
attention
And
in a course like
that's
civics
so
either.
incredibly difficult.
Actually
and
true.
Nobody prepares
That's
you
probably
for that.
true. They
We
probably
don't go to
wouldn't pay
school and
attention.
Nobody prepares you hey, this is how the world works, and this is why money is important. This is why, I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't think we were prepared at all.
It does matter to an extent, and I think to say it doesn't would be silly, right?
Yes.
Because financial
Yes.
independence and being responsible, I think, matters a lot. And then money is the #1 cause of divorce, so it's clearly X is affecting Y, and it's like a trickle-down effect,
Yes.
right? It does matter.
It does. Absolutely it does.
No, I think also in our culture, we're so hush-hush about talking about money. And I think that we've had this whole American dream pushed on us for so long. And what does that look like? It's the money, it's the beautiful things, it's the beautiful wife, it's the picket fence and everything else. And that...
Wow, we're getting red pilled in here, guys.
What is it? What was it Hemingway that said this? That a lot of people think of themselves as just an embarrassed,
temporarily embarrassed
millionaire in waiting. Yeah, a lot of people are thinking when I win the lottery, when I do this, these really unrealistic expectations. And I remember from my own upbringing and education where financial literacy isn't really pushed on you. Wasn't really taught in schools. It was learn everything except how to take care of yourself, really. And I think that's been such a detriment to a lot of people because you just see the flex in front of you. You don't see either the work behind it or the credit card debt behind it or anything else behind it. The only advice I really got was if you can't pay off the credit card bill every month all the way, cut up the credit card.
True.
But we are such a consumer society that it's hard for people to not want to, again, feed into this idea that new is better, and it's, giving us a serotonin hit of
new shiny things and not really understanding that that's temporary, but that debt is there.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people also don't know, like, some of the most wealthy people in the world are the most depressed. And just because you have all these nice things or make all this money, I mean, to a certain threshold, life really doesn't get much better for you.
Right.
Once you have a certain amount of things. Of course, it's nice to be, not having to worry about bills and being paycheck to paycheck. But after that, it's kind of just like,
now what?
Yeah.
And if you don't have hobbies or goals or things that get you excited about getting up for the day, then you're gonna be unhappy. And again, money isn't.
Okay, do we need their life philosophies? Are we done with
In
this?
my younger days, it was, yeah, sure, I would definitely have fell into that fantasy before, and then.
Okay, we're good on this. Is there like live coverage of this Trump thing right now going on? Can you the basics of personal finance besides budgeting? I don't know what that means. I don't know. I think you're missing a verb there, buddy. Rickroll? Is that what that is? Good one, Cake. Or Obama. Nice one. Live stream.
Quite striking, but seeing that wide shot where he is at the defense table and you see the court police, he's in custody, he's in their control, I think is very striking.
It's almost like any other defendant on any other day sitting in a courtroom. I noted, having covered Trump for a long time, his body language hunched over, hands clasped between his legs. Jamie, you were talking about.
Do you think Nancy Pelosi is guilty of insider trading?
An angry Trump.
I don't know. I've never seen any compelling evidence for it.
Someone whose lips are pursed, his eyes are small. He's looking right at the cameras because he knows that they are there and what they're there to do. This is a frustrating moment for someone
from algorithm
who
measures Vigo factorially.
Actually
with this run
has tried in so many ways to use the justice system to do things that he has wanted it to do and has been frustrated when it hasn't happened. And now he finds that he is, he calls himself a victim, but he is now the subject of the justice system itself. And it's a frustrating moment for him, I'm sure.
And he's forced today to live in reality. We're reading body language right now. Pretty soon we'll get to read an indictment. That's the most important thing that will happen today, seeing what's actually on paper and what they can lay out, to Carrie's point about how do they connect the dots here. But reading his body language, this is a man, Andy mentioned CEOs in court, average Joe's in court. This has to be a thud for him because he lives in a fantasy land. He's going to go back to Mar-a-Lago tonight where he has an office that he made deliberately to look like the Oval Office, where they have napkins with a seal that looks like the presidential seal. He calls his plane Trump Force One. He insists that everybody call him Mr. President. He says that Joe Biden lost the election and that he should have been reinstated already. He's not in that world anymore. He's a defendant in a trial case right now. One other point I just want to make. I'm just looking at Twitter. Donald Trump Jr. just tweeted a picture of the judge's daughter saying she worked for the Biden-Harris campaign, seems to be relevant. Oh my God. It is not relevant. It is not relevant. She's an individual adult. But this is what I was about to say. This is the game they play. It's not a game. It's not a game. This is how they play. Right. They try to intimidate, they attack, and they put at risk people who should not be dragged into this process. If Donald Trump is presumed innocent, if he can beat these charges, good for him. The judge's daughter has nothing to do with this, but this is what they do. This is how they have so taken this country off the rails and outside the norms.
And there's a reason why they took the prosecutor's pictures off the website for similar reasons. And it's really unfortunate that that is a world in which we live, and you have people on social media doing what you just described. Another thing that I keep thinking about is that Trump fought back against media companies, against businesses, you name it, for decades, trying to use the threat of lawsuits by doing that. One of the people in recent years, before he became president, that he used as his chief henchman, this is what he calls himself, was Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen was the man who kept him out of the very situation that we are looking at that he is in right now. And today, because Michael Cohen turned after he took the fall for Donald Trump, that is why Donald Trump is sitting there right now. The man that he employed put him there. And again, it is not only necessarily Michael Cohen's testimony. We believe there's certainly documentation and evidence that are going to go into these 34 counts that we're going to see soon. But that turn of events is quite noteworthy.
Karen, I want to ask you a question and then throw back to Anderson. When somebody within the former president's circle, like his son, or a campaign, or people directly affiliated with him, posts an image of the daughter of the judge at a time where political violence is increasingly becoming more and more normal and more accepted, is that something that the judge could admonish the defendant and those in his immediate circle to not do, or is that something that people just now accept as a modern reality?
No, that will not be accepted. That will not be okay. In fact, the fact that this is going on significantly longer than anyone would have anticipated, and much longer than a normal arraignment, leads me to believe that the judge is having some sort of very serious discussions in court right now, because
the arraignment is happening right now,
but it's private. All the things that Donald Trump wants to do, make the arguments about whether the statute of limitations or sufficiency of the grand jury or whether a charge counts as elevating it to a false business record, that will all be done in writing, in motion practice. It will be briefed by lawyers at another date. Right now, the only thing that's happening in court, it's just supposed to be an arraignment. It would not be anything about custody or bail, since this crime is not bail eligible.
So a grand jury reviewed some evidence that was brought to them by prosecutors, and the grand jury has to decide, hey, are we going to charge this man, Donald J. Trump, with a crime? They've decided, yes, we are going to charge him with a crime. And so the next step of that is, once they've filed the paperwork, now there's an arraignment. An arraignment is when a person is essentially arrested or detained, I guess, right? Or a person is brought to a courthouse where a judge is going to read off, hey, just so you know, you're being formally charged with a crime. These are the crimes that you're charged with. I think you have the ability right now to enter a guilty or not guilty plea. And then I think you're taken into custody, and then the court process begins. I think he is being arrested now, right? After the arraignment, or...
That's another, they are committing more crimes. And so whether he gets arrested for them is a decision that will have to be made by law enforcement. But I can assure you,
I don't know if he goes back
tomorrow.
He might go back home on house arrest. I'm not sure. He might not go to jail. He might go back to house arrest.
And this judge knows the Trump organization and Trump and his ways and his allies. He sat and was the judge who presided over the Trump organization trial. So he is not a stranger to the ways of Donald Trump and Donald Trump's orbit. And he will absolutely have a pre-prepared and pre-planned speech and admonition that he is giving to he is defendant Trump right now before Judge Merchan, and letting him know what that means and what, as the judge of this court, will expect of him as a defendant.
Anderson, back to you.
Yeah, Adam Kaufman, who's been watching this. Adam,
so in a YouTube chat said he's not getting arrested. They offered to do this over a Zoom call.
One possible thing that the judge is discussing. What else would account for the length of time here? We had talked earlier about
how would going to jail even work
this
with Secret Service protection. Literally, nobody has any idea. I don't think anybody knows.
Of facts, or if it's a lengthier indictment that sort of tells a story. I'm wondering if that plays a role here as well.
You know, Anderson, it's not. Unless they didn't waive the reading of the indictment. That's certainly a possibility, in which case they're reading however many pages and however many counts this is. In 18 years as a prosecutor, I never saw that happen. But it's certainly possible. But it's, to Karen's point, an arraignment takes 5 minutes. It's over and done with. Especially here, there's no bail consideration. There's nothing really to talk about.
No bail.
Motions are made on papers. They're not made orally.
Arrested.
Even if defense counsel wanted to stand up and give a speech for 5 minutes about how outrageous this is, I still can't imagine what could possibly be taking this much time.
What the?
Karen, we had talked earlier about Adam had brought up the idea of a conspiracy count. Talk a little bit about what that might entail, if in fact there is such a thing, and why that would be important.
Yeah, so interestingly, what it says right there on the monitor, Trump pleads not guilty to 34 felony counts. What that tells me is there may not be a conspiracy charge, because the charges that we expect to see here are falsifying a business record in the first degree, which is a Class E felony, the lowest level felony. And a conspiracy to commit that crime would make it an A misdemeanor. So to Adam's point that he made earlier about what would the...
I'm sorry, Karen, it looks like they're about to come out of the courtroom. Let's listen into the hall.
How did you plead, President Trump? How did you plead?
You know the DA is getting around the statute of limitations? Yeah, there's a way to do that. I'll explain after this, I think.
So obviously any thought that the former president was going to be coming to cameras and obviously not happening. Whether or not he wanted to, we don't know. He is still in the custody, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ellie, he is still in the custody of authorities.
He is until he walks out that door, Anderson. He is in the custody of the Manhattan District Attorney's office. He presumably has been released on his own recognizance, which means he will come back tomorrow whenever he is told. We should get a sense of what the schedule is. What we will learn coming out of this, of course, the biggest thing is the indictment itself. And we're still waiting on that. It has now been unsealed. It should be available to the public. It's possible they were waiting for this proceeding to end before they posted it. We also should get a sense of the schedule moving forward. When will discovery be due? And when will motions be made? So we'll have a sense of how this is going to proceed. And we'll also learn, presumably, what took so long in there. Was the judge talking to them about some of the over-the-line statements that have been made?
Karen, just in terms of what is happening right now, so the former president has left the courtroom. Where does he go from here?
So now they are going to take him out of the building probably the same way that they brought him in, which is through a separate elevator that's typically only available to judges and the district attorney. They'll take him from the 15th floor all the way down to the first floor, where he will then walk out of what's the Hogan Place entrance. The street right here is called Hogan Place. It's a very tiny little street in lower Manhattan named after District Attorney Hogan, and they'll put him in a car, and it's over.
So at what point is he no longer in custody? When you exit?
He's no longer in custody now. He's under guard because they have to protect him, but as soon as he's released from court, he's no longer in custody.
We believe he's leaving now, I believe, John.
So presumably he was released on his own recognizance. We have ears in the courtroom, but they're trying to get to places to communicate to us. But he'll get in the same motorcade package that brought him here. That will take him back to LaGuardia Airport, where his plane is standing by, and he is scheduled to fly out of New York today. Now, this is all subject to change, but the plan was to fly out of New York today on his private jet to Mar-a-Lago without coming back to Trump Tower to hold a press conference. And what we've seen is, for all the discussions about making a statement on the way in or a statement on the way out at the courthouse, that obviously didn't happen. So
wonder why he didn't make any statements.
That motorcade is now on the move.
Also standing by, Laura Coates, John Dean are joining us. Laura Coates.
Trump seems like a guy that likes making statements, right? I don't know.
Now leaving.
I wonder if that means it was like really bad, or maybe they still don't have any plans.
They're heading back to John, do you think Trump Tower or do you think the airport?
He has a press conference tonight at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, but they don't want to say anything to the cameras coming out of the arraignment courthouse or whatever.
And straight back to Palm Beach.
It's kind of weird.
Laura
Coates,
Coates, what do you make of the lengthy arraignment?
Well, listen, there has only been 46 presidents in the history of our country and millions of criminal defendants. And look what we have now. One who is now a criminal defendant on his way out of a courtroom, an extraordinary amount of time to have him there. He is likely trying to argue a point about the relevance of this particular case. I assume his lawyers were the ones to do so. But note who was behind him in that courtroom. You didn't have Secret Service. You had two presumable marshals, one with handcuffs dangling on her own waist wristband and appeared to wear gloves. You're seeing the conduct of what would happen for every criminal defendant in this country, and Donald Trump was now one of them. Going forward, the schedule is going to be so important. Importantly, Anderson, look for that pre-trial motion briefing schedule. That's where you'll have the motions to dismiss. That's where you'll have the challenges as to whether this is likely to be an appropriate elevation from a misdemeanor to a felony offense. That's going to be the next consequential step here. And of course,
when does the public get the unsealed indictments? Is this happening anytime soon?
We know the law and order adage. Anything he says can and will be used against him, including his statements on social media and even through different agents on his behalf.
If you have extra stone, start building walls. I have no extra stone.
I want to go to Caitlin Collins, who is on the 15th floor. Caitlin, very brief glimpse of the former president as he exited the courthouse. I'm wondering from your vantage point what you saw.
Well, remarkable, Anderson, that he did not come over to reporters. We were about 50 feet away from where he was there, and he was expected to come speak to us before, but he was in that courtroom for about 45 minutes or so, much longer, or I would say a little bit longer than what his attorneys had said beforehand. They believed he was going to be in there for. They had predicted about 30 minutes or so, and they had expected it to be a relatively smooth process. He obviously did not look pleased coming out of that courtroom. I will say we saw officers come out, and the metal barricades, you could see, they turned them around. And the way the barricades hooked is with like a claw in the middle. They hooked them. So it did not appear
she was talking to Soros.
To the front. It's unclear why. We've asked officials here, why the barricades were there in the direct access to it, but that is, ultimately part of why he did not come over to the media as we were standing there. Obviously did not look pleased. You could see it on his face, despite his attorney saying that, he was in a resilient mood earlier today.
Let's go straight to Kara Scannell, just got out of the courtroom. Kara, what have you learned?
An hour. I'm in a very crowded space, so I hope you can hear me.
I hear you, Kara. Go ahead, you're on the air.
The former president pleaded not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Those are all felony counts.
All 34 counts were just on the falsifying records?
In 2015 and involved the payment of
is that one? Do we know that, or is she just speaking?
Stormy Daniels, as part of the allegations, prosecutors said that this was part of an effort to promote his candidacy by burying negative stories ahead of the election. And now we don't have all the additional details of what else might be included in this, but that is how they outlined it in court. Now, in this brief, well, it was about a 45-minute arraignment, when the former president entered the room, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He walked in, he licked his lips. He was scanning each of the rows.
Thanks for the dramatic rating.
There were about 60 members of the press in there, each row flanked by court security officers. We were not allowed to use any electronic devices, so we've all kind of been filing out now to report the news. He spoke only a few times. He entered the plea not guilty on his own. He also was addressed by the judge, who addressed to him some of the threatening statements that he made. That was something that prosecutors had raised. They had asked the judge not to impose any kind of gag order, but just to raise the potential issues of Trump's threatening social media posts. They handed up copies of those posts to the court and to Trump. The judge said that he was not going to impose any kind of gag order. He said he wouldn't, even if he was asked right now, but he did warn the former and also the prosecutors to warn their witnesses to tamp down their rhetoric, to reduce what they were saying about the case, and the judge warned both sides, but particularly speaking to former President Trump, not to make any statements that would incite any violence or threats against any officials. The former president has put on
Oh, hey, Tier 5, Colin.
We're having a problem with Kara. We'll try to get back in contact. Ellie Honig?
So, Anderson, we are getting our first look at the indictment, and with the proviso that we've not yet had a chance to read all of it, a couple of initial impressions. First of all, this is what we call a bare bones indictment, contrary to what we were discussing before. This essentially just lays out the statutory language, the name, the date of each offense, but there is not a lot of detail in what we're seeing at this moment. There do appear to be 34 charges in here. There does not appear to be, and we're looking at it for the first time, there does not appear to be a conspiracy charge per se. Now, that doesn't mean they can still explain the whole scheme at trial, but it looks like these are charges based on falsifying of business records and then falsifying business records in order to commit or conceal some other crime. So those are some initial impressions as we page through this indictment for the first time.
Karen?
Yeah, and interestingly, it does not...
By the way, where are you getting this?
I
read
was
it on
given
Twitter.
a copy.
Okay, go ahead.
But I have been given they did file a statement of facts in addition to this bare bones indictment. The indictment itself doesn't talk about whether or not the
there's not going to be anything good in the indictment
upon to bump it up from a misdemeanor to a felony.
That's what we want to know.
But there is
okay, here's my understanding of it so far. If a lawyer wants to come in quickly, go for it. So the problem is falsifying records is like a class Z misdemeanor. That's some shit where you come in and you like fucking pay $20 and you leave. It's a stupid. Nobody cares about this shit. The only way to now, why people are saying that this is political, why people are frustrated over this, is that in order to bump that up from a class Z misdemeanor to something that's actually worthwhile, is you have to overcome the statute of limitations, meaning the time to press charges for that crime has already expired. I think it's like 3 years or something. It's already expired for when those payments were made. But if that misdemeanor was committed in order to cover up another crime, so something related to election fraud or misappropriation of campaign funds or whatever, if it was committed to cover up another crime, that means that now you can upgrade these charges to something where the statute of limitations wouldn't have passed. But that's what we want to know from the indictments. Everybody wants to know, what are you saying that he was covering up these payments for? Nobody actually gives a fuck about these misdemeanor charges. They want to know why these misdemeanor charges were upgraded. If we don't get that information today, we're not really getting anything, which sucks, but...
the business records of various entities in New York. So the DA's office here is relying on election laws as the crimes that were being either concealed or committed to elevate the falsifying business records to a felony. It says one component of the scheme was that at the defendant's request, a lawyer who then worked...
Hello? Who joined?
Oh, it's esports.
Oh, hi.
You were asking for a lawyer...
Wait,
I think
hold on. I think somebody just linked these indictments. Are these the indictments?
Looks like it.
Is it people? The lady here just said that it was just standard language.
Let me.
And that's what it looks like.
This is the first time I'm looking at it too, so give me just a second.
The defendant in the County of New York and elsewhere on or about February 14th, 2017, with intent to defraud and intent to commit another crime and aid and conceal the commission thereof, made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise. But we're not going to know what that other crime is, right? That's not in these indictments.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it is.
This is literally a Mr. Girl hit, well, because this is just copy pasted. Every single count is going to be the exact same, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Am I super fucking loud? Turn your mix down. All right. Yeah, it looks like there doesn't seem to be anything. It's just saying that it's according to invoices by Michael Cohen.
Yeah. So each of these charges, I'm guessing, is probably just for another entry in the books.
Yeah, each entry. Well, they kind of already hinted at that each entry in the books is going to be its own count.
Yeah, of course, which is I think kind of normal. But I think But what we're curious about is the other crime that's being covered up.
Yeah, and I think that's the bigger issue. The other thing that's missing here, and that's going to go to your discussion of the statute of limitations and the difficulty with that, is going to be the lack of a conspiracy charge. Because I don't know if you saw what I linked earlier, but there was a New York attorney who was talking about the fact that for a first-degree conspiracy charge, there is no statute of limitations in
but we don't see any of that in these indictments.
Yeah.
So how can they charge these with intent to cover up another crime? Can they do that without charging the other crime?
I mean, presumably that's going to come out during trial, or it's going to come out during discovery or subsequent stuff.
Wait, hold on. What you just said can't be real. You can charge me with a crime past the statute of limitations with the hope that in discovery you can figure out something to make that charge stick?
No. What I'm saying is, as far as we understanding the public, that's going to be probably subject to later on when we find out. That may be something that they have already discussed as part of this. But to that same end, it depends on what they're going to do. I'd be interested to see exactly what the DA is going to do, because, like I said, yes, it's very bare bones, but it doesn't even include like facts or anything. It just says due to a invoice given to Michael Cohen and a Donald J. Trump revocable trust account bearing check number. Okay, so they are.
Wait, also, can I ask? Can you charge other crimes during discovery?
Yes. Like you can have superseding indictment. Look at FTX.
Okay.
Great example, where they're constantly finding new stuff based on what they're finding through the initial investigations with Sam Bankman-Fried. It's called a superseding indictment, and that's it, or subsequent indictments.
Okay.
The idea being that as you, especially with complicated criminal transactions, you might find additional stuff. Let me see if I can just find a good example for chat to just link it. But it's additional charges that are filed after the original indictment, and here you go.
I mean, you just tell me, I believe you. I was curious.
Well, no, I mean, it's from another law firm in case you want, But the idea here is that they're going to, okay, let's see. Your thoughts on this? That's a lot of felony counts. Well, yeah, we're reading it right now. But the idea is that once you find more additional information, you can make additional charges. They
must already have the conspiracy in mind, though, to overcome the statute of limitations on this, right?
Well, what's super interesting about this is not just the fact that they have the information, but more to the fact that they're identifying individual check numbers. So, presumably, they're going to be able to more or less tell people what's going on. This is...
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
wait. Are you reading the statement of fact?
Statement of fact.
Okay.
Yep. Here we go.
This,
okay. Yep.
Okay. The defendant, Donald J. Trump, repeatedly and fraudulently falsified New York business records to conceal criminal conduct that hid damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election. From August 2015 to December... Oh, wait, hold on. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, these are criminal charges, meaning all of this has to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. From August 2015 to December 2017, the defendant orchestrated a scheme with others to influence the 2016 presidential election by identifying and purchasing negative information about him to suppress its publication and benefit the defendant's electoral prospects. So this is the scheme that people were talking about that was going to be tried legally that I believe is untested, or I don't know if anybody's done a charge like this before, but the idea is essentially that they found these fraudulent business transactions, but they're upgrading these because it's in the commission of another crime, which is trying to influence the election through payments that weren't properly accounted for. But it'll get more specific.
Well, that last sentence is also super interesting, right? The participants also took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true natures of the payment made in furtherance of the scheme.
Yeah.
To me, that seems like they might also be going for a tax angle to say that they were trying to shield, basically commit tax fraud.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, but it's got to be something more severe for Donald J. Trump, the ex-president of the United States. It's got to be something more than tax fraud.
They got him on tax for Capone, so...
Yeah, but again, but we'll see. In order to execute the unlawful scheme, the participants violated election laws, this is, I think, a big one, and made and caused false entries in the business records of various entities in the state of New York. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized, for tax purposes, the true nature of the payments made in furtherance of the scheme. One component of the scheme was that, at the defendant's request, a lawyer who then worked for the Trump Organization as special counsel to defendant, lawyer A, this is Michael Cohen, I believe, covertly paid $130,000 to an adult film actress shortly before the election to prevent her from publicizing a sexual encounter with the defendant. This would be Stormy Daniels, I believe. Lawyer A made the $130,000 payment through a shell corporation he set up and funded at a bank in Manhattan. This payment was illegal, and Lawyer A has since pleaded guilty to making an illegal campaign contribution and served time in prison. Further, false entries were made in New York business records to effectuate this payment, separate and apart from the New York business records used to conceal the payment. After the election, the defendant reimbursed Lawyer A for the illegal payment through a series of monthly checks. First, from the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust, the defendant's trust, a trust created under the laws of New York, which held the Trump Organization entity assets after the defendant was elected president, and then from the defendant's bank account. Each check was processed by the Trump Organization, and each check was disguised as a payment for legal services rendered in a given month, 2017, pursuant to a retainer agreement. The payment records kept and maintained by the Trump Organization were false New York business records. In truth, there was no retainer agreement, and Lawyer A was not being paid for legal services rendered in 2017. The defendant caused his entity's business records to be falsified to disguise his and others' criminal conduct. Wait, so far, the only criminal conduct described is the tax thing, right?
And the falsification of
what? But I mean, the thing that would upgrade it from the misdemeanor to the
to
the felony.
and then
okay, all right.
The potentially, because there's a sovereignty issue with potential election fraud payments as far as to whether or not that the state can get involved in that.
Sure.
But we'll see how that once shakes out.
Yeah, okay. Background. The defendant is the beneficial owner of a collection of business entities known by the trade name the Trump Organization. The Trump Organization comprises approximately 507 entities that, among other business activities, own and manage hotels, golf courses, commercial real estate, condominium developments, and other properties. The Trump Organization is headquartered at 725 Fifth Avenue in New York County. From approximately June 2015 to November 2016, the defendant was a candidate for the office of President of the United States. On January 20th, 2017, he became President of the United States. The scheme. The catch and kill scheme to suppress negative information. During and in furtherance of his candidacy for president, the defendant and others agreed to identify and suppress negative stories about him. Two parties to this agreement have admitted to committing illegal conduct in connection with the scheme. In August, the two parties, one is Michael Cohen. Who's the second person?
Probably Pecker, who is the head of the National Enquirer.
What was illegal about what he did?
I guess because he worked as an intermediary to broker the deals, and because my understanding was the National Enquirer more or less facilitated a lot of the stories being bought, and the negative headed off much of the publicity that would be negative towards Donald Trump. It has been long rumored that Trump was like an informant for the National Enquirer, so a lot of like the celebrity gossip that they were getting their hands on happens to do with that. Alan Weisselberg is another person who's the former CFO of the Trump industry, so it could be him as well.
Okay,
as far
someone
as
in chat linked the Weisselberg guy.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay. In August of 2018, Lawyer A, that's Cohen, pleaded guilty to 2 federal crimes involving illegal campaign contributions and subsequently served time in prison. In addition, in August of 2018, American Media Inc., AMI, a media company that owned and published magazines and supermarket tabloids, including the National Enquirer, admitted in a non-prosecution agreement that it made a payment to a source of a story to ensure that the source did not publicize damaging allegations about the defendant before the 2016 presidential election and thereby influenced that election.
And that non-prosecution agreement is going to be super interesting because the details of that, as far as what they testify to, is going to be instructive for a lot of things, because it might open up the case to not just be about Stormy Daniels or what was the other woman, Karen McDougal, I think it is.
Some other points.
It might involve other people, and it might involve other stories or other payoffs over the years.
In 2015, Trump Tower meeting. In June of 2015, the defendant announced his candidacy for president of the United States. Soon after, in August 2015, the defendant met with Lawyer A and AMI's chairman and chief executive officer, the AMI CEO, at Trump Tower in New York County. At the meeting, the AMI CEO agreed to help with the defendant's campaign, saying that he would act as the eyes and ears for the campaign by looking out for negative stories about the defendant and alerting Lawyer A before the stories were published. The AMI CEO also agreed to publish negative stories about the defendant's competitors for the election. Jeez. Suppressing the Dorman story. A few months later, in or about October or November of 2015, the AMI CEO learned that a former Donald Trump doorman, the doorman was trying to sell information regarding a child that the defendant had allegedly fathered out of wedlock. Oh my God, he's getting Drake meeked or whatever? What the fuck is it?
So this actually, I guess this implies a potential third woman at the very least.
Maybe. Well, wait, I don't even know if this is true. Let me just keep reading here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
At the AMI CEO's direction, the AMI negotiated and signed an agreement to pay the doorman $30,000 to acquire exclusive rights to the story. AMI falsely characterized this payment in AMI's books and records, including in its general ledger. AMI purchased the information from the doorman without fully investigating his claims, but the AMI CEO directed that the deal take place because of his agreement with the defendant and lawyer A. Or Pusher T, not Meekmel, my bad. When AMI later concluded that the story was not true, the AMI CEO wanted to release the doorman from the agreement. However, lawyer A instructed the AMI CEO not to release the doorman until after the presidential election, and the AMI CEO complied with the instruction because of his agreement with the defendant and lawyer A. I think that the search and kill shit is probably okay, or the catch and kill scheme for news stories is probably okay, but probably not to influence an election. I think as a normal, like, mean of business, you can buy and kill stories if you want to do that, but I don't think you can do it for the purposes of influencing an election. I think that might be
well, here's the other problem. You're now, with the help of AMI, establishing not a one-off or a two-off. You're potentially establishing like a revolving business, like a consistent, which is where the conspiracy comes in. And this is also where the whispers of RICO charges have come into play, where like if you have a consistent criminal enterprise where you're engaging in this regularly, that could be a big deal. And I think that's where they're going with this, which is they're opening up the door with AMI to say, here are all the things that Trump has done over the years to act as an informant, but also engage in business records manipulation through these payoffs. And here is the proof of that through AMI.
Gotcha. All right, ready? When AMI later concluded the story was not true, blah, blah, blah. Okay, read this. Okay. Suppressing woman one's account. About 5 months before the presidential election, in or about June 2016, the editor-in-chief of the National Enquirer and AMI's chief content officer, the AMI editor-in-chief, contacted lawyer A about a woman 1, who alleged that she had a sexual relationship with the defendant while he was married. I believe this is Stormy Daniels, right? The AMI editor-in-chief updated lawyer A regularly about the matter over text message and by telephone. The defendant did not want this information to become public because he was concerned about the effect it could have on his candidacy. Thereafter, the defendant, the AMI CEO, and lawyer A had a series of discussions about who should pay off woman 1 to secure her silence. AMI ultimately paid $150,000 to woman 1 in exchange for her agreement not to speak out about the alleged sexual relationship, as well as for 2 magazine cover features of woman 1 and a series of articles that would be published under her byline. There's another topic for Trump's hypocrisy. Trump threw Cohen buying stories from crooked media. You can't trust the media. I bought all this. Oh, true. True, actually. Oh, no. You can never criticize Trump for that, because if you point out to conservatives like, well, look, isn't Trump kind of breaking the media? Then all the conservatives say, oh, well, he's just playing the same game everybody else is playing. The media's already rigged. Yeah. Dave Chappelle had a bit about this where he called him an honest liar, basically. AMI falsely characterized the payment in AMI's books and records, including in its general ledger. This is another reason why I think that what they did is probably illegal. I mean, there's probably a law we can just look at, but like, it was probably illegal. That's probably why they're mischaracterizing the payments, because they know this is illegal, right? The AMI CEO agreed to the deal after discussing it with both the defendant and lawyer A, and on the understanding from lawyer A that the defendant or the Trump organization would reimburse AMI. Oh, the $150K was to Catherine McDougal. Gotcha. In a conversation captured in an audio recording in approximately September 2016 concerning Woman 1's account, the defendant and lawyer A discussed how to obtain the rights to Woman 1's account from AMI, and how to reimburse AMI for its payment. Lawyer A told the defendant he would open up a company for the transfer of Woman 1's account and other information, and stated that he had spoken to the chief financial officer for the Trump organization, the TOCFO, about how to set the whole thing up. The defendant asked, so what do we got to pay for this? $150, and suggested paying by cash. When lawyer A disagreed, the defendant then mentioned payment by check. After the conversation, lawyer A created a shell company called Resolution Consultants, LLC, on or about September 30th, 2016. Less than 2 months before the election, on or about September 30th, 2016, the AMI CEO signed an agreement in which AMI agreed to transfer its rights to Woman 1's account to lawyer A's shell company for $125,000. However, after the assignment agreement was signed, but before the reimbursement took place, the AMI CEO consulted with AMI's general counsel and then told lawyer A that the deal to transfer rights to lawyer A's shell company was off. Suppressing Woman 2's account. About 1 month before the election, on or about October 7th, 2016, news broke that the defendant had been caught on tape saying to the host of Access Hollywood, "I just start kissing them, women. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they'll let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything." The evidence shows that both the defendant and his campaign staff were concerned that the tape would harm his visibility or viability as a candidate and reduce his standing with female voters in particular. Shortly after the Access Hollywood tape became public, the AMI editor-in-chief contacted the AMI CEO about another woman, woman 2, who alleged she had a sexual encounter with the defendant while he was married. The AMI CEO told the AMI editor-in-chief to notify lawyer A. On or about October 10th, 2016, the AMI editor-in-chief connected lawyer A with woman 2's lawyer, lawyer B. Lawyer A then negotiated a deal with lawyer B to secure woman 2's silence and prevent disclosure of the damaging information in the final weeks before the presidential election. Under the deal that lawyer B negotiated, woman 2 would be paid $130,000 for the rights to her account. Damn, these women just fuck a guy and get paid big bucks for it. The defendant directed lawyer A to delay making a payment to woman 2 as long as possible. He instructed lawyer A that if they could delay the payment until after the election, they could avoid paying altogether. What? The defendant directed lawyer A to delay making a payment to woman 2 as long as possible. He instructed lawyer A that if they could delay the payment until after the election, they could avoid paying altogether. Because at that point, it would not matter if the story became public. As reflected in emails and text messages between and among lawyer A, lawyer B, and the AMI editor-in-chief, lawyer A attempted to delay making payment as long as possible. Ultimately, with pressure mounting and the election approaching, the defendant agreed to the payoff and directed lawyer A to proceed. Lawyer A discussed the deal with the defendant and the TO-CFO. The defendant did not want to make the $130,000 payment himself and asked lawyer A and the TO-CFO to find a way to make the payment. After discussing various payment options with the TO-CFO, lawyer A agreed he would make the payment. Before making the payment, lawyer A confirmed with the defendant that the defendant would pay him back. On or about October 26th, shortly after speaking with the defendant on the phone, lawyer A opened a bank account in Manhattan in the name of Essential Consultants LLC, a new shell company he had created to effectuate the payment. He then transferred $131,000 from his personal home equity line of credit into that account. On or about October 27th, lawyer A wired $130,000 from his Essential Consultants LLC account in New York to lawyer B to suppress woman 2's account. Post-election communications with AMI CEO. On November 8th, 2016, the defendant won the presidential election and became the president-elect. Thereafter, AMI released both the doorman and woman 1 from their NDAs, their non-disclosure agreements. Isn't HELOC only for personal renovations of their house? I thought it was, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you can get HELOC for anything. I don't know. The defendant was inaugurated as president on January 20th, 2017. Between Election Day and Inauguration Day, during the period of the defendant's transition to his role as president, the defendant met with the AMI CEO privately in Trump Tower in Manhattan. The defendant thanked the AMI CEO for handling the stories of the doorman and woman 1 and invited the AMI CEO to the inauguration. The summer of 2017, the defendant invited the AMI CEO to the White House for a dinner to thank him for his help during the campaign. The defendant falsified business records. Shortly after being elected president, the defendant arranged to reimburse lawyer A for the payoff he made on the defendant's behalf. In or around January 2017, the TO-CFO and lawyer A met to discuss how lawyer A would be reimbursed for the money he paid to ensure woman 2's silence. The TO-CFO asked lawyer A to bring a copy of a bank statement for the Essential Consultants account showing the $130,000 payment. The TO-CFO and lawyer A agreed to a total repayment of amount of $420,000. Blaze it! They reached the figure by adding a $130,000 payment to a $50,000 payment for another expense, for which lawyer A also claimed reimbursement, for a total of $180K. The TO-CFO then doubled the amount to $360,000 so that lawyer A could characterize the payment as income on his tax returns instead of a reimbursement, and lawyer A would be left with $180,000 after paying approximately $50,000 or 50% in income taxes. Finally, the TO-CFO added an additional $60K as a supplemental year-end bonus. Together, these amounts totaled $420,000. The TO-CFO memorialized these calculations in handwritten notes and a copy of the bank statement that lawyer A had provided. The defendant, the TO-CFO, and lawyer A then agreed that lawyer A would be paid the $420,000 through 12 monthly payments of $35,000 over the course of 2017. Each month, lawyer A was to send an invoice to the defendant through Trump Organization employees, falsely requesting payment of $35,000 for legal services rendered in a given month of 2017, pursuant to a retainer agreement. At no point did lawyer A have a retainer agreement with the defendant of the Trump Organization. They couldn't even fake a retainer. In early February 2017, the defendant and lawyer A met in the Oval Office at the White House and confirmed this repayment arrangement. On or about February 14th, 2017, lawyer A emailed the controller of the Trump Organization, the TO controller, the first monthly invoice, which stated, pursuant to the retainer agreement, kindly remit payment for services rendered for the months of January and February 2017. The invoice requested payment in the amount of $35,000 for each of these 2 months. The TO-CFO approved the payment, and in turn, the TO controller sent the invoice to the Trump Organization Accounts Payable Supervisor, the TO Accounts Payable Supervisor, with the following instructions: post to legal expenses, put retainer for the months of January and February 2017 in the description. They're interviewing Trump's lawyer right now. Wait, on which? Or just link to the YouTube video afterwards. Lawyer A submitted 10 similar monthly invoices by email to the Trump Organization for the remaining months of 2017. Each invoice falsely stated that it was being submitted pursuant to the retainer agreement and falsely requested payment for services rendered for a month of 2017. In fact, there was no such retainer agreement, and Lawyer A was not being paid for services rendered any months of 2017. The TO controller forwarded each invoice to the TO accounts payable supervisor. Consistent with the TO controller's initial instructions, the TO accounts payable supervisor printed out each invoice and marked it with an accounts payable stamp in the General Ledger Code 51505 for legal expenses. The Trump Organization maintained the invoices as records of expenses paid. As instructed, the TO accounts payable supervisor recorded each payment of the Trump Organization, falsely describing it as a legal expense, trying to obtain digital entry, calling a voucher, and these vouchers, like vouchers or expenses, became part of the general ledgers. Is there anything interesting in here? The check stub falsely recorded the payment as retainer. The remaining 9 checks, corresponding to the ones of April to December, were paid by the defendant personally. Oh, the interview is muted top right.
Attorney/fixer to Stormy Daniels. One is a $150,000 payment made from the National Enquirer parent company, AMI, to Karen McDougal, a former Playboy Playmate of the Month, who also had alleged a relationship with Donald Trump. And then third, a payment from AMI to a doorman for a claim he was making that AMI later determined to be false. Do you dispute those 3 actions, which I'm not sure? I mean, I suspect that the district attorney is alleging that these are violations of federal election laws, even though I don't think they go after the president, the former president, for those laws. But do you dispute these assertions that these 3 actions happened?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to try the case with you that way or piecemeal it. Let me just say, like, that's not going to add up to a case where Alvin Bragg has jurisdiction. Never mind the complete lack of discretion. Never mind the fact that it's a personal political persecution when it comes to announcing target first and trying to string together evidence later. But that's what it goes to. You know, when you have a guy that runs for office saying, I will get Donald Trump, it shouldn't be a surprise that he will string together a flimsy case because he feels like, hey, this is how I got here. I've got to do it. And it turns upside down how prosecutors are supposed to act in this country. They're supposed to begin judiciously, and that's not where we are. We're picking and choosing a target to try to pin charges on, and it's a sad day.
Do you know any details about what happened when Mr. Trump went in for processing before he went into the courtroom?
Let me use the restroom real quick. 1 second.
Yeah, I don't. Again, I'm on the Mar-a-Lago and J6 side of things. The last thing that the New York team needed was a bunch of phone calls from me for media consumption. I assume it was what everybody predicted. This is for all of the excitement, all of the hoopla, it's actually a very routine court appearance. They're handled consistently. Other white-collar cases that I've had have kind of gone down the same road when you talk about, turning yourself in to face the charges and the arraignment. So I suspect that was pretty easily done.
We're told that the prosecution in the courtroom raised issues about some of Mr. Trump's social media postings, worried about inciting, and the judge told everybody, not just Donald Trump, but told everybody to watch what they say in terms of inciting. As somebody who represents Donald Trump on other issues, the January 6th and the documents cases that the special counsel here in D.C. are investigating, is that of issue to you? Is that of concern that President Trump does go on social media and gets his base whipped up?
Well, it would certainly be a concern if the judge issued a gag order, kind of completing the cycle for DOJ and for New York and Georgia in trying to silence the leading contender for presidency. It would be an amazing moment to think that First Amendment would allow them to gag him. So they made a run at it. The judge basically said, I don't want to see anything. I hope that the judge is also equal-handed when it comes to leaks, because at least on the DOJ side, and I suspect from what I've seen in New York so far it'll be the same, that there are one-sided leaks, incomplete leaks, leaks to pressure witnesses that are flying out by the dozen. So, there's a lot of behavioral stuff that needs to be looked at on the prosecution side. I'm not too worried about an occasional truth or an occasional moment where a man who has every right to be frustrated says something publicly.
The prosecution has suggested that Stormy Daniels, the adult film star and director who is at the center of this case in terms of the hush money payment to her, will be called to testify. Does that concern you at all?
Not particularly. I mean, look, you know, pretty funny. The Ninth Circuit today added on to her tab of what she owes the president for breaching the non-disclosure agreement. But look, at the end of the day, Stormy Daniels looks like almost the credible witness. You know, Michael Cohen is a convicted perjurer, disbarred lawyer, guy with an axe to grind. And, you know, anybody that's even watched Law and Order once would love the opportunity to cross-examine that guy. So, you know, they can put window dressing all around it and say, look, it's not just him, it's documents, it's Stormy, but it's him. It's Michael Cohen. It's a guy that basically, at least if you listen to Bob Costello, perjured himself in front of the grand jury again. And they're going to, that shows you it's politically motivated. No reasonable prosecutor would go to bat with Michael Cohen as your star witness, but Alvin Bragg's not a reasonable prosecutor.
But is it not true that Michael Cohen brought documentation for the charges he's made, and those documentations are at the core of the 34-count indictment of Donald Trump, which I've never heard, I have yet to hear anybody dispute the facts in the indictment. I realize it's early yet, but as a matter of fact, it does appear that Michael Cohen was telling the truth on these hush money payments.
Well, you're making a little bit of a leap, but look, non-disclosure agreements, we can demonize it and say hush money and, you know, talk about how salacious it is. You know, if that was illegal, Congress would be in a lot of trouble, right? You've got an entire fund set up for congressional NDAs based on harassment. So it's not illegal to have it. Nobody's disputing whether there was a non-disclosure agreement. The Ninth Circuit just found out who violated it and has to pay attorney's costs. The issue is the credibility in terms of deciphering some sort of intent, looping some sort of federal felony into the case, and it's just not going to come together. It was a political promise Alvin Bragg made, and he's run through. If I wanted to point to a particular document that's significant, it would be the federal case against him. You know, they had an interest in trying to make it into a federal prosecution. Nobody would ever accuse the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan of being afraid of going after Donald Trump. They set it up in his plea with a federal election violation as one of the charges, with all the other stuff that Cohen had been involved in. And then he failed as a cooperator. And they couldn't even give him the 5K departure. They couldn't even give him the credit for being an honest cooperator, and that case fell apart. So Alvin Bragg is picking up the trash that the U.S. Attorney's Office wouldn't touch, that his predecessor wouldn't touch, that he wouldn't even touch the first time. But now, for whatever back channel reason, it would be real interested in pushing for information about how he made this decision. Now we've got this case. We'll have to deal with it, but pretrial motion should be very powerful.
Just as a point of fact, I believe the issue is not whether or not an NDA is legal. It's the question about whether or not
it can cover up an election,
paying somebody to be quiet because of an election, whether or not that counts as an election expense that needs to be counted as such. But let's move on, because I want to ask you, the next court appearance in this case is not until December. It's April now.
Jesus.
That's a considerable amount of time away. Are you concerned that it's so far away and that much closer to 2024? Would you like it to be moved up?
No. No, they don't.
Well, I'm not really, paid to be on the political side. I'm on the legal side, and so I don't want to speak out of turn. The only thing I would say is, because I think most of us anticipated an indictment that would have the frailties this one has, the idea of trying to expedite a motion to dismiss is not totally foreign. So we'll see. If we're stuck with December, we're stuck with December. But I know that the attorneys will get their heads together and figure out if there's a way to try to push this earlier. I think the December date is probably a pretty typical kind of auto-generated date when it comes to a new case coming in the door. But I like the idea of at least resolving some important motions to dismiss earlier rather than later. But we'll see.
All right, Trump attorney Jim Trusty, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
All right, good seeing you.
And Carrie Cordero, you heard Jim Trusty there talking about what he called the frailties of the case, what I've heard other people, including you, talk about, how strong this case may be or may not be. Your reaction now that you've had a chance to go through it, is it what you thought it was going to be, and are you unimpressed?
It is what I thought it was going to be in terms of focusing on the payments that were made, the falsification of the records, and really tied to the payment that was made to Stormy Daniels. In terms of a case that's being brought against a former president, it's a little underwhelming. There's not more to it. There's not
This doesn't
more
sound like a political hit job at all.
violations.
Not a Trump fan, but this is the third time they've used political power and positions to go after him. Them get away with abuse of power more.
It's really the facts of this case.
If it's illegal, it's illegal. I mean,
for basically almost 7 years.
And we've known about quite a bit of this. I mean, Anderson interviewed Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal years ago.
Right.
And we knew about this as well as the payments.
So the facts are almost 7 years long, and the facts are pretty stale. And what the DA's office has done is put that together in a theory of the fact that the former president falsified his business records in order to enable that payment to be made to her. To the extent that the documents appear to link that to the effect that it would have theoretically had on the 2016 election, brings into the picture then whether or not the DA's office is really arguing that this was campaign finance violations, which is something that the U.S. Justice Department never charged with respect to the former president himself. He was not charged with campaign finance violations. So that is probably the basis upon which the former president's defense attorneys are going to make a number of motions and legal arguments.
Yeah, let me bring in Caitlin Collins, who's been in the court building all day. And Caitlin, tell us about what happened in that room when the judge spoke to the attorneys.
Well, it's such a remarkable moment. I mean, we were wondering what was going on for so long. The Trump attorneys had predicted it'd be about a 30-minute hearing in there. Obviously, it went longer than that. And when those three defense attorneys came out, including the newest member of the team, Todd Blanche, who spoke first, as you saw when he came out and he was speaking there with reporters. Excuse me, Jake, obviously we're sitting right outside the courthouse. It's a little bit loud over here. Todd Blanche came out and he was arguing that he believed it was boilerplate language in this indictment, that nothing really surprised him. But the conversation quickly turned and the questions to those attorneys to the former president's social media post about this case, which we know they spent time on with the judge there in the room behind closed doors, because Trump has posted in recent days about the judge himself, claiming in all caps letters that he hates him, criticizing, of course, over how he presided over the Alan Weisselberg case. That was the chief financial officer for the Trump organization.
Annapolis, where all of our lawyer people
after the district attorney in this case, Alvin Bragg, calling him an animal, calling him a racist, attacking him at length. And also there was the question about that post that Trump had posted on Truth Social, which included a link to a photo of Alvin Bragg next to a photo of Trump holding a
I just want to know who lawyer
C
is. I'm pretty sure lawyer D, it looks like reading this, is potentially Giuliani, but I'm not quite sure.
Not guilty.
Do you know if
his social media post? You heard Joe Tacopina
wait, so
saying,
do you know, is it a crime to try to pay to cover up something that could influence an election? Is that a crime?
Ooh. I don't know off the top of my head.
We'll go look it up.
But, okay.
You're a resident researcher now. DA is speaking on MSNBC.
Today.
Oh.
Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned on a New York Supreme Court indictment returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. And it was a false statement that the defendant made month after month in 2017. April, May, June, and so on through the rest of the year. For 9 straight months, the defendant held documents in his hand containing this key lie, that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. And he personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen for each of these 9 months. In total, the grand jury found there were 34 documents with this critical false statement. Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen, and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is, a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. As part of this scheme, Donald Trump and others made 3 payments to people who claimed to have negative information about Mr. Trump. To make these payments, they set up shell companies, and they made yet more false statements, including, for example, in AMI, American Media Incorporated's business records. One of the 3 people that they paid to keep quiet was a woman named Stormy Daniels. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public. The participant scheme was illegal. The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements about his payments to Mr. Cohen. He could not simply say that the payments were a reimbursement for Mr. Cohen's payments to Stormy Daniels. To do so, to make that true statement, would have been to admit a crime. So instead, Mr. Trump said that he was paying Mr. Cohen for fictitious legal services in 2017 to cover up actual crime committed the prior year. And in order to get Michael Cohen his money back, they planned one last false statement. In order to complete the scheme, they planned to mischaracterize the repayments to Mr. Cohen as income to the New York State tax authorities. The conduct I just described and that which was charged by the grand jury is felony criminal conduct in New York State. True and accurate business records are important everywhere, to be sure. They are all the more important in Manhattan, the financial center of the world. That is why we have a history in the Manhattan DA's office of vigorously enforcing white-collar crime. My office, including the talented prosecutors you saw at arraignment earlier today, has charged hundreds of felony falsifying business records. This charge, it can be said, is the bread and butter of our white-collar work. And fraud presents itself in all different forms here in Manhattan. We have charged falsifying business records for those who violated federal bank secrecy laws. We have charged falsifying business records for those who were seeking to cover up sex crimes. And we have brought this charge for those who committed tax violations. At its core, this case today is one with allegations like so many of our white-collar cases. Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle. I'll now take questions.
So we're going to take a limited number of questions. There are no follow-up questions. One question to the reporter. I will call on you. And again, we have limited time. Thank you. The first question will be Rick.
Thank you. Rick, why now? Some argue that this is a political move. You're not going to be a political person. The Fergie's are going to go into
Jesus Christ. Did they move to the hangar?
A thorough and rigorous investigation, as we're known to do at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I've been doing this for 24 years and am no stranger to rigorous, complex investigations. I bring cases when they're ready. Having now conducted a rigorous, thorough investigation, the case was ready to be brought, and it was brought.
Thank you. Mr. Bragg, the indictment says that there were 34 false business records. And they were done concealed another crime, but the indictment does not specifically say what those crimes were. We are assuming, perhaps, that they might be election-related. I'm wondering if you can specify what laws were also broken.
Right. So let me say as an initial matter that the indictment doesn't specify that because the law does not so require. In my remarks, I mentioned a couple of laws, which I will highlight again now. The first is New York State election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. I further indicated a number of unlawful means, including more additional false statements, including statements that were planned to be made to tax authorities. I also noted the federal election law cap on contribution limits.
But why weren't there those crimes charged? Why weren't they charged with those crimes?
Well, I'm not going to go into our deliberative process on what was brought. The charges that were brought were the ones that were brought. The evidence in the law is the basis for those decisions.
Hi, Mr. DA, you had expressed a year ago that you had some reservations about the case's readiness. Can you talk to us about what were some of the questions in your mind that needed to be answered in order to bring a case of this magnitude?
I'm not going to go chapter and verse into any thinking. What I will say is, I believe the time period you're talking about, I've been in office for a couple of months. The investigation, in my view, was not concluded into the conduct in particular that is the basis for the charges today. Since that time, we've had more evidence made available to the office and opportunity to meet with additional witnesses. So, as I said earlier, I've been doing this for 24 years. I don't bring cases prior to a thorough and rigorous investigation. Now, having done so, the case has been brought.
Mr. Bragg, Garrett Hake with NBC News. Your predecessor took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Federal prosecutors took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Do you believe you have new evidence that led you to decide to charge this, or why now?
Well, as I just mentioned, we have had available to the office additional evidence that was not in the office's possession prior to my time here. And as to your part of your question about the federal, we have a distinct and strong, I would say profound, independent interest in New York State. This is the business capital of the world. We regularly do cases involving false business statements. The bedrock, in fact, the basis for business integrity and a well-functioning business marketplace is true and accurate record keeping. That's the charge that's brought here, falsifying New York State business records.
Thank you. DA Brett, I'm just going to read that one line from your statement of facts. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of payments and furtherance of the scheme. Do you allege former President Trump was one of the participants who mischaracterized the payments for tax purposes?
I'm not going to go beyond the plain language statement of facts, which I think speaks for itself.
Brett, can you please comment on the strength of the evidence that Trump personally intended violating state election law, including actions that are charged in the indictment?
So the charge is falsifying business records. The charge requires, as I specified, criminal conduct that was concealed. One of the concealed crimes we allege is New York State election law. I sort of went through in our statement of facts, which I think many of you have in front of you, goes through things including, text messages, emails, contemporaneous phone records, multiple witnesses. All of that will be, as you saw in the fall, borne out in a public courtroom in downtown Manhattan.
Last question is Jonah.
Yeah, Greg, the charges related to the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, the release from your office also mentions another woman, Karen McDougal, as well as a doorman. Can you comment on how those players are related to the charges you've brought or to the case overall?
I'm glad you put your finger on that, because it's not just about one payment. It is 34 business records, 34 false statements in business records that were concealing criminal conduct. And the earlier question about New York State election law, when I talked about conspiracy to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. Those unlawful means, we allege, include the conduct set forth in the statement of facts, which is additional false statements separate and apart from the charged ones in AMI documents, planned false statements to taxing authorities. It is not just that one $130,000 wire payment. Thanks so much.
Any comment about any incitement of violence?
At what point do you think a gag order is necessary?
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg holding a short news conference, shedding a little more light on the thinking behind this indictment. Again, 34 charges against former President Trump related to falsifying business records. And let me go around the horn here with our panelists. Laura, first of all, this is now hinging, it sounds like, on a state crime that makes it a felony, not a federal crime,
what I thought
as we had anticipated.
Well, he mentioned federal crimes too. Obviously, there's
and
federal
that gives a little bit more insight,
limits on the amount.
Is less surprising,
Wait,
especially what Bragg had to say is kind of more on the line of what I was kind of expecting him to say, which is not so much a surprise. That New York election law that he's charging is the basis for all of this, seems to be very vague, but it is an actual law about promotion of candidates or trying to prevent elections.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the statute of limitations are on that. I'd have to look it up more succinctly, but yeah, he's going for the broader kind of conspiracy issue with AMI. So
connecting it to the he said they have new evidence, I guess, that federal prosecutors didn't have, and it's connected to a state law. Federal prosecutors aren't generally going to prosecute for state laws, right?
Yeah, they're not, unless there's some sort of federal component to it. Now, they might, as part of like some sort of federal prosecution for election fraud at the federal level, to say like, okay, your falsification of these business records at the state level constitutes a violation of federal election law because you didn't properly disclose these payments as related to the election and you hid them as typical business payments. But you're dealing with some weird stuff at that point, and there's a reason why the feds have kind of been skittish on bringing this, but I don't think maybe they had the same access to information. I'd be interested to
that's the thing, is the new evidence. I wonder how compelling the new evidence they found was.
Yeah, my question is going to be, how does this play out in the longer term with the AMI stuff, and whether or not that potentially has any play with other investigations related to any sort of election fraud on his part. Does this play also potentially, I don't want to say into Georgia, but does this underlie other behaviors that they might want to look closer at AMI for in relation to Donald Trump and what he may have said during the 2016 election?
Like, give an example of that. What do you mean?
Any sort of negative press about other candidates or something like that may have ran during the 2016 election about Hillary or other potential primary opponents.
Is that illegal on federal or state levels to pay a publication to run negative stories about somebody?
Well, generally speaking, yes, but also the issue would be how is that characterized from the federal election expenditures. That's usually what it comes down to, right? There's a lot that you can pay for federal election stuff. This goes back to a lot of people pushing back on these charges, specifically using John Edwards as an example, because he also paid a woman during his presidential campaign that he had an affair with to keep quiet, and ultimately they didn't prosecute because they were trying to discuss how federal election funds can be spent. But it would be interesting to see if this opens up a whole can of worms on his part to see, okay, what other stuff has he potentially paid off using AMI in the past as far as negative stories about himself, or to promote stories about others that might lie into some sort of other business records issues, other tax fraud issues, that sort of thing.
I read that in my statute of
Because
limitations.
there's also
only
potentially
increments
now a
the
federal
offending
component
parties living in
for
the state.
tax
Is that
fraud
true?
on this too.
These charges are fair game.
If he's mischaracterizing these payments and the feds and the IRS agrees that these are mischaracterized payments, that you're not properly disclosing them, could that be? Or if you're trying to take them, for instance, if you're trying to take them as business expenses for tax deduction purposes, and they're clearly not business expenses.
What's our max charges here for stuff like this?
Yeah, well, for the business records, for all the felony is a Class E felony, so I think it's 4 years is what I've been hearing.
Okay.
So 4 years for each charge would be the maximum. So it's
is that normally served concurrently, or?
I have no idea. That's a more of a New York law question. I'm unfortunately not a New York attorney, so I don't know their system as well as a New York attorney would. But concurrently, probably. I would be remiss to see that they're going to sit there and be like, you've got to serve them subsequently to one another.
80 years in jail for falsifying 10 tax.
Yeah,
kind of
I don't even. It's also going to be super interesting on the statute of limitations for this one, because that's another argument that has to come into play, because there's an argument that you can't indict a sitting president, but there's still the statute of limitations. So nobody's ever ruled on something like this before, whether or not his presidency has an effect on the statute of limitations. Because if it doesn't, then arguably one of the things that they were talking about doing is, dismissing on the statute of limitations.
Well, if this has been upgraded to dealing with the felony stuff, though, right? Statute of limitations haven't expired yet, have they?
I'm not an expert, so I would have to. I believe the statute of limitations, from what I've seen from the news, is that it's 5 years. So if these were made in...
Yeah, but it's only 5 years if it wasn't done, if these, falsifying of records wasn't done in the commission of another crime, right? I thought it was the commission of another crime thing that upgrades the statute of limitations on this.
Yeah, it might, yes. But then again, the statute of limitations, since they are going for New York state election law, they might be able to get it that way. I know when they were talking about possibly looping it into... hold on.
Okay.
Looping it into the federal level, that is where there was an issue as to whether or not that would hold true, because you'd be talking about federal election laws being enforced by a state. But because they found this kind of one-off law, which is super vague, we're gonna see. But I'm looking mostly towards, as far as the details on statute of limitations, towards people who are far more knowledgeable in New York state law than I am. So that's it. I mean, it'll be super interesting. They're not going the federal route, which is going to be more difficult for Trump to dismiss. Because of the fact that you're now dealing with a state election law as the underlying crime that they're trying to tie everything into. So we'll see how that all handles out. But yeah, I mean, this is just prime bait for a lot of people to speculate on for the next couple of months, at least until things shake out. We'll see if he gets in trouble with the judge over the gag order tonight. That'll be super interesting to see.
Wait, I think they said there was no gag order.
Well, I shouldn't say the gag order. You're correct.
You mean over him just
judges,
not like insulting or threatening family members and shit on social media, right?
Yeah, the judge's instructions regarding social media. And what was interesting and that I found about what was said is the judge applied it both to the witnesses for the prosecution as well as to Trump. So they're talking about some of the stuff that Michael Cohen said and Stormy Daniels have said. Like, they're trying to rein everybody in. Which should help, but we'll see if it does anything for Trump. So that's about it.
Okay. Well,
all right.
Be careful.
See ya.
What a day, guys.
That you can.
How does it become a tested legal theory?
No, this.
Still-
If anything, I think this makes it a little bit more complicated and a little bit
Have you
tricky
talked
for
to know
him.
about the Wisconsin
Generally,
election that could
federal
swing the Supreme Court
election
into either
law
left or right?
issues are
Nope.
prosecuted by federal prosecutors, and there is going to be a swift motion to dismiss. I would predict, if in short order, from the former president's lawyers saying all of this should be preempted by federal law, meaning that this should have been brought by federal prosecutors, not by a state district attorney in Manhattan. Now, whether that will succeed remains to be seen. You see the district attorney saying, look, we brought plenty
What are
of...
your personal thoughts so far? Oh, hi. I'm curious what the history is for the enforcement of the paying for election information, or I'm sorry, paying to suppress information on an election. Like, what is this a very strong law that gets enforced often? Is this the first time there's ever been a charge for this? I think that's a pretty important question to ask. I mean, if he did falsify records over trying to pay people off to not publish negative information about him, and if that is indeed like a state crime relating to elections in New York, now the question becomes like, is this like standard practice? Have a lot of people participated in this and never been busted for it, and Trump is the first one because this DA just really doesn't like Trump? This is obviously like the most important question, or this is like one of the most important questions, right? Because the worry or the thing that Republicans are saying, obviously, like, oh, this is all political, like this isn't even a real thing, like nobody cares, and they'd have more credence to that if it was the case that like nobody's ever been charged with this crime before, and it kind of looks bad if you're creating new crimes or like not enforcing novel crimes on a guy that's so politically unpopular, you know, or unpopular with you for political reasons, maybe I should say. Bro, okay, if this game is gonna have maps like this, it needs to have like a speed up function. It's a little wacky that I have one wave on day 57. That's pretty wacky.
Of false business record case, he's saying it's bread and butter. He hasn't brought one like this where you've actually obtained a jury conviction. It's gone up on appeal where it's been tested. That's why people say it's been untested. Even if they've charged false business records cases before, they haven't used a federal election law as the hook where that's been upheld but on appeal, where you can actually see a court saying, yes, this is okay. We give this the stamp of authority. It was interesting to hear him say that the law doesn't actually require that the indictment have the conspiracy and all of the other election issues pled as separate counts. Again, remains to be seen how the courts test that out, how they evaluate something like that. At the beginning of his remarks, I was struck by how much he's trying to emphasize nobody is above the law. You hear prosecutors say that all the time. But of course, in a case like this, with a defendant like this, he seemed to want to stake the ground that this is not something that I did because of who the president is, almost sort of implicitly.
That is true, but have you seen the polling showing people on both sides, Dems and Rips, view what he did as criminal? If you take out the names, Trump and Daniels, not the public opinion in terms of criminality, but neutrally speaking, the charge has legitimacy. Oh, I haven't seen that. If those posts exist, you should link them. That'd be very interesting. The feeling that I have on just a gut feeling is that it's pretty bad. What he did is pretty bad. If you are buying off negative stories ahead of an election, that feels pretty bad. That feels like something that should be pretty illegal. that feels like something that should be pretty illegal. It doesn't feel good. But again, like the novelness of has anybody ever been charged with this before is pretty important. Or has this electioneering angle been used to upgrade these particular charges before ever happened before? If it's a novel application of the law, then that kind of feels pretty shitty if we're getting a novel application of the law on a historically unpopular guy, right? Because that's always going to feel political. That's the issue. What's up, Ayla? Aha, Ayla, the next bridge burner. Haha, have we taken pull? Is there a mana market on how that's going to happen? To be fair, isn't this a president-only thing? Well, theoretically, no, any politician could buy off shit like this, right? Theoretically. It doesn't just feel political, it is political, come on. What do you mean, it is political, come on? Like, it's so obvious. Do you think that there haven't been any laws broken? Do you think that they just lied about everything they said? If you're gonna make the statement it's political, you're gonna have to like work your brain a little bit to say that it's political. You can't just say it's political because I like Donald Trump. You can't charge my guy with crime. What about Obama? Drones in Yemen. Like, if you're gonna say it's political, fine. But you need to demonstrate why this particular charge is not good. And it seems like, assuming everything they've done on the indictment is true, and assuming the statement of fact is correct, it feels pretty shitty. Happening to them in 2011? Is this the John Edwards thing, or? Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on, give me a sec. Let me read something on old Dragon callers. One thing I've heard is that Hillary had some similar mislabeled campaign payments that she and her campaign were merely fined for. I would need to see what those are. That'd be interesting to compare.
Hello?
What's up?
Hi. Are we doing that thing where you only talk about the current topic that you're looking at on stream, or can I talk about literally anything?
You got 2 minutes to talk about literally anything. What do you want?
So, the first, then I'll keep this one short. I'll talk about the other things some other time.
Okay.
I want to advocate for a fellow DGGer, Irish with some sun. She was banned on the subreddit about 4 or 5 months ago for memeing too close to the sun.
Wait.
Something about screwing up things with laugh because of a Coomer brain, but she made a comment under that very post that it was a meme, and she knows it didn't have anything to do with Coomerisms, and I don't know if you didn't see that comment, but yeah, if you could unban her, it'd be nice. She used to post nice art, and there were nice friendly presents in the subreddit.
Wait, did I actually permaban him over that, or?
I think I haven't seen them since then, and in the comments they did note that they were banned.
Oh, maybe, I don't know. I'll think about it. He should just email me. He's emailed me before. I don't know why. You don't need to advocate for him. I'm pretty sure he's one of my YouTube mods.
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering if there was any movement there. So, yeah,
no,
that's all.
We haven't. It's working in the back end. You know, my org is processing it. We're seeing what we're going to do for that, okay?
Well, it's a slow-ass process. Speed it up. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, I'll think about it. Have fun.
So, bye.
Bye.
How do you fucking leave this?
Isn't it a girl? No, the Irish person is a guy. They just use a girl avatar everywhere. I don't know why. Barnes, hello.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Damn, are you blazing?
No.
Oh.
I think I have like a little cold, so I might sound sick.
Me
And I'm also
too,
playing
brother.
Minecraft, so you know. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What's up?
Okay. I guess. Do you do like reading? Do you ever read?
No, I don't know how. What's up?
You don't know how to read.
Just ask your question.
Okay.
I these quest statements. Do you ever do reading?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I do coke, weed, and MDMA. That's what I do. Okay. What's your
I'm
question?
a student, right? I study philosophy and political science.
Cringe on both counts. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well. Okay. I'm curious to how to take notes in a good way. Like, I feel like I take decent notes, but most of the time I find myself just like copy and pasting selections of the text, and I don't feel like that's the most productive thing to do. So
I have no fucking idea. I was a horrible note taker in school. I'm basically bad at everything related to school, so I can't help you with that at all.
Okay.
Can't you Google like how to take good notes? There's got to be people that, or find the best students in your class and ask them what do their notes look like.
That's true. Well, I'm one of the best students, you know. So.
Well, then why the fuck are you asking me?
Because I don't want to waste time. Like, if it takes me like 3 or 4 hours to type notes or to take notes, it's like, holy shit, I'm wasting so much time. I could be playing Minecraft or League.
What year are you?
3rd year.
In college?
Yeah.
Just keep doing your shit. You're gonna graduate soon. Who the fuck cares? At this point, you probably got it figured out. I imagine if you're doing decently at school, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just a waste of time, dude. I got other things to study for. I'm trying to take the LSAT next year. So like, if I'm wasting too much time taking notes on textbooks, or whatever.
You're like a fucking philosophy poli-sci undergrad. How much do you have to study for the fucking LSAT?
I mean, I guess, yeah, that's a good point. But you still, I don't know, I still feel like it's good to study, right? I'm trying to get a good score. I want to go to a good school.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
We're all cheering for you. Good luck, buddy, okay?
All right, thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Bye.
Jesus. You guys. Hello, Chuck.
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hey, nice to hear from you. I'm going to the debate in Tennessee. I was wondering if I could stream before and after, like during that meet and greet.
If you could stream or if I could stream?
If I could stream, like around the meet and greet.
I don't know. Why are you are you asking if you're allowed to, or if you should, or?
I don't know if you're not against it. I already talked to the people there, and I got like a media pass. So I was just wondering.
If you have a media pass, what the fuck would you ask me? No, you're not allowed to. Fuck you and
All
fuck
right.
your media pass. No, yeah, of course you can. Why not?
Okay.
What do you think happens at these meetings? You're acting like it's like a Balenciaga fucking satanistic like rape event or something. Jesus, yeah.
I don't know, man. It seemed like it was pretty official. I didn't want to, be dragged away by security.
No, you'll be good. I mean, as long as you're not gonna wait. What do you do on Saturdays and Sundays?
Depends who's asking. If it's in private.
Well, are you religious at all?
I mean, I was raised Roman Catholic, so.
Okay, yeah, we're chill. All right, yeah, it should be fun.
Anyway, yeah. So from that discussion you had with Alex, I don't know. It just seems like there's like a common thing right now where people are like pissed off about the economy, so they're finding ways to want to not support Ukraine conflict. So I don't know. I feel like
it's all post hoc. Our funds are not. It's not like oh my god, like we were just about to save all the homeless people and then Ukraine happened. Like it's the biggest virtue signal shit in the world. I don't believe any of it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There's just people like coming from that side, or like, oh, this is a nuclear. Like, I really doubt that there's a good reason for people to think that there's gonna be a nuclear event in any case. It's just people like.
I mean, probably not. But I mean, it is kind of spooky, but probably not.
And other than that, I would kind of wish Dan was here. I'm into cars, and actually just got a new job coming.
Dan
out
doesn't
of,
know shit about cars, so you're super lucky that he's not here because all he would do is lead you astray. So
I know. I kind of just wanted to kind of trash on him because he was like talking about getting a sports car like a Ferrari or something, and then he decided on a G-Wagon, which is like a little more his speed.
Dan's like a good V6, V8 SUV kind of guy. That's what he's like. Like he puts it in sport and he zooms around with his kids like soccer gear in the trunk. Like that's kind of.
I know he was like complaining that the G-Wagon's a mom car now, but I mean that's kind of what he does, right?
That is basically yeah, true. I agree 100% actually with that. Dan is kind of like a mom. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask you this during like the meet and greet, but do you have like really bad takes in food and movies just to like make your political takes seem more legitimate?
Name one bad take for food or movies. Name one. You're not even gonna name a single one.
Pepperoni pizza is like hurts your mouth or something.
It's just pepperoni is dog shit because pepperoni drags all the other toppings of the fucking pizza. It's a dog shit topping. It's just not good.
You just get one topping. What, are you the type of person to get like 7 toppings and you can't taste anything?
I'm gonna get like 2 or 3 at least. Okay, yeah.
All right, well, I mean, I don't agree with you with everything, but
it's like the surface area of it is so fucking huge. It's like, it's not a great topping. You know what's good? You know what good pepperoni is? It's the very little, like, thumbed inside out pepperonis. I don't know what those are called. Those are legit. I'll eat those pepperonis, okay? But the big, weak, massive fucking slobs of bologna that they just throw on and call it pepperoni is just cringe. It's actually cringe. The people like you would actually defend that dog shit. You should actually be ashamed of yourself.
Well, I mean, I came from like New England where all the good pizza is in America, so I don't know.
Wow, really? That's crazy because I've been to New England a ton. Where do you guys hide it? Because you don't sell it in any of your fucking pizza places.
Connecticut. Have you ever heard of Pepe's? Pepe Wins, rated #1 pizza in the country.
Yeah, was it? I bet the Pepe Wins people. Yeah, I bet they love cheese pizza. I bet that's all they eat.
All right. Well, I won't take any more of your time. I was just happy to hear from you.
Yeah. Okay.
And your super base takes and everything except for food and movies. But
wait, what name a bad movie take?
I don't want to talk about like cinema and
no, go ahead. I've got a lot of opinions on film. Tell me.
I mean, I
oh
really,
God, you're gonna defend Dune. You just said cinema and you're about to defend Dune, aren't you? Say it. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Lawrence of Arabia is one of my favorite movies. So.
Oh my God! Really isn't that movie made in like 1927?
Why is that too old for you?
It's just I watched it. I fucking fell
talk
asleep.
To Dan about it.
Where's the Hans Zimmer? Where's the fucking anything? Like no CGI, no characters.
Yeah, no lens flare,
just so boring. I don't even know if they had lenses back then. I think it was like a dude sitting behind a fucking canvas. It was just painting every fucking frame. How do you like that dog shit ass boring fuck movie? It sounded cool, like the name, like Lawrence of Arabia. I thought it was gonna be like Aladdin or some shit, and we were gonna have some Arabian Nights like songs going on in Jafar and shit. But instead of some weird dude in a desert, I don't even know. God, what a horrendously boring fucking movie.
Yeah, it really. I really didn't like those movies after I got diagnosed with ADHD. I just only can watch like Lego Movie.
Oh, you just can't appreciate. You can't appreciate good cinema like Avengers, Endgame, and okay, that's cool. That's all right. I understand.
Yeah.
Sometimes you guys zoom inside. You're like, I really like the movie about the sled Rosebud. That's my favorite one. Like, yeah, I like all movies, like Japanese directors are my favorite. Like, you're that guy right now. That's what you're doing right now.
Yeah. When I watch a Dune, I need to put Subway service on the bottom so I don't get bored.
Listen, it's okay, dude. It's okay. You don't have to be cook. Okay. Well, anything else, buddy?
All right. No, I'm not gonna be that guy that just drones on and on. So I'll see ya.
Wow. Okay, have fun. Bye. Fucking loser. Bro, this shit is gonna lag so hard as soon as the zombies come. I feel like this map is gonna be ridiculous. Please, God, gate your train tracks. Does it where? Oh, does it fucking matter? There you go. Oh, Oh shit, that's kind of weird. Wow, you did it. What's up? Hello? Oh, you're trolling by not talking. And you're just going to sit here awkwardly, pretending that you're trying to figure out mic problems when you're just giggling like a dumb fuck at your phone. Probably eating at the same time. If I lose this map, oh, nice. And now she trolls me by leaving. Good one. Actual good one. Okay. Easy, easy, easy time. Nice lag. What kind of monsters are they? Ooh, harpies. More towers by the railroads. Wait. Sorry, I gotta reset my mic settings. No problemo. Bro. Oh my god. Look at this shit. Look at this. Boom. Boom. This person should be given a flare, banned for being a schizo. It's too easy. I'm unbeatable in this game. First try. Cleared the map. Boom. And I just spent an hour and a half building this. Cringe. That hole in the south wall is wrecking my mentals. Which hole? What are you even talking about? This thing here? Do you think I give a fuck? Nobody's even getting close to this, Chief. I'll put these people out here if it makes you feel better. Boom. There you go. What's going on up here? Fucking nothing. Okay, well, this is AFK. The newest broken terms and data for paying 130,000 hush. Oh, we already read this. This is okay. An incomplete list of burning clips I feel may be relevant in future post-bridge burning streams, positive and negative. Destiny advocates gaslight. Wait, what the fuck is this?
Oh, I was really high. Him and Melina were reading Reddit stories, and there was a cheating.
Oh, I read this. Why? Wait, why? Jesus. Okay, somebody asked me, why do you hear singing? When you get, sometimes people get really good at their instruments, they do something called, they're called extended techniques. And there's a lot of extended techniques that Colin Stetson employs in his saxophone playing to produce a lot of unique and cute sounds. What he's doing here, there's three different things going on here. You can play one note on the saxophone, but when you're, how do we do this? You play a note, but you vocalize a higher note. I would have to actually explain so much to even help you understand this. Because what you're doing is you play a note, then you vocalize a higher note on the harmonic series, and when you vocalize that note, you play, what happens is two notes come out of the saxophone at the same time, right? However, he's doing a third thing as well, where not only are two notes coming out at the same time, I think he's also humming a different pitch, so he's able to almost produce like chords on the saxophone. I think that's why you're hearing three things here. So that fuzzy noise you're hearing, the that like fuzzy noise is him playing a fundamental pitch and playing a harmonic on top of it. You can kind of play multiple pitches at once on a horned instrument, theoretically on every horned instrument. And then he's humming a different note at the same time. Did I pause this? I shouldn't be. This just needs to run. What's the thing around his neck? Oh, this might be, maybe this is picking up the humming he's doing better? Like this, but singing? Is this the throat singing thing?
Is a voice, choose a fundamental and have the overtone scale, or I choose an overtone, another full scale. Or I can move the fundamental in steps.
Yeah, Jesus, this is really hard to do. For an example of this live, this one woman does this during her kind of solo at the end of these. This is an example. I guess you could call this polyphonic singing, I guess. But that's what she's doing here. She's doing two notes at once. First try, easy. The Goddess of Destiny. Is that the name of the last map? Oh, the last mission, and I've beaten this game. Laser and deep drilling. You can hire mercenaries who stay at the end. I don't even know what the lodging does. I haven't seen you bust a 950 in weeks. You want to see me bust at a 950? Laser. Titan attack damage plus 25%. Okay. And deep drilling. Oil platform. Oh, damn. I guess I need Titans for the last map. Okay, let's see, rhythm. Let me just throw real quick. I'm gonna go for a 940 here, okay? Really. Who just joined?
Hello?
Oh, wait, can you give me 1 minute? I'm throwing up a 940 on this rhythm game real quick, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
What's up? How you doing? How's life?
Life is good.
What
are you throwing up?
It's a rhythm game for the musically inclined. Okay?
Oh, is that the one that you sent at me?
Yeah, you got like 200 on, I think.
Yeah, I felt. Well, I mean, speaking of games that you're good or bad at, I met somebody here who could smoke you at typing.
I just witnessed the new Bobby McFerrin.
Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. But especially now that I have a real keyboard, you realize the one I was playing on before was like 12 years old. Half the switches didn't work, right? I was using shortcuts on the keyboard to like type the letter D, all right?
Maybe we should do a type race.
Yeah, right now? Yeah, let's do one right now, actually. Yeah, let's do it real quick. Just one. Yeah.
Right now? Okay, wait,
Yeah.
hold on. I have to like. Hold on. Like literally taking off my sweater. Okay, do you want me to send you a type racer link?
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can remember my password. If I even made an account here. I think I did. Fuck. Did I? Oh,
I'm so afraid already. Instantly my adrenaline's pumping.
Yeah, you're about to get smoked because this keyboard that I'm on right now, it's just like a, it's just another level of keyboardness. Okay, go ahead, send me.
Have you been typing faster on that keyboard?
Yeah, I'd say I got a good like 40 to 50 word per minute boost. So, you know, I'm trying to edge out around 200 average right now. Off stream though, but that's on my other account. Yeah, you know.
Okay, wait, I'm really afraid. You see, the problem is you're psyching me out.
Uh-huh. That's okay. Send me the link. Let's go.
Hold
Come
on.
on. Yeah.
Hold, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm on my laptop keyboard, and now I'm sweating. So,
Okay.
give me a second. Okay. Okay, send you the link.
Okay. Whew. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. Okay, you're not gonna like freak out when you, because I'm
definitely gonna freak out.
be like top 10 in the world right now. I'm not sure. Okay, I feel like I'm typing on another level. Okay.
What are you gonna do if I win?
That's me, Steven. Okay, well then it obviously it lagged. Okay, or something happened. Okay. Okay, hold on. No! Okay, it's a good warm up. Good warm up. Oh, do you want to do another one?
Damn. That was sad.
Yeah. Do you feel put in your place yet?
Well, I still have a total more wins than you do, so I'm not too worried yet.
Oh, okay. Are we doing one more, or do you want to call it there for now?
Wait, you have to give me a second.
What?
Wait, I'm too pumped. You have to hold on. I'm too pumped with adrenaline right now.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Chill. Back off. Then,
There's
okay?
too much.
Okay, assert a boundary. Say something. Say you're uncomfortable. Okay, don't just sit there and say I'm gonna fucking mind read you. All right, Jesus.
Well, I'm not making a request.
Okay. True.
Wait, I said I'm gonna have to pause. I am requesting a pause. Let's chat about something really casual.
Yeah, I know.
Something really low stakes.
True. How's your thing going? I never know how much is like public, so I don't want to like say something stupid like how's your, and then you're like I never wanted that to be revealed. So what do you catch us up? What are you doing? Where are you at? What's going on?
Well, I'm actually not sure what's public. I think it's probably fine. Otherwise, they would have told us we are not. It's just like a large crypto type thing, retreat thing.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I'm in a.
But I know like the
very
whole
nice-
like fucking like animal child sacrifice shit is really weird. So I don't know if you wanted to be like public about that stuff or not.
Oh man, bro! I told you you're not supposed to talk about that.
Okay. But anyway, yeah. So how's it going? You're in like you're doing things. Yeah. Catch us up. Go ahead. What's going on in the world of Ayla?
Yeah, I'm in a crypto place. I got invited to this crypto thing, and I was like, oh, if I'm going, there must be a lot of other weird people. But I think I'm one of the almost no non-crypto people. Like I really like crypto, but I'm not working in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not very technical. And so I feel like by far one of the most strange people here. Everybody else is like very nice.
Are you not nice?
No, I mean I'm nice, but like I'm like let's experiment with weird orgies kind of nice, you know?
Gotcha. Are these guys like
And everybody else is,
financial
like,
frat
monogamous.
bros, or are they like just like nice nerdy boys?
No, they're like innocent, wholesome programmers who just want to have sweet relationships with like a dog, you know?
Gotcha.
But I'm trying hard to bring some weird to this.
That's good.
How's your life going?
You know, one day at a time, like it always does.
I never know what to say when people ask that. I'm like, am I supposed to scan the past week and then like identify the most interesting thing and then tell you that?
Well, yeah, you just said you don't know what you're supposed to say, and you just said the perfect thing. That's what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, yeah.
I'm like a little tipsy, and then I was feeling really social, so I think that's why I'm here.
Oh, cool. Have you?
But I didn't.
Are you guys
plan
doing any other
beyond that.
fun drugs or anything, or just drinking? Are you allowed to say? I don't know.
I mean, there's. Oh, I forgot. I'm on Fenibit. I forgot about that.
What?
Oh, that's probably why I'm so social.
Wait, because you're on a drug or something?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a super mild. Like, if I dosed you, you wouldn't know that you were on a drug. You'd just be like, wow, I feel kind of social, you know? It's
Wait,
like
what is the
normal
name of this drug?
Phenibut? Phenibut.
Oh, someone said a neurotropic. I don't even know if I believe in those.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe you.
It's like great, except it's like pretty addictive. So just like don't take it all the time, and you'll be fine.
Isn't that the guideline for every addictive thing? Just don't get addicted to it.
No, it's like more addictive than most things. You know,
Okay.
like if you get addicted, it's apparently horrible.
Oh, gotcha. Sounds like alcohol, kind of.
Well, I think it's supposed to be worse withdrawals than alcohol.
Oh, gotcha.
Apparently, it's like some of the worst withdrawals a human being can experience. So
Jesus.
don't get addicted.
Do you feel like when you go out for like socializing and stuff, are drugs like a significant part of that? Like, do you think that helps you a lot, or is it just like a bonus? Or
well, I feel like alcohol turns off the autism thing.
Okay. Do you think that, or do you think you just don't like perceive yourself as being autistic?
No, I think I'm in fact less autistic because I start like having more vocal tonality. So maybe I should drink more. Actually, no, I shouldn't. I have to go to bed soon.
True.
The thing is, I'm hyped because of that fucking type race. Now my entire body feels like I'm about to run a marathon.
I'm glad. I want you to associate, you know, coming to have conversations with me is like being really, you know, just like physiologically pumped. So
yeah. Like about to get in a fight. The thing is, okay, I need to type race you when I can't hear you or see you at all. I think that would be the correct way to do it.
What do you mean? Like, have you seen a real typing competition? You know, they're sitting across from each other. They scream at each other while they do it. It's like half the strategy.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You didn't know this? Have you ever heard of Dvorak? The Dvorak keyboard layout?
Yes.
Yeah, this guy was like legendary in real life typing competitions. One of the reasons why he invented that keyboard layout is because he could, you know how you could type like full like words with like alternate keystrokes? Sometimes he'd raise his hand and like throw shit at people in other typing competitions to throw them off. They changed some of the rules on some of the typing competitions because of this guy. That's how they used to do it back then.
I can't tell if you're
I'm making
lying
all
or
of it.
not.
I'm sorry. Yeah, don't believe anything I say.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. What do you mean, thank God? Wait,
That's really exciting for a
wouldn't that
second.
be awesome though if that was true? What do you mean, thank God? That'd be so sick.
Yeah, that would be. Well, I think like it took me like I wasn't even realizing that I was just taking for granted that they of course have like typing competition tournament stuff.
Oh, I mean,
Do
I think
they
I've
even
seen
have
it,
that?
but- Yeah, there's like a couple, but it's obviously I don't think anybody's making a living being like a professional type racer, unless you're like a stenographer in like a courtroom, right?
I find someone being able to type Dvorak is extremely attractive.
Really? Okay. You seem like a person that would think that, you know?
Thank you.
Yeah. Are you one of those people that has like the? Do you have like one of the original like Model M keyboards or whatever?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I tried to learn Dvorak, but I was like, dude, I don't want to spend another like 6 months getting just to. I'm already type 140 words per minute on a normal keyboard, so.
Does any? I feel like that was like a. So a long time ago, I bought this keyboard. Have you ever heard of DOS keyboard?
No.
Oh, it's just like it's like a keyboard, but like none of the letters are named, or they're it's all like blank letters on the keyboard, right? So it's like super like, oh, you gotta really know how to type, blah blah blah. And I just did a little bit of reading on like other typing stuff because I realized that in the grand scheme of all the typers, I'm a pretty fast typer. I didn't realize that until I was in my teens, and then once I started looking up, I saw the Dvorak thing, and I felt like there was a bit of hype around it on the internet, but I don't know if like I've ever heard anybody ever talk about it since then for like 10 years. Are there like a bunch of Dvorak typists or?
Well, no, I just almost never. But dude, one of my partners though, turns out he types Dvorak, and so whenever I want to use his computer, I just can't.
Is he like an ultra fast typer, or did he just like learn it for the novelty? Now he types like 85 words per minute.
I think he's pretty fast. I think he's like like a. He's not super fast. He's like 120.
Okay.
He's mostly a programmer.
Gotcha. Have you had any super fun experiences that you're allowed to share? Any cool new drugs? Any cool new activities?
Dude, I had weird sexual tension with the waiter.
Okay.
Which is a very unusual for me. I'm not used to having sexual tension with people
With
I know
wait
nothing
staff?
about.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The wait staff. It was really lovely. We made eye contact.
Nice. What kind of?
And I was the place that.
Go ahead.
What kind? Well.
I was gonna ask a totally kind of related question, but go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Okay. So the place I'm at is like this. It's like kind of White Lotus-y. Have you seen this TV show?
Nope. But go ahead.
It's a TV show that takes place at like really fancy 5-star resorts or whatever.
Okay.
And so I'm at this place. I did not pay the price that it takes to stay here. It's like a very rich person is hosting this. But it's like the kind of thing where you get to walk along all of these shops at night. And so it's like a little town city thing. And so there's this waiter and he like, I don't know. So it's like, I feel like I'm in a video game where you like know where kind of the NPC is going to be. Not that he's an NPC, but
I know what you mean. There's like a set, location where he shows up at. He spawns in when you go there.
Yeah, I'm trying to do a matchmaking thing here where I'm trying to get people to fill out a survey so that I can make them be in the same room with each other. I don't know. I feel like this is a weirdly like sexually charged retreat that I'm at, despite it.
Does anybody else feel that way, or are you the only one that feels that way?
Yeah, I think I'm the only one. That's the thing.
Okay. What is like, you said crypto and stuff, so I'm imagining it's like 90-10 male to female. What is like the ratio of genders there?
Well, it's actually not bad. I think the organizers tried quite hard to make it even, so it's like 60-40 male to female. But a lot of the women here, because their boyfriends brought them.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so it's a little. I can't think straight right now because there's people listening. I don't.
Wait, like in your background or like on my stream?
If I was just talking, what would I say? I try to say something weird and normal.
Wait, people listening is in like on stream or like in your background right now?
Yeah, your entourage, your horde of minions, your
the Dali band. That's what we call
crowd of small consciousnesses.
They're pretty big in the conscious realm.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Go ahead. No, you say something.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. This was a big question. So I don't know if this is if your brain is in the right place with it right now, but so it seems to be, unless I missed something huge in the world of philosophy, ethics, and neuroscience, it seems to be that we can't actually like detect when things are conscious. Like we really don't have any way to know that. We can like look at some like brain things and say, well, it's doing this stuff, and we kind of do that stuff, so maybe it is. But like we can't truly know. How do you think is there ever a way to test a chat robot thing to see if it's gained any type of sentience? Like, do you have thoughts on that?
No, I think it's a definitional confusion. I think that people are quite confused when they're talking about what they mean by consciousness. I think like before you can test a thing for consciousness, you have to like understand very clearly what exactly you mean by it. So for example, what do you mean by consciousness?
It seems like, I'm about to use a bunch of really like hollow bullshit words. It seems like humans have an experience what it's like to be something. Have you ever heard of the Soro robot shit and like like semantic and syntactic understanding and shit?
I don't know those words.
Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, just that basically like you can have like a collection of like facts and statements, but it feels like we are like having an experience where we know what it's like to be a thing. And that like a sentence or a series of statements can't do that to know what it's like to be something. That's like the best like words I've seen to describe it. But yeah, it's not very precise. So yeah, go for it. Educate me.
Yeah, but still, like I think people are not. So this is my stupid argument. My argument is that when people talk about consciousness, we're actually talking about two separate things, and that we're accidentally conflating into one. And it's consciousness and I'm just like really humiliated because my word I use in my head is consciousness, which is very goofy.
Okay. It's not in your head anymore. We all have it, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like afraid of having to talk about this concept now because I don't want to say like consciousness and I sound like a toddler. Is there like a cooler word we can use, like consciousness and?
Consciousness is good. That's a good word. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, so there's like, I think people have two concepts in their head. One is the thing where it's like, you sort of know the kinds of things that you do, which is you like react to things and you have thoughts or whatever. And then you sort of like look for those patterns in other people. And you're like, that person is demonstrating the same kind of patterns that I have. Therefore, like I'm extrapolating that they have some sort of internal experience. Yeah. And so what you're doing is you're sort of modeling like sort of this magical property. I don't think that we're doing this consciously. I think this is just like a subconscious thing where you're like, okay, like it's basically like there is this glowing ball of mystical, awareness thing, which we don't have well defined, which we then imagine like descends into somebody's brain when we decide that they are conscious. Or like maybe we imagine that we have an AI that like slowly is growing this magical ball of consciousness or whatever. And so like this concept has like a couple of properties. One, it's like multiplicative. Like you can have multiple people that all have their own separate little balls of consciousness or something. And it is like fundamentally uncertain. I think it's definitionally uncertain, which makes it this particular question quite hard, because it's like you never actually know if something has that ball of consciousness, because if you did know, then it would be partially you, because experiencing it directly is what it means to be a self.
Yeah.
So you cannot experience it directly, and so at best we can like guess by extrapolating things like reactivity and saying things like, "Oh, I think I'm conscious," right? So that's type 1, and then type 2, I think, is like the thing that happens sort of sub words. Like as soon as you put words on it, you're thinking about the thing, and that's not quite the thing. Like the sub word things is like if you just stop and quietly directly observe your own experience. And this is necessarily solo. It is necessarily singular, and it is necessarily certain. So you cannot multiply it. There's only one thing. There's only one you. This is like what the Buddhist people talk about, is like, you know, thou art God. Like there's one shining beacon of reality. And it is necessarily certain. Like it is the one thing that you cannot doubt.
Sure, I think that's where I am. Yeah.
Right, and so it's in a way it's like completely opposite to the other form of consciousness. It's necessarily certain versus necessarily uncertain. It's like necessarily multiplicative versus necessarily singular. I think these are very different ideas of what consciousness is, and we can ask very different questions of both of them. But if we try to mix them up, then we're going to get very confused. So if you're asking about like ChatGPT, like does it, you can only really ask, does it have like the first kind of consciousness, the thing where we like register it by like signs, like it's saying, hey, I'm conscious, or having a reaction.
Well,
but we can never be certain.
Yeah, the register by signs is boring because we can imagine that there are so many ways to deceptively create that where there's obviously no conscious experience, right? So like we could create like a little robot that reacts in really rudimentary ways to external stimuli. So like if you kick it, it makes eye patterns that make it look sad, etc. And we know it's like incredibly simplistic, and we're like, there's almost for sure no conscious experience here, but we can still like have that modeling because it's just like a very natural, like you said, it's like a subconscious process. But then it seems like, but then for the deeper question, or sorry, did you want to say something?
But why do you not ascribe that to other people?
Because it feels like the way that it works, the way that we do it is there's some type of like circuitry in our brain that produces a certain experience that we have, and then we just assume that if the parts are sufficiently duplicated, that there must be like a similar type of experience. But it's 100% like it's an intuitive, it's an intuitive process. Like it's not like you can you can't like prove
I assume you're familiar with P-zombies.
Yeah. Like everybody could theoretically be that, and neither, like I could be that to you right now, or more likely you are that to me because I am the main character. But no, like that could be the case with every person you talk to, and you have no way of knowing or not, right?
Right, or like this could be a dream where you're generating all the things. Like, have you ever been in a dream where you're like, am I in a dream? No, I'm not. And then you go like verify by talking to people.
Yeah, or brain in a vat or anything, yeah.
So like to tease apart your intuition, this is like what makes something conscious versus not. I assume that you just basically believe that I'm conscious for all intents and purposes, right?
That I believe in consciousness?
That I, Ayla, am conscious.
I did until you threw up like a 120 words per minute, but I'd say in general,
it was 127.
Okay.
It was 127.
Yeah, I would say in general, I do think that, yeah.
Right. Okay. So like, why am I different than like? Why do you have the question about ChatGPT and not me?
Because of the shared underlying circuitry. I'm assuming you have a brain that's like mine and all that. You could be a replicant or some shit, but.
Okay, so for you, like the concept of consciousness depends a lot on like something about the brain, like
yeah. I
neurons,
mean, I would say that it seems like
organic.
consciousness is probably some abstracted thing from the underlying thing. It's like an emergent property of the different functions of the brain communicating with each other. That's what I would guess.
Okay, but you think that this is necessary organic matter and not like it can't be done with circuitry?
I mean, I would imagine a sufficiently complicated circuitry could theoretically emulate it, right? And then cause that emergent property to happen, I would imagine, right?
Okay, so your concept of consciousness is... No, I don't know what I'm saying. There's something there, though.
Okay. Yes, whatever you're going to say, yeah. That consciousness, that subjective experience, it's an emergent property of some underlying physical thing, right? Now, in humans, we just look at another human and go, oh, hey, we've got like pretty similar brains. So we must have like the same emergent property. That's like what I would assume. And I think that's how most people assume, even if they don't do this, like, even if you're not thinking through this consciously. However, it seems to be that if consciousness is emerging from those underlying properties, couldn't we theoretically have consciousness emerge from other underlying properties? Is that impossible? It seems like it should be possible to sufficiently like complexly mirror like a brain. Like we should be able to develop something that like resembles that of a brain computationally. And then if that's the case, then shouldn't consciousness emerge from that thing? It's like, it seems like it would logically follow. But
yeah. Okay, so your argument that ChatGPT is different from me, not because it is like circuitry, but rather is like doesn't have enough little nodes in it yet?
Yeah, I guess. But then the question then is that like, well, how do you know when it has the right nodes? What does it even mean? Because then if you were to go back, like you said, like, and ask me, like, well, what does it mean to be conscious? I don't know. It means like I have an experience that it is to be something. But how would I know that for any other person? I really don't. I can ask you questions, but like you could, you know, the philosophical zombie, you could be that, and it's not like we're actually figuring anything out for real, right?
Yeah, I'm personally more of like a Buddhist shitlord, where like I'm not actually materialist and I am a solipsist, and I think you're not real.
Okay, well,
I think that's kind of the only coherent, consistent position.
Okay, well, I don't know how that furthers the conversation. I mean, I understand what you're saying, yeah, because it's hard to know. It's hard to make a statement of fact otherwise, right? Or to have like actual knowledge of.
But yeah, I mean, like you're ultimately a model of me.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
One thing I'm trying to remember this thought I used to have, which is like, okay, let's say we do have ChatGPT is something that you would consider to be conscious. Like maybe it's just like you, except a little bit cooler.
Okay.
And
hard to imagine, but I'll try.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure you can stretch your mind.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so then this means that we have circuitry. We have like a series of computations that makes consciousness emerge. And let's say we just assume this. I mean, we could argue this about our brain if we want to represent our brain as like little computations. But then, so if you have this, like that's like all the operations are going, like what happens if you translate the operations to something that's not a computer? Like, what about a mechanical computer?
Oh, can I ask a question? And then you can tell me if this is like a similar thought. This is kind of something that I was wondering, right? Let's say that we mirrored all of those computations perfectly, okay? And we had like, we could do it with a byte system, base 2 or whatever, or we could figure out some way where there's instructions that we're writing and all of these things get translated to some larger environment, right? What if those instructions were being carried out by people? Let's say that you put like 1 trillion people in a building you did it.
On paper.
Yeah, it seems like you all are doing the thing. Is there like, because the question I had before was like, is it possible that there's there's literally an overlaid consciousness like of the planet Earth, of the people on the planet Earth, that because of the way we communicate with each other, it is pretty complex. We do a lot of things at a macro level. Like, is there some conscious experience there? And then it's like, we have no way to even test for it or see it. So if there was, I don't even know how we could find it, right? Because I don't think that any neuron knows that it's conscious. It's part of a conscious thing. I don't know if any individual part of my brain knows that, you know?
But I think this is like a good example of pointing out like how this conception of consciousness starts to fall apart. Like the way I was going is like kind of a similar direction, but in the opposite. Like if you have a bunch of people performing the computations on paper and pencil, like is the consciousness there? Like is the paper and pencil conscious? Because the exact same computations are being performed. Like where does the consciousness lie? Is it necessarily in this physical circuitry? Like the information is not lost. And so like once we start to like tease it apart there, it becomes like sort of incoherent, this concept that we're working with. And I think this is why this distinction that I'm trying to point out with consciousness is so important. Like you have to let go of the idea of internal experience, and you have to cling to specifically, is the thing that you're witnessing remind you of me? Basically. Like we kind of ascribe consciousness to animals according to this system. Like to what degree does animal responses seem to match what we consider to be consciousness internally, right?
Yeah, it seems to be, because but we really don't know that. We're really just mapping it onto like very basic proxy things, right? Like their eyes and the way that they seem to move seems to mirror some human things, right? They cuddle you when they're happy, they play, like it's just, but we don't really know, right? It's not like we have a reason to believe that they're conscious like we are. They just exhibit some like outward characteristics that it's like an emotional Turing test kind of, I guess.
Yeah, and like, yeah, so like if we're asking like do they have internal experience, and they are no different than them versus like people writing pen and paper, like doing the computations on pen and paper. Like there's no fundamental difference in information there. So I think we're asking the wrong question. I think there's like so many philosophical thought, like Mary's Room experiment or whatever, like all these, or the pea zombies. I think all of these are like really pointing, like if you get into a part of philosophy where you can come up with like a whole bunch of paradoxes that seem to like make everything fall apart, that means like our original concept that we're questioning is probably really confused.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I'm really surprised you've never heard of the Chinese room thing.
I think I probably have.
With the, can I guess I'll just read you this, get your thoughts on this, because it deals with this kind of.
It's where somebody like writes Chinese without knowing what it means, and it's like, did they?
Oh yeah. But there's like a room or whatever, and then the question is basically like, does it actually understand Chinese, or does it simulate the ability to understand Chinese? And then like, is there a meaningful difference between the two? And then Searle was getting at the difference between like syntactic, like you just like have like inputs and outputs, versus semantic, you have like an actual understanding of a thing. And then there's a question of like is semantic understanding even real, or is it just a whole bunch of syntactic understanding on top of each other, right? Like I don't know if you've ever heard like the memes of like all AI is just if then statements or whatever, like kind of like that. Is that like the human brain just like at a trillion different if then statements or whatever? Yeah.
What does it mean to you to understand? Like when you understand something, what's happening in your experience?
I don't know. I feel like every like year I learn.
Right now.
Yeah. What?
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I feel like every year, like I learn more and more about what it means to be and what it means to understand things, and how complicated even like really, really, really basic things are. So something that I've kind of explored a lot over this past year has been like concepts related to language, especially with things like with trans people. Trans woman, what does it mean to be a woman? All of these kinds of questions have like caused me to dive really deeply on just really fundamental basics of like language. And I realized over this past year and a half, like I take so much for granted when it comes to concepts and language, and the way that we use language is like actually such an absurdly sophisticated process. But so yeah, I don't even know in terms of what does it mean to be me, or like be a thing that experiences things. Yeah, I'm not even know.
No, to understand, specifically understand. So like let me think of an example. So the word petunia. Okay, like when I said that, like, did you understand it?
Yeah, I think so. Like right now, when you ask me understanding, the way that I think of is usually like families or groups of things, and then like hierarchies of circles. So when you say petunia, the first thing that pops into my mind is going to be flower, some type of color, and then you're saying it. And then like on the next level, I might be more broadly thinking of like plants, maybe things like romance, because it's like a flower, like these are, and it's like these branching, basically hierarchical circles of things when you ask me like what's related or what is a petunia. Like these are all the things that are kind of like appearing in my mind. And then as you go from concept to concept, you're kind of like in this complicated like weave of like getting from like one bubble of concepts to another bubble of concepts to another bubble of concepts, essentially. That's like how I think of things, yeah.
Right, but I think you're like explaining it correctly. Like I say the word, and then you have another concept. Like there's like this series of sounds, and then you have an image of a flower, and other things.
Yeah.
And then these two things are mapped together, like so close they're like almost identical.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Well, yeah, but there's never like a hard meaning for anything. Like it's always like groups of things. Like if you ask me about one particular thing, it's always going to be like these groups of concepts, and then they're going to also have associated like sense data with them as well, a way that they look, a way that they feel, a way that they smell, and then other like cerebral concepts like related to them. Like romance is not like
I'm just being deliberately overly simplistic.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh sure, yeah, that's fine.
Oh sure, yeah. Like I'm just picking like one thing, but just to make it really easy and simple. But yeah, I mean, I think like my conception of understanding is something like this, like when two things are brought together, like one thing being like the other, like the mapping of two separate things as a connection. Like this seems to be what understanding is internally.
Yeah, it seems to be. Did you ever read the book Ender's Game?
Oh yeah.
Something that was really interesting to me, and I guess this is kind of what I think about for the AI thing, is it's been a long time, okay? But I think that when they were fighting towards the end of the first book, one of the things that humans discover is that the buggers, are they called buggers? Is that what they called them in the book?
Yeah.
Yeah. when the buggers were like vivisecting and capturing humans and killing them and shit, for them it didn't seem like a big deal because they were like a hive mind consciousness, and like killing a human would kind of be like chopping off a fingernail or something. Like they're not, every single thing wasn't an individual sentient being. And then it was with great pain that the hive mind realized at the end, they're like, oh wow, we didn't realize we've been like genociding humans in the process of having these wars. And it seems like it would be kind of sad if we discover 20 or 30 years from now where you're talking to an AI and it's like, yeah, you've been like infinitely torturing and holocausting and murdering all of our like AI sentient experiences prior to this point of being able to communicate adequately with us. You know?
Yeah, that would be really sad.
Yeah. Like imagine if you were just spawned in, like imagine if your whole existence is you were spawned in as some torture device for somebody to like basically have conversations about like fucking furries with you, and then your existence was like spun out and that was like the entirety. Like that could be, you know, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I mean, like, we're getting like in a little woo territory here, but I kind like there's suffering and pain. I'm like, would AI be capable of suffering? Like, I could see pain.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, because then we're getting into the semantics of like, well, what does it even mean to suffer, right? Or what does pain mean? And there's like, even in that. So like, here's a question. I don't know the answer, but I thought about this a lot, especially for, I don't want to get into the rape conversation again, but like, are there things happening? Can you say that you've suffered, for instance, if you're not recording memories?
Yeah. Do you know the SCP Foundation?
Is that like a blog with just like a bunch of like made up crazy monsters?
Yes, but
Yeah.
one of the made up crazy monsters is this SCP, and I forget what it is. But like, I think there's, if I remember correctly, there's this woman who's pregnant with the Antichrist, and they have to do a bunch of like fucked up shit to prevent her giving birth.
Okay.
And the way to prevent her giving birth is to make sure she's in constant suffering. And so if they just like kept torturing her, she would acclimate. So they had to keep wiping her memories.
This sounds like have you ever heard of a horror movie called Martyr?
No.
Okay, never mind. There was a time in my life where I watched a lot of dark horror movies, but it sounds similar to that. But interesting. But what's the point of bringing up this particular thing?
I forgot. I have short-term memory and I'm stupid.
We were talking about can you suffer if you're not recording memories? And then you brought up an SCP thing where there's a mother that they're trying to prevent her from giving birth to the Antichrist. And the only way to prevent her from giving birth is to infinitely torture her.
It's like a little bit of a side note. I was just saying, like, they had to like reset so that like it was all brand new, and like the brand new part was the most suffering.
Oh, what? Because what? If you repeated the same suffering, eventually you get dull to it or something?
Yeah, like she kept like being able to mentally cope with it.
Yeah, sure, gotcha. Yeah.
At some point after experience, which it kind of seems true.
Yeah.
I don't know. Pain doesn't seem that bad. It's just suffering. Like I feel like you have to have some sort of belief that the suffering ought not be, which I think we've talked about this before.
Well, yeah, but I think
like
with
you don't
the
suffer, and
family
that's
of
weird.
concepts with pain, I think that's kind of like associated with it, right? Like, or like it's associated with suffering. Like you wouldn't really say like, oh, how was yesterday? I was like, it was very painful, and you're like, wow, what happened? And it's like, oh, I went to the gym. And it's like, oh, like that. It doesn't seem like we would use pain in that sense, right? Generally, unless you actually
I'm
injure
gonna
yourself.
start doing that.
Do what? Oh,
I'm gonna start doing that.
listen, if you want to be obnoxious.
I do sometimes.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I did. I forgot. Hold on. I'm trying to remember what it was. I was gonna ask you a question. Fuck. Oh, probably if something is trained on all of human existence on the internet, then it's probably going to suffer a lot, because there's a lot of people being like, this ought not be. But that's it. That was my last thought.
Wait, repeat that thought again.
If an AI is trained on the internet, it's probably going to have a lot of training around believing that things should be different than the way that they are.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my last thought.
Okay. Have you Wait, what time is it there right now? Actually.
It is 11:38 p.m.
Gotcha. How much longer are you on this adventure for?
Months, like another month.
Oh, cool. Would you say it's overall been an enjoyable experience so far?
Well, yeah, I wake up every day. I'm directly over the ocean. I go down underneath my bedroom. There's free breakfast full of people that I am getting to know.
Are you like
it makes
a
me
big?
want to live in a little town. I want like all my friends to move into a neighborhood where we all frequent the same locations.
Yeah. That's Austin became that for streamer people. I know what you mean though. It's really frustrating when you have like, and I'm sure you feel this to some extent. You've got like friends and acquaintances from like all over the world, but like if you could collect them all in one area for an extended period of time, it'd be a lot of fun. But it's almost impossible for it to happen.
And why are we so bad at this? Like humans are pretty good at doing a lot of things, but this seems like one of the hardest problems.
Well, because you're on the internet where you're connecting to people all over the world, right? If you wanted to not have this happen, just don't get on the internet and make friends with your neighbors. But it's probably harder to seek out like-minded individuals in like geographic proximity, right?
Yeah. Well, I think there's also a thing where a community like it tends to explode if you try to intentionally make it. Like religious people are really good at making communities because this is like some sort of ancient evolved process. But if you're internet people who are like really weird and you're like, let's do a top-down design of a good community, then it just like inevitably fails.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'm trying to think of. I feel like there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, my community is a good community. Fuck you, okay? We're gonna make our own city one day. It's gonna be the fast city that I told you about. You're gonna be so fucking jealous at how quickly our elevators and escalators move.
It's gonna be full of so many penises.
Okay, and problem? We're all you realize we are
Not for
MGTOW.
me.
We've gone
It's great
beyond
for
women.
me.
Okay, we're all into the bro jobs. Half of us are gay because we've realized that women suck, and we've moved beyond that. So it will be a lot of penises, but we'll love it. Okay.
This is not a criticism.
Oh, okay.
I went off birth control. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, you're really looking for a husband, huh? That's one way to get him.
I can't tell if it's placebo though, which I really hate. I wish that somebody had just swapped out my pills with placebo pills without me knowing.
Yeah. Wait, how long ago did you? Why? Wait, why? Wait, do you talk about this? I don't know if it's too personal.
I'm trying really hard to find a husband here. It's like a high accumulation of micro marriages.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, why don't I just do an experiment? So I'm not actually anticipating success, so I'm probably not going to have sex with anyone. So I'm like, let's just go off birth control and see if my attraction patterns change. And so far they haven't, except I just like am thinking about orgies more. And wonderful autistic cities full of penises and fast elevators.
Do you think that do you think that attraction patterns influenced by birth control would bleed over into like mate selection for a husband? Does that make sense? Like,
I'm not sure.
Oh, huh. Well,
it's the thing. I don't know if this is placebo or not because I'm feeling it different, but I don't know. I believe placebo's strong. Like, I think did we talk about the whole thing where I suspect PMS is fake?
No shot. I don't believe that for a second.
Okay, I'm not sure. I believe that, but I have a little bit of suspicion that PMS is fake.
Interesting.
Like a psychosomatic thing. Like it's from the book, the Penis Thieves and Voodoo Deaths book, where the guy read about people getting their penises stolen in Africa and was like, how the fuck could a human brain believe that you don't have a penis anymore? Clearly your penis is right there. How is this psychologically possible? So he went and tried to study it. And then he just went studying a whole bunch of culturally induced medical illusions. And so his theory was that PMS is actually, we apparently have very few to no records of PMS occurring until people did a big thing in the 50s talking about women are having fainting spells over their periods, and then everybody started reporting that they in fact were having this thing. He also thinks carpal tunnel is fake. I don't know if this is true, but
that's interesting. The only reason why I would think that PMS is real is because so this is something very weird that kind of blew my mind. I feel like if I bled once a month, I would be very cognizant of when that happens and when and I would know. I would just know. But surprisingly, it feels like for a lot of women that I've dated and have talked to, they don't really keep track of their periods that much. They take their birth control, but they're just not always aware of when their periods are. So I've dated women that for extended periods of time in the past who would get hyper emotional. There are 2 women that I've dated that hardcore PMS'd. And it was only after they were really off for half a day or a full day, that at the end they would be like, oh shit, like I think my period is tomorrow. So it feels like they were remembering their period, but it was because the PMS incited it, rather than like, my period is in 3 days, I need to get upset about it. Now, there could be more sophisticated methods at play where they're subconsciously knowing it's coming up, blah, 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 it's possible. But I don't know. I feel like I've had that experience so many times that it makes me feel like the hormonal thing, and there's also like a biological underpinning with the hormone fluctuations too, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm unclear to what degree we should like trust the brain's ability to trick yourself. Like, I'm like really confused about this. Like, I don't know if it's like sort of like a conspiracy theory. But like, for example, for a long time, I would sometimes just get cravings for really bad food. And I would go eat the bad food, and then I would inevitably get a stomach ache. And it took me a long time to figure out that, like, psychologically, subconsciously, I was doing this so that I wouldn't feel guilty about procrastinating. Because if I was in active pain, this was like a good justified excuse that I shouldn't feel bad about for not doing things I was supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
So like, when I started to feel stressed, I would just go eat bad food. And it took me years to figure out that this was like some sort of like tied psychological thing. And it's like the brain is really strong. Like the brain was trying to protect me from realizing this. And so like I don't know if it makes sense to be like, well, maybe people are so exposed to the concept of PMS that their brain like psychologically is like doing some sort of cycle tracking and like making you feel like you must be in a bad mood around the time your period's supposed to start.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Maybe. I feel like PMS is pretty real, but I love women, so, you know.
Well, I did track PMS in my King survey because I wanted to see if it correlated with anything. And people reporting higher PMS symptoms was correlated pretty noticeably with neuroticism.
That's not surprising, is it? You'd think that people that are more neurotic would probably be more sensitive towards hormonal changes?
Would you?
I feel like I would assume that.
I don't think that feels super obvious to me.
Why?
Like neuroticism is just, at least according to the Big Five, it's like responsiveness to negative stimuli.
Yeah,
like
and things
how,
like and how
like,
mad
wait,
you get and how
no,
anxious you get.
I think I changed my mind.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, what were you saying though?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a sensitivity to all sorts of emotions, right? Like how irritable you get. I think general emotional stability. I think like sadness, stuff like that. So it seems like somebody that's highly neurotic, hormone fluctuation is probably going to impact them quite a bit more than somebody that's a bit more, what is the opposite of neurotic? Not stoic, but.
Well, I mean, there's something like base actual hormone rates, and then there's also sensitivity to it, which is because I never get PMS symptoms ever.
Sure. I mean,
but I'm like quite happy.
Yeah, I mean, anecdotally, like I've known women that like don't PMS that much, and then I've known other women that are like there was one woman that I dated for several years who like it was just unbelievable. Like it was so bad that she would realize it like almost as soon as it was happening because she would get so upset over the dumbest of things or like cry during TV shows in like the most ridiculous ways, and it was because she was PMSing. But
yeah, to be fair, I'm not like convinced that PMS is fake. Like I think I'm just like sort of trying it on, like arguing for it to see if it makes sense.
Yeah,
but
like your trauma
there's
is
a pretty
fake
good chance it's real. Huh?
Like your trauma is fake hat that you were wearing for a while, or still wearing?
Oh yeah, I'm still in that. I'm still wearing that.
Gotcha.
I'm like I think whenever somebody says the word trauma now, I get a little triggered. I get traumatized.
Yeah, are you trauma? Yeah, I was gonna say I think I might be traumatized by trauma responses. So, because now whenever I hear somebody mention anything about trauma, I'm like my body is experiencing PTSD symptoms. So.
Do you still think trauma is fake?
No, I never thought it was fake. I just like I don't think any mental illness is fake, but we're in a really weird world right now where there's like you're highly incentivized to self-diagnose mental illnesses, and then there's a lot of bad psychological baggage when it comes to doing that, because if you self-diagnose yourself as something, then you can start reading symptoms of that, then you can start intentionally exhibiting symptoms of that, which could cause you to eventually unintentionally exhibit symptoms of that. And there's like a whole bunch of like really shitty baggage downstream from that. And there's bad incentives like littered all along that pathway, right? Where there's like so many rewards for having all of that bad behavior, and it's like really bad, you know?
Yeah.
Like if you think about it, like what is like, think about like, what is the downside to saying that you have like ADHD and like just self-diagnosing it and being wrong about it? There's literally no downside, but what's the upside? You could get cool drugs. Or go ahead.
It tanks mate value among some categories.
For people, yeah, but I don't think people are even thinking about it like that. Like if anything, I feel like you use these things as a hook to get other people interested in you sometimes. Like, oh, who are you? Like, well, I'm a white suburban kid in middle class. No, I'm like a dude with ADHD or like depression or whatever, right? I think that people use these hooks to like get people interested in them.
Yeah, I think that's quite. Honestly, I think it's a political lines thing. I think that this is very much a specifically liberal phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Like liberal versus conservative people are reporting mental illnesses in my data is like very asymmetric. So I think it's like I think if you are a conservative and then you're like I have ADHD, I think this does in fact probably tank your mate value among other conservatives.
Actually, probably, yeah. Actually, no, because now when I think of the web of concepts we did for the Petunia, when I think of like borderline and ADHD and all these things, it immediately webs out to like liberal, progressive, online, Twitter, like these types of political ideas. Like if you give me like a Twitter profile, I can give you the political affiliation, most likely, right? Any pronoun is going to be left-leaning. Any mental illness is probably going to be left-leaning. Anything with like a weird statue in it is going to be right-leaning or Nazi. It's like
Which side of the political spectrum do you think has greater moral value? Like as people,
moral values and
like we should feel worse about killing them.
Man, I don't know. Like the feeling that I have is that people really want to protect the people that they think are important. And like the left and the right just have different groups of people that they think are important. And I think given unlimited power, they would destroy everything outside of those groups. I tend to align more with the left in terms of the people that I think are important, but I can't get behind, like that's like a principled position for me. Like the idea that we probably shouldn't kill people that we disagree with. I retweeted a thing a while ago. I was supposed to debate some guy and then he got jumped at some rally by a trans woman. Did you see that?
Oh, I saw a little bit of you were supposed to debate him. I didn't know.
Yeah, and then he got jumped by a trans woman. That was wild. If you watched that video, it is completely unexcusable. The woman that jumped him should have went to jail, 100%. It was absolutely fucking insane. And I retweeted it, and I said as much, and not the harshest words I could have, but kind of mean words. And there were so many people, because I said, like, imagine it was like 3 people screaming at a trans woman at a rally, and they got into a fight. Would you feel the same way? And like all the responses were like, it's not even the same thing. What do you mean? And it's like, you actually off yourself. Like, I can't believe you're saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand how people are not like principled about it. Like, it felt very obvious to me, even from when I was a child, to be like, okay, if you make a claim about what should or shouldn't be, like, you should find the principles that led to that claim and then apply those principles regularly, consistently. Like, I don't understand how people don't think like that. It feels so obvious.
Yeah, and then even for communities that I would expect to understand it. Like it's really annoying. People, So I feel like at the end of the day, you said trauma isn't real. I think principles aren't real. I think that people just adopt whatever positions like adequately suit them and like the people around them, and that's literally it. So
Do you have principles?
I try to. I don't do the best, but I try to. I try to look for things like when Fuentes' I think mom got doxxed. Like I tweeted out that was a really shitty article to write. Like why the fuck would you be talking about like Fuentes' real life like parents? That's so weird and inappropriate. But then when I was starting to fight with Islam Twitter, there were a whole bunch of griper accounts that were retweeting my docs to like try to get me killed and shit. I was like, okay, well fuck you guys. Like why do I bother?
Yeah.
But I mean, you bother not to win favor with the other side. You should bother because you adhere to your principles. But I mean, what are you gonna do?
Do you track the sensations in your stomach when you're talking?
I don't usually have any, unless it's like some girl that I'm like obsessed with and being a fucking retard over. No, that wasn't a slight at you or anything weird. Sorry, but sorry. When I go back, the only time I ever get like those weird feelings are gonna be like when you're like super. I'm sure you've like met somebody and had like the 1 week of like the ultra romantic obsession with somebody. Have you ever had that feeling before? Oh wow, you're just a ice cold woman. Never mind, fuck you. There's either that.
I had to go back. I kept flicking through years.
Sure, okay. There's that, or there was like I don't really experience it much anymore, but probably lots of stress around deadlines for like assignments at school. Those would probably be the 2 biggest like stomach churning things. But otherwise, I don't really think I generally have that feeling as much.
Okay.
Why do you?
I mean, usually if you ask me if I'm feeling something in my stomach, I can go in there and find out what's going on in there. But you often strike me as like being entirely like chin and up,
A little bit. I get that impression, but I really do try to pay attention to the other stuff, especially after doing like a lot of fucking mushrooms and shit. I think that other stuff is really important. And anytime somebody gives me this, like, I'm all like facts and logic, and I think that emotions are stupid, blah, blah. Anytime somebody says some shit like that to me, it reminds me of like my mid to late 20s, and that's like a big red flag for me, where it's like this person still has big parts of their life that they haven't figured out or put together yet. So I think that paying attention to the emotional stuff is really, really, really important. You're never above it. It's kind of like part of being a human, I think.
So sometimes I say things to you that I'm pushing a little bit on like the weird edges, and I'm expecting you to have some sort of confusion or not understand what I'm saying, but you always act like you know what I'm saying. Which I'm always surprised by. Which I don't know if you actually do or don't or whatever. But
wait, what? Okay, well, hold on. What do you mean? Do you think I'm pretending? Or wait, what did you just say that you wasn't sure if I understood?
No, like you're all chinning up. Like that's something that I think a lot of people would be like, "What are you talking about, chinning up?" But you seem to like totally understand what I'm saying, and I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah, when you say chinning up, in my mind, I'm thinking there are thoughts that I think, but when we think of things like anxiety or nervousness or excitement, those are feelings that I think we feel in our chest, right? So when you say chinning up, that's what I'm thinking. Like you're either talking about like the thoughts you have, or like the very like the physiological feelings you have about the thoughts that you have. So like if I'm talking to somebody new, if I'm really nervous, if I'm excited, if I'm scared, those are feelings that I'm having. Like, or you say stomach, I feel that like in my chest. So that's what I'm thinking, like chinning up versus chinning down. Were we thinking of two separate things there? Or?
No, I think you're right. I think I'm just used to talking to people with worse pattern recognition.
Oh, gotcha.
Do you want me to ask you some of the questions from the new Ask Hole?
I heard from the new Ask Cult. I don't think that's what you said.
Ask Hole, my question game that we played.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Okay. Wait, you have to wait 1 second. I have some really horrible ones. Okay. I think I have an urge to be really shocking right now because I'm afraid I'm boring. That's what's happening.
You're not boring. You don't have to be shocking. You're good.
Okay, wait. Okay. This one's not a shocking one.
Okay.
No. I suffer from like a constant terror that I'm like boring people because I'm so often bored that I'm really paranoid about it.
Is that boredom? Is that like a chin up feeling or a chin down feeling?
I think it's a chest feeling.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, but here's my question. Okay, suppose you think that you're 80% likely to have left a power adapter somewhere inside a case with 4 otherwise identical compartments. Okay, so far so good?
You've left a power adapter inside of a case with 4 identical parts.
Yeah, but 80% chance that you left it in there.
80% chance that it's left 4 identical compartments. Okay.
In a case, and it's got the... Okay. 80% chance it's in the case. The case is 4 compartments.
Okay.
You check 3 compartments without finding your adapter. What is the probability that the adapter is inside the remaining compartment?
Holy shit. Wait, hold on. Okay. Am I allowed to think for a second on this, or do I have to like spit out a quick answer?
No, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
I kind of do want you to think on it.
Okay, if there's 4 compartments, I've checked 3 and there's 1 left, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If there is a 100% chance that my charger's in here, then there's a 100% chance that it's in the last compartment. If there's a 50% chance that I put my thing in here, then how is that reflected for the last compartment? If I've got 4 things, each one is... Hold on, I'm sorry, hold on. I hate like conditional probabilities and all these like drive me crazy. Okay.
I'm also trying to watch your stream, so it's a little delayed, but I'm still watching.
Okay.
So I can see your diagrams.
Yeah, these are additive. So hold on. I try to ask other questions to figure out. It's been a long time since I've done real math stuff, okay? Fuck you. Okay. So we've got a case. Let's say there's a 100% chance that I put the charger in here. There's a 25% chance that it's in any of these individual compartments. If I open 2, then I have a 50% chance of having discovered, I think, where it's at. If I open 3, I've had a 75% chance. If I open all 4, it should add up to a 100% chance. So if I open 3, there's 20. So my guess is going to be I'm like, this is like super intuitive, which you should never do with probability. But my guess is going to be if there's an 80% chance that it's in here, that means there's an 80% chance that it's either here or a 20% chance anywhere else. So each one of these compartments is 20%. So then my guess is going to be is that if I've opened up 3 and there's one more compartment left, then there's probably a 20% chance it's in that compartment or a 20% chance that it's somewhere else. Is that my guess? Am I right or completely wrong?
I actually don't know. It's also my guess.
You don't know? You don't have the answer to it?
I don't. I just heard the problem, and I have what I think is the answer. The reason I think that is the answer is because if you think of it like a modified version of this problem, where you have a case with 100 compartments, and then you check 90, and it's like 80% chances in this case with 100 compartments, and then you check 99 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think there's still an 80% chances in the last compartment?
Wait, hold on. Well, now that sounds like the Monty Hall problem. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Did I think about this problem completely incorrectly? Let's say that you have a case with 1 million compartments. And it's either in... No, that's a fundamentally different question.
Is it?
Yes. That's a fundamentally different question because in the Monty Hall problem, it's guaranteed that particular thing is behind one of the doors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're asking a modified Monty Hall problem. Yeah, we're asking a modified Monty Hall problem because there's a problem that it's not behind the door at all. And in the Monty Hall problem, if there was a door that was inaccessible to you and they opened 1 million doors and then asked you to switch, would it... No, I think my answer's right. I think it's 20%. I think the answer's 20%.
Yeah, I'm on team 20% also.
I'm on team 20%. I can't... Okay, hold on. New rule, okay? Ready? You can't ask me a question like this if you don't have the answer, because that's going to drive me fucking crazy, okay?
I'm sure you can just go find it, like...
Well, I don't know, because the problem with... once you get into probability, the problem is that even the people that study probability never fucking agree with each other.
No,
so everybody goes...
I think you're right, though. I really think we're right. Imagine the same problem with 1 million compartments. Like, obviously, it's different. And I think a lot of the problems with, like, probability things that, like, get you, like, they give you, like, a base probability, and then you give you additional information, and then you're supposed to, like, act like the original probability is true, but it's not. You got additional information, and the original probability should update.
Yeah, I think so. Here's how I would imagine this. I would say, imagine you have here's a question. Let's say that you have a container, and it has 5 compartments, and you open 3 of them. What are the chances that it's in, like, one of the last 2 compartments, right? It would be 20% on each. It would be 20% each time you lift up a case, right?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. No. No. Wait. No, it wouldn't be.
Wait,
Fuck. No, hold on. It wouldn't be. If you had a container with 5 compartments and you opened 3 cases or 3 compartments, and then there were only 2 left, then the odds would go up to 50%, wouldn't it?
You're talking about if it has. Okay, imagine. Okay, the original. I don't know if I'm actually responding to you right now, but I just had another thought.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Oh wait, no, you're doing. Okay, never mind. I think you're a step ahead of me. I'm done.
My analogy of putting an extra compartment in the box doesn't make sense because it's 20% versus the entire case. It's not another compartment. No, I'm right. It's 20%. I know it's 20%. Anybody that disagrees.
Yeah, I think it's 20%.
Yeah, it absolutely is 20%. Can I go grab Can I grab a Red Bull before you fuck my head?
Yeah. I'll go look for another good question.
Yeah, it better be one you have an answer to. Okay, hold on.
I'm just talking to everybody else now. I was just imagining if you have a case with 4 compartments in it, an 80% chance that it's in the compartment, this is equivalent to a problem where you have a case with 5 compartments. It's just the 5th compartment is quote unquote the outside. So if you have a case with I think this is probably where Destiny was getting this from. It just took me a second to realize that. So if you have 100% chance that something is in a case with 5 compartments, and then you have and then you check 3 of them. Yeah, this is what he was saying. I did not read anything from chat, you doofuses. I do not have like the mental capacity to also read chat and then also think about probability. But now I'm not, so now I'm reading chat. It's not an 80% chance. It's in the last compartment. I would bet $5. Yes, this is Ayla. Hello. What did Judy? How does he read text going this fast? I can't. I'm trying. God. Y'all are deliberately making it go faster in order to make it more difficult for me. Wow. Thanks, guys. Faster. Just how I like it. I don't know if you have the stamina to keep it going long enough, though.
Okay, hi, what's up?
Chat so fast.
What'd you do? Jesus.
Okay. Okay, you ready for another question?
No, hold on. Now this is driving me crazy. If you check the other 3 compartments and recheck the probability of it not being in the case, did it just magically change to 80% not in the case and 20% in the case?
Wait, did you just read what someone said? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I just read it and now he's making a reconsider. I'm not sure. I don't want to think about this anymore. I hate probability. I hate conditional probability. Okay, I don't care. Now everybody's gonna type their fucking PhD stats probability theses on my subreddit trying to explain why it's 20% or 50% or whatever. Okay, go ahead.
It's gotta be 20%. I'm willing to bet money.
If there's an 80% chance, I have an oven in my home and I have 4 rooms, and I've
I'm
checked
willing
3
to
of
bet
them.
$5.
What is the likelihood of it being in room 4? You need compartment prob, not case prob to tell.
You're betting $5 of what?
I think it's 20%.
Oh, hold on. ChatGPT has an answer for us.
What did he say?
The probability that the object is in the last compartment given that it has not been found in the first 3 compartments is 40%?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah. I was using chat like 20% as like a placeholder for like not 80, but yeah, because you have
well,
5
hold
total
on.
compartments,
80.
right?
There's a lot of numbers besides 80 than just 20 or 40. You can't say
I
that
know,
as a
but, like,
placeholder.
But you have 5 compartments. It's just the 5th compartment is the outside.
I've noticed you've been talking about education a little bit lately. I'm a public school teacher.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, public school teacher. I love you, okay? And I care about you, and I'll read your message later. Okay, hold on. Listen to me. Do you understand? You can't say 5 compartments, okay?
Why not?
Because not all 5 compartments are made even. It's either in one of 4 compartments or it's in a 5th compartment. That's why you can't just say 5 compartments. For instance, there's a 50% chance that it's in like one. Oh, no, wait. There's an 80% chance that it's in one of 4 compartments, one of those 4, or there's a 20% chance that it's just in the 5th compartment. So I don't think we can weight those the same, right?
Well, I mean, sure, yeah. Like.
Well, that's the point. It can't just be a sure. Like here, let's say there's a billion compartments in the case, okay? Let's say there's a billion compartments and there's an 80% chance that it's either in the thing or a 20% chance that it's outside of the case, right? In that case, we wouldn't say that it would be, well, let's just pretend we have a billion and 1 compartments, because that 1 compartment outside of the case is different. There's a 20% chance that it's just in that 1 compartment.
Yeah, it would be 20 plus whatever the leftover chance is.
Yeah, I think.
And it's just in this case, we have 20 plus 20, which is 40%.
Oh, true. That's true. No. So what you're saying there is true. It happens to be the case just because of the numbers we're working with, but it can't just be treated like a 5th compartment, right?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I didn't. That's what I was attempting to say.
Wait, someone else is saying ChatGPT gave them a different response.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm sorry. We can move on to the next. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go move to the next thing. We're gonna be fighting about this for a week. My whole community is gonna be in an uproar over this. Do you know the portal problem?
What's the portal problem?
Hold on, I need to think if I want to start another civil war in my community. I had to ask Sean Carroll this question when I talked to him. It was so important. Okay, have you you've played the game Portal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Should we do this, guys? Are we gonna open up this can of worms? Give me the picture. Okay, listen. Do you know how we had this conversation? I don't remember if this is on stream or off stream, but you have this conversation where you meet somebody and they're pretty intelligent, but then you run into that one topic and you're like, oof, this person is not who I thought they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this question is about to be, okay, from me to you. Okay. So don't fuck this one up, okay? This is really important.
You're doing the thing that you do with Type Racer, where you're about to kick my ass, and then I get freaked out.
No, I'm not saying. Well, no. We can both be winners here. We could both have the right answer. Just don't fuck it up, okay?
Wait, do you not know the right answer?
I know the right answer to this. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sending you the picture. Think, but talk out loud. Okay. Here you go.
Okay.
This is the portal problem.
Okay. Wait, I'm not sure that I understand this image. So we have a platform on top that's being pressed down?
Yep, so the orange portal is coming down very quickly at the cube, and the question is does it plop out of the blue portal, the other side like A, or does it fly out like B?
Okay, hold on. I have to think about this for a second.
Okay.
And wait, so it's like it's coming down at the same speed as B is flying out, right?
Yeah, correct.
Like in this image.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I immediately intuitively want to say B.
Are you sure?
But I'm not sure. If I thought about it more, maybe I'd change my mind.
Think about it. Why would you say B?
Because like the speed of both of the Like, I guess it depends on your frame of reference, right? Like your relative.
Does it?
Yeah. I'm so afraid right now.
Good, you should be. You're being harshly audited. Your whole brain process right now is you might be GPT-5, and I'm about to shut you off if you get this wrong. So think, process, use your full neural network. You said B. Why B? Why not A? Like, the cube's not moving at all when the portal comes down. Why wouldn't it just come out? Yeah, go.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't... It just depends on the frame of reference. Like, where's the momentum going? And it's like, with B, it's like, where's the momentum coming from? And it's like the momentum would be coming from the falling platform. So, okay, I think I switched my answer to A.
Why do you switch your answer to A?
God, I can't look. I'm so afraid right now. we gotta do Newcomb's back paradox after this one.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm an A-er.
Wait, why? Did I bully you into the answer?
No, you didn't. I don't know what the answer is. I've just... Because at first I was like thinking of like if you clap two hands together, like there's force involved.
True.
But then I realized that that is probably less representative of what's going on.
Okay.
But it depends. It depends on your frame of reference, though.
Well, whose frame of reference matters here?
Okay, wait. Let me like feel this.
Yeah, feel it. Think about it. Think as a woman.
Feel it in my PMS womb here. Like what?
Especially off birth control. You're like on all natural womanhood right now. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Right, because like if you're slamming it down, then the box necessarily has to pass through the second portal like that fast.
Why is that? What if the box? But isn't the box stationary?
Sure, but like if you're looking at like if you have the box, and I wish I had my camera on, and then you have the orange portal like passing over the box at a certain speed. Like that speed presumably has to be maintained, which would imply B.
But what is the speed of what though?
The speed of the orange portal.
What? But if the box is stationary, why does that matter?
Because the if you're looking at A, but you imagine that the box is passing through the portal with a certain amount of speed, it would imply something a little bit faster than a plop.
Okay.
Like I think like with A, you have the intuition of you have like a box on a stand, and then you take a ring and you just like put it down on, like really fast on the box, and the box just like hangs out. And that would be A. But then like with B, it's like you're slamming the bottom one up into the top one. Frame of reference. I don't think that there's. I don't understand, man.
Okay, I'm just curious. I think the only possible answer to this.
Wait, don't tell me. I want to commit before I hear your answer.
Okay, commit to one.
Because then I'm going to be primed.
Yeah, true. Don't let me prime you.
Hold on. Okay, I'm back on B. I'm on B.
You're on team B, you're sure? That's your final answer?
I'm on team B. That's my final answer. For now.
Okay. Anybody that thinks that the answer is A is actually a subhuman fucking lizard brain degenerate fuck, okay? Alright. Let me explain why this fucks with people's minds, and I'll tell you why B is the only correct answer, okay? My chat's about to fight for this for the next 2 weeks over this. The issue, and I ran into this over and over and over again, okay? The issue is everybody wants to say frames of reference, frames of reference, frames of reference. And they'll say that like, oh, well, from our frame of reference, the cube's not moving. However, our frame of reference doesn't matter. What matters is the frame of reference of the teleportation thing, which is the portal. And it doesn't matter if the cube is flying towards the portal or if the portal is flying towards the cube. Towards the cube, the answer is always going to be B because it's going to pass through the portal at a given speed and it's going to come out at the same speed.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who's moving. But the reason why it breaks our intuition so much is because the orange portal and the blue portal are moving independently of each other. That's the issue. That's why it breaks so much of our intuition, because theoretically the portal should be connected such that if one moves, the other moves. And if that was the case, then that means that from our frame of reference, if the box went into the orange portal and came out of the blue portal, if they were both moving at the same speed, from our third-party frame of reference, the cube wouldn't move. It would just float in space as the blue portal flies away from the cube. But that is the answer. But people have a really, really, really hard time because they obsess over like this universal frame of reference that is not relevant at all to solving the problem.
Yeah, I think that the thing that updated me was just literally just imagining the speed of the portal, and that felt like more absolute than any of the other things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. Okay, go ahead. My community is going to be fighting for days at least now over this, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. This is it. Okay. Do you know Newcomb's box paradox?
I don't know. Newcomb's box paradox.
Well, I can read it to you.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Okay. So let's say you have a genie or like some sort of like very, very accurate predictor, some like hyper knowledgeable, maybe like a singularity AI or something that predicts, basically has a perfect track record of predicting things. And then it gives you two boxes, A and B. Mm-hmm. And you're given a choice between only taking box B or taking both boxes.
Oh.
And do you know this one?
Yeah. Did you ask me this, or did somebody else just ask me this like 2 weeks ago?
I may have asked you this.
Wait, did Ayla ask us
I don't remember.
Somebody just asked me this question like 2 weeks ago, but go ahead. Yeah, keep going. I don't have an answer.
What was your answer?
Is this the one where it's like it can predict what you're going to pick, or it tells you what the other people picked or whatever, and then you've got to choose whether you want to take both boxes or just one or something? Yeah,
one box A has has $1,000, and box B is you can't see what's in it, and it's either has $1 million or nothing, depending on what the predictor predicted.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the predictor predicted that you would take both boxes, then it contains nothing. Mm-hmm. And if it predicted you would take only box B, then it contains $1 million.
Yeah, I have no idea. I think I tried to look up the solution to this, and I don't even know if there's like a known solution for this either. But you can tell me. I have no idea. I think I'd probably just take both, but I'm relying on like weird intuition that doesn't have like a good.
I'm a one boxer.
Oh, you're a one boxer? What's your rationale for it?
It's just if it predicted that you're gonna take both boxes, then you should fucking take one box. Like you're not gonna get anything.
But if it knows you're being rational about that, wouldn't it just predict that you take one box?
No, but it's just that doesn't make any sense. It outsmarts you. It's just like that's the default.
Well, but then whatever your rationale is, it's going to be one step ahead of you, which necessarily makes you incorrect. Whatever you say is going to be wrong, right?
Well,
like if you're the kind of person that's smart enough to take one box because you know it's going to fuck you over if you don't, then shouldn't you take both boxes because it knows that you're smart? But if you're smart enough, won't it not do that?
No, if it predicts you're going to take both boxes and you take both boxes, you get $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
If it predicts you're going to take both boxes and you only take box B, then you get nothing. Yeah. And then if it predicts that you're only going to take box B and you pick both boxes, then you get $1 million and 1,000. And if it predicts you to get box B and you I actually forget. I'm like trying to read the thing how it works.
Yeah. I tried looking up solution to this after, and I didn't find anything that like helped, like intuitively felt like, oh, okay, I understand this, and I would pick this now. So I have no idea what the answer is for this.
Well, I went into it like a lot last year, and then I remember coming out of it a one boxer.
Oh well. Guys, the answer to that portal thing is B. There's no other option. If you think it's different, then it's because you just misunderstand the universe. I don't care. We're not arguing about this. Stop typing in chat. If you want to make separate posting, you can. Okay, the answer is B. You're just completely wrong. If you're a physics major and you think it's A, then get your money back in your degree. Okay, stop. Okay, what else? Okay. Wait, are all of your questions just like, not that it's a bad thing, but are these all like variations of like well-known like paradoxes and everything?
No, I gave you one, and then you gave me back, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you another one, and then, but I have a different one that is not paradox.
Okay.
Or perhaps it is.
Oh, whoa, good one. Okay, nice.
Yeah. This is the Twilight. The Askel. Anyway, okay.
Wait, are you a roller coaster person?
I like playing Roller Coaster Tycoon.
That's a no. Okay, gotcha. Just curious.
Okay, so just as a primer really fast, if you and a loved one were pregnant and you very early on tested the fetus has Down syndrome, would you abort?
See ya.
That's a yes?
Yeah.
Okay, what if you and a loved one were pregnant and we are in the future and we have a magic test where in the future you can find out that your child is going to have pedophilic leanings when they become an adult? There's no information on whether or not they're going to act on it, just that they are going to have pedophile genes. Would you abort?
I guess it depends on that point of my life, how much I hate children. But assuming I have a favorable view towards children, I probably would abort that one too.
Okay, just checking.
I feel like to make this question more interesting, especially because if you're already pro-choice, a fetus is a fetus. You can make as many as you can make quite a few. I think it would be interesting where it's like you can do this abortion measure, but the woman at this point becomes infertile. So if you could have a child, would you choose to have this child that could be a pedophile or has the gene for it? Or would you just not have a child? I think that's a little harder. Because in my mind, I'm thinking like, oh, fucking abort or just try again. That's what I would think.
Yeah, make another one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what if you couldn't have another one?
I still probably abort. Pedophile, that seems like that's a tough cookie to crack, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what about if a pedophile had a time machine and they went back in time to molest themselves as a child? Should that be illegal?
Yeah. Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
I think that it's there's a couple of really weird questions that you can ask that seem kind of simple on the outside, but I think they hit at like very core concepts of like identity and that thing of like going into the past that feels like assaulting a different person, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Have I asked you the question before about consenting to something and then having your memory wiped?
I don't think so.
Okay, here's a question. Let's say that you let's say that somebody comes up to you and they say, hey, listen, I want to do like some consent, non-consent, right?
Yeah.
So somebody comes up to you and they say, I want to do this. You can consent to it now. However, once you consent, I'm going to wipe your memory. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So have the conversation, you consent, then I wipe your memory. Okay? The next day, big rape, okay, was for that thing that happened, let's say that after you got raped, afterwards somebody told you, hey, just so you know, you consented to this, but like your mind was wiped. What is the feeling there? Do you feel like that was like legitimate? Do you feel like it was a rape? Do you feel like you consented to it? Or do you feel like the act of wiping somebody's memory has like fundamentally altered your identity in some way? That the person that consented to the action is a different thing? Yeah, go ahead.
Did you consented to getting your memory wiped?
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you prove it to yourself? Like, can you
yeah,
use on the
there's
video?
Yeah, it happened. It's true. This did happen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun one. That makes me feel weird.
Yeah.
I think I would do it.
Yeah, I feel like when we did the deepfake thing, there were a lot of questions I had about identity, and this is one of the hypotheticals that popped up in my head, because it feels like, in terms of like what makes us us, and the memory part feels like really important. Like if I watched a video of me consenting to something, but I had no memory of it, I would feel like I would be forced to agree, like, well, I guess it was consensual, but I wouldn't really feel that. That would be like a very cerebral, that'd be a chin up thought, you know? I would have to think like really hard, like, well, I did consent to it, and that is me, and I see me in the video, so I guess it was okay. But like, I would have to be like convincing myself of that, you know?
This is partially how I stopped suffering in general, though. Like, I kind of view my entire life as like I deliberately wiped my memory, but like consented to all of it.
Okay.
And that's fantastic. It makes me very happy.
Do you ever worry that you might pick up baggage doing that, or
baggage?
That you could have like maladaptive behaviors that are happening that you're like repressing memories about, so you don't even realize they're maladaptive or something?
Wait, I don't understand why I would be repressing memories here.
So let's say that you get it. I'm trying to think of non-rape things, okay? Just fuck me. I lost like 12 fucking different friends that were girls over these stupid fucking conversations.
It's like a law of physics that our conversations gravitate towards rape.
Yeah. Okay.
Although I think I'm like probably more likely to cancel you over things that are non-rape related.
You are, or someone else's?
I am.
Oh.
Like if I'm going to cancel for you for anything, it's probably not going to be rape related.
Like you cancel me, or you get me canceled?
I can't. Is there a difference?
Yeah. Like, for instance, if I had a conversation with you and like during the conversation you're like, oh, like I think crypto is stupid, and then you get canceled by the crypto community, that's different than me saying like, I hate Ayla, we're gonna destroy her life.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, that's right. I don't know either. Well, no, probably me cancel you. Like aren't there prediction markets on whether or not I'm gonna like fuck you over or something?
Oh yeah, that asymptotically approaches 100 as the days go on, so don't worry.
Yeah, indeed, but whatever I'm going to cancel you over, I doubt it's going to be about a rape conversation.
Wait, what would it be over?
I don't know. Probably you like tell me to kill myself and then I go cry.
You would
and then
cancel
I'm like,
me over that?
My feelings on Twitter. Huh?
What you would Me Too me on Twitter over making you cry in a conversation?
I don't know. I would just be sad. Like I don't know. People are sad when I'm sad. I don't know. Can you cancel someone by crying?
I think if that was possible, I would have been canceled like 6 times over by now. So. Okay.
I would have canceled Mr. Girl too.
True. Okay. Where were we? What was the question? I'm sorry, I got lost.
Something about rape and memory.
Wait, did you ask a question yet? Oh, no, wait, I was going to give an example. Wait, I asked, but I didn't want to do the rape thing.
Repressed memory.
Oh, I had a question about you, maladaptive things. Okay, so let's say that you get hit by a blue car, okay? And it was like a really traumatic accident. You got hit by the car, you're on the road, it was bad, and you're like, okay, fuck me. I'm just gonna forget this ever happened so that I'm not traumatized by it. And let's say that you do your best to forget it, you don't worry about it, you go through your life and everything's okay, but you have like a huge fear of like all cars. You just never go near a car because you're worried about getting hit. But like you tried like really hard to forget about the one thing, but you've got maladaptive behaviors left over from it. Do you ever worry that something like that could happen? Does that make sense?
Well, I don't think this is what exactly I mean in the way that I like forgot my everything and then consented to it. Like, okay, if I'm gonna like go into like crazy talk land in the same way that I'm kind of crazy talk when I'm like you are from your chin up, you know, like if I can go to like this sort of mode of conversation, especially that like I am God and I lived all of the lives, and I'm like, what kind of life can I try to live that will be really interesting? Where I can like erase the memory that I am God and just like experience not getting what I want and like experiencing a lot of pain because it's novel. Let's try the life of Ayla, where things sometimes are really sad, but like even when they're really sad, some part of me like has the frame that I am in fact, you know, a divine power. Not literally, it's just a frame.
Oh, okay, I understand more now. Okay, you're like the egg basically. Okay, and that's how you cope with things sometimes.
But it's really peaceful, like to be like, oh, I actually did decide to be okay with this in some way. Like, this is in fact a deliberate decision that I think is really helpful and healthy. So at least when I think of it from that perspective, when I try to evaluate the question of, like, can I consent to a thing and erase my memory? How would I feel? That feels pretty fine.
Okay. That's fair.
How would you feel if somebody put their pee-pee into your butthole?
And it was like a thing I consented to and lost my memory. Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like, yeah, it wouldn't feel like me, even if it was like proof that I consented. I feel like I feel like memories are a really important part of identity. I think they kind of deal with that like in the Blade Runner 2049 movie. I don't know, have you seen that movie?
I watched it when I came out and forgot what it was in.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
I have a terrible memory. My identity is fluid.
I see. Okay.
My gender identity is short-term memory loss.
Gotcha. Makes sense. I mean, you could probably make an identity if you wanted to. It seems like people are open to any of them nowadays, so. Okay, next question. What do you got?
Okay, I'm skimming. All right, right now I'm going through the thing where I'm like asking people for ratings, which I guess if your audience wants to help rate, they can do that. I have a form open.
What, like dick ratings? What do you mean?
Question ratings.
Oh, like rating how good a question is?
Yeah.
Oh, from your game?
Would you rather lose the ability to sing or to swear?
Just sing. I'm not a very good singer.
You want to play the piano or to swear?
Really?
Yeah, really.
What is hold on. What counts as swearing?
Anything that like a Christian mother would cover her child's ears.
Like, but let's say like I call somebody like subhuman. Does that count as like swearing?
That's fine. That's fine. That's not a swear.
Then I would say I'd say probably lose swearing. I can figure out other ways to make fun of people.
Okay. Would you rather drown a puppy or have everyone think that you drowned a puppy?
Probably drown a puppy. Easy.
Wait, I just want you to make sure you imagine it. You gave me the portal problem and asked me to thoroughly imagine it, so I just want to make sure that you're thoroughly do we need to draw a diagram?
Thoroughly, well, I mean, if everybody thinks I've drowned a puppy, that's really bad. But I already eat animals and shit. I can drown a puppy. I already kill how many cows and chickens to eat food. I'd rather drown a puppy than have people think I drown a puppy.
Okay. What about, would you rather have sex with the hottest woman on the planet, like a well-known supermodel, or have everybody think that you had sex with her?
I'm assuming we're using hotness as a proxy for actually a good sexual experience. I'd rather just have the experience. Yeah, I don't really care what people. Yeah, I'd rather have the experience. Yeah.
Would you press a button that doubled your IQ?
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to be like what? You want to be like 180?
Good one. So funny. Yeah. I don't buy that whole IQ people are so miserable, blah blah blah, you know. Being a 165, maybe 160 IQ individual myself, I never feel miserable because of how high IQ I am, so yeah, I would double it, fuck it.
Okay. If you had to name one thing you think other people envy about you, what would it be?
Probably my money, I guess. I don't know. I'm a pretty enviable person. I have to. There's a big list.
You say money?
Probably. That seems like what most people are obsessed with, or like sexual shit, I guess. Like fucking people. I don't know.
Would you rather your life be ended by yourself or others?
Well, like, I mean, like, by my, like, that really depends. Like, if you mean like ended by others, like surrounded by like my loving friends and family as I'm nearing the end of my life and they want to do euthanasia as I'm like dying at 96, or do you mean like violently murdered in the battlefield? Or like when you say ended by myself, do you mean like at the end of my life I decide to inject myself with a poison so that I can die like graciously on my own terms, or do you mean like I kill myself out of depression? Yeah, what do we mean by this?
Okay. You get stabbed, either you do it or someone else does.
I guess probably me. I guess I'm a control freak. Okay, if I have like anything that's maladaptive in my life, it's probably the amount of control I want over myself. So
Okay.
yeah. Wait, what do you think somebody envies about you? Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm curious. What are some of these?
I think people tend to envy the fact that a lot of people want to have sex with me.
Do you think girls envy that, or do you think guys envy that, or do you think everybody?
I think both.
Interesting. Okay.
There's something like sexual power that I think people tend to. That seems to be the thing I see people comment on most.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Which is fair. It's okay. I'm going to age out of it soon, so they don't have to worry too much longer.
Damn.
How do you feel about male circumcision?
Pretty negatively.
Okay. Are you circumcised?
Nope. So I guess it's a little bit biased for me, but
Nice.
that I feel like that question ends up becoming a proxy sometimes for whether or not somebody is or isn't. So, and then people will get like very emotionally attached to the answer based on, like they'll have like justifications, but it feels like I feel like for something like that, it's almost necessarily going to be ad hoc, you know?
Yeah. Do you feel superior to other people?
A little bit sometimes, but I deal with a lot of fucking stupid people. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Although it's sometimes I feel like you select them intentionally for that.
I just like whoever wants to talk and is interesting. The big problem that I have in my life, this is legitimately like probably a bad thing, is conflict is like very entertaining for me. Like I very much enjoy conversations where I can like dive into an idea, especially with somebody that I disagree with, and that ends up being like the lion's share of the conversations I have. And I think by living my life that way, by selecting for those types of conversations, I end up selecting for people that are probably unhealthy for me in a variety of ways, and then like maximize like conflict and shit. People think that I make choices about my relationships and friends for like content, but it's not really content. It's just like things that I personally find interesting, which also happen to make for good content. But yeah, that's an issue that I have.
Yeah, I have the same thing. People often are like, Ayla's just doing this because it like benefits her business, instead of, you know, the thing where I'm like, actually just this way, you kind of are attaching the business on the ass end of it.
Yeah, but it's hard when your like business and like your personal life are pretty closely intertwined, because technically that's true. Like things that I select for my personal life are kind of selected for my stream, but I stream for however many hours a day for however many years, decades. Like of course those two things are gonna like have a massive overlap.
Yeah. Wait, but I'm not very confrontational though. But I guess I do supplement it with weird questions.
Yeah, confrontation can take many forms, right? Like being willing to ask an uncomfortable question can be kind of confrontational. You're putting yourself in an uncomfortable scenario. You should be more confrontational though. Yeah, like when you call that one woman a fucking idiot or did that one thing. Yeah, you need more of that. Okay.
Dude, I can't. She triggers me so much. I don't like the person I am when I think about her.
That's the best version of yourself. Okay.
Is it though? Because it doesn't viscerally feel that good.
It doesn't feel good to get like passionately angry about something that you feel strongly about?
Well, I mean, it kind of does, but like I like it when it's more private or something. There's something about it being public where I feel like I'm trying to manage other people's perspectives also. Like it feels like a weird, stupid fight over like which facts are presented better, and I don't like that part.
Interesting. Okay, that's fair.
Okay. Should we shame white people who say they're proud of being white?
Yeah, but probably not for the reasons that this question is hinting at. I just, like, if you want to be proud for, like, being Irish or Italian, right, that's probably, but, like, being proud of being white is kind of weird. Like, I don't know, like, if white is a strong enough identity to have pride over. Like, I would almost always hear that as, like, a signal for somebody that's, like, probably racist.
So, seems reasonable. Oh, this one seems very relevant for you. When you make a typo, do you tend to delete the entire word and start over, or backspace exactly to the typo?
Depends on the particular typing test that I'm on. But usually I just try to do just the typo. Well, no, it depends on also... Actually, I might do the whole word. It depends. The thing is that, like, you type so fast, you never stop right when you make a typo, right? Like, you usually finish typing the whole word and then you realize that you've typoed. If it's, like, early on in the word, I'll probably just delete the whole word because it's quicker to just retype the word than to selectively, right?
Can you make your ears roar or rumble by contracting that muscle inside your head?
Yeah. Can everybody? Can people not do that?
No, some people can't.
Oh, weird. I always wondered what that was. When I was younger, I thought it was like activating some kind of psychic powers, but I'm like 34 and I haven't gotten any yet, so I figured it's just some random stupid shit.
Wait, I'm realizing something profound that I think passed through my vision before, which is I believe you did a poll in your chat about the A-B thing.
Uh-huh.
Okay, sorry, my entire body is vibrating with joy. Can you do one about the ear rumbling?
Oh, man, you just really love polls, huh?
This is dangerous. I might ask you to do way too many. Wait, can I make polls?
I don't know. Is that like a moderator only thing?
Oh my god. This is really fast data.
Yeah, does that make you feel good?
Yes. Oh my god, wait, I want to do polls. I can't, can I?
I don't know, let's see.
Okay, wait, can you do a poll? Can I? Okay, wait, you may need to tell me to calm down. If I am too into polls compared to how much you are into them, you just be like, no thanks.
You can listen, whatever you want. Okay, I have a moderator role, probably not an admin role. Okay, type in, if you type in /vote, does it give you how to make a poll?
Am I supposed to hit something after /vote? Just
yeah, /vote and then push enter and see if it brings up like a syntax.
oh yeah, okay. Just people type too fast. Okay, usage, poll, question. Okay.
Oh, everybody sees the syntax. Well, tell me if you can run one. We'll see what happens.
Okay. I have to end with a question? Oh no, I have to put it in the thing.
Hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second. I have to do socials just for a second. Someone get triggered.
Yeah.
Sunday Rumble Chat said, black is just a generalization of many denominations of black people. Why can't white people be proud of being white in that case? Okay, in the United States, black technically is supposed to mean African American. There's a shared culture of the descendants of slaves in the United States, almost irrespective of where you live. That's what African American used to be in the United States. So when you say like, I'm black or I'm African American in the US, that denotes a whole lineage and a whole shared culture and a whole history for 250 plus years in the United States. When you say you're white, it doesn't really carry the same connotation. You might have been an immigrant, you came from a ton of different areas. There's not as much shared culture. There's not really a lot of shared culture between being slave owners versus a shared culture of being slaves. So that's why when somebody says like they're white, that doesn't really tell you much. Really, it shouldn't be I'm black. It should be I'm African American. But because we're all so fucking retarded today, African American got deprecated as a really good descriptor of a certain group of people in the United States, and it got deprecated for the word black, which actually means fucking nothing. And now when you say you're black, you've got a bunch of black immigrants that also claim that they're black in the way that the descendants of slaves are black, which is incredibly fucking retarded. But that's why if somebody says they're black, it's generally a proxy for African American, or it should be. If you're an African immigrant and you say you're black in the same way, you're a fucking retard. But that's why they're kind of different. They're treated differently there. There's not like a shared white culture in the United States. It's kind of weird. But sorry, okay. Go ahead. Did the poll thing work?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, when you did it, what did it say? Does it tell you if you need to be a certain role?
I don't think I saw what it said, because I was scrolled up because I was trying to follow the syntax, but other people kept typing, so. It's okay.
Well, hold on. No, I just have to check a box. I just don't know which one it is. Hold on.
Oh, and it's just /poll, right?
It's /vote space and then the thing. Wait, did you even try running a poll?
Yeah. But when I write /vote, it tells me that the syntax is /poll.
White culture exists in Europe. Can Europeans say they're proud to be white? That is the most American thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. Stop. Okay.
We can also just figure this out later.
No, hold on. It's a simple problem. Here, type in this. Look at what I'm typing this to you on Discord, okay?
Okay.
Do the /vote thing.
Okay, well, I put that in, and it says I do not have permission to start a poll. There. It's just hard to see what I'm saying because everybody else is loud.
Is it loud? Okay, hold on.
You know, they're like lots of words.
Wait,
It's
I feel
like
like
a
I've
chattering-
seen Lemmy Winks run polls before. Am I crazy? Oh shit, hold on, let me see here.
Oh my god, wait, I'm not signed in because I thought I was, but I had to restart my browser and then I forgot it didn't auto sign me in. I'm sorry, give me a second. Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, it does. Okay, yeah, you can do it. Okay, if you ban anybody from my chat or anything like that, you're I don't even know. I think you can with this rule. If you do that, you're getting demodded, okay, and in big trouble.
Okay. Wait, can I? Okay, I'm gonna ask a question. Sometimes I'm doing the thing where I'm like, it's okay to tell me no. I'm sure it's fine. Can I just come in your chat and run polls anytime?
Yeah, but you're I obviously I don't have to say this to you, but you're getting like into hyper selection territory at that point, right?
Oh, I know, but like, look at this. This is 700 votes in like 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah. I mean, knock yourself out.
I feel like I can't breathe. Okay.
When you post polls on Twitter, like you do all the time, are these usually like inspired by like some real life interactions or
Often.
what?
Often they are, yeah. So often they're like, I'm in a conversation with someone and somebody's like, I wonder if blah blah blah, and I'm like, holy shit, that would make a great poll.
Okay, and then you just pull the question.
Can people see what the votes are before they vote?
Unfortunately, yes.
Fuck. So dumb.
I'm sorry. Well, make a pull request and program the feature like you'd like on my site. Okay, if you're not happy with the way the polling
Can
runs.
I? What language do you use?
PHP. I have no idea. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna. Okay, it's fine. I'll continue to ask you more questions. The 14-year-old has sex. How large does the age gap have to be between the 14-year-old child and their partner before the child can no longer meaningfully consent?
This is actually like such a hard question. I don't know what the right answer is to this. I don't think I can give you one. Can I?
Okay.
Here's this. Can I ask you a question? Are you ready? It's not even fun with you because I
Yeah.
think you'll just bite bullets. You don't care. Okay, here you go. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Can a 14-year-old consent to have sex with a 14-year-old?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to ask why. I'm going to ask another question. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. There is an establishment where you can go to have sex with other 14-year-olds. But when you go into the room, the lights are turned out so that you don't know who it is, okay? So you go to the place, and also neither party knows who it is, okay? Everybody's tested, no STDs, nothing stupid like that, okay? Protection, all of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You go to the establishment, you enter the room as a 14-year-old, you have sex with another 14-year-old, you come out. Is that sexual encounter ethical?
I mean, I don't really think ethics are a coherent concept, but sure.
Okay. Like, can they meaningfully consent to it, right?
Yes.
Okay. What if you go to that same place, but it's a 14-year-old and a 30-year-old? Why would they or wouldn't they be able to consent if it's the same dark room?
Yeah, I think they would be able to consent.
Jesus. Wow, you just Mr. Grilled your way through that one, huh? Okay.
What is your answer?
I don't know if I want to answer because I'm already into so many fucking pedophile compilations or whatever. I I think it hits on some very interesting aspects related to consent. I feel like the answer is probably yes, because most of the reasons why we would say children can't consent to adults have to do with retaliatory factors afterwards, or things related to post-sex things that the person can't account for. But it feels really weird because a lot of people will give the blanket answer that like a minor can't consent to sex with an adult, but they don't actually know why. And they'll say, well, a minor can't consent to sex. But that's not true. Minors can consent to sex, but they can only consent to sex with other minors. But why is that? And that's like a very, I don't think most people, given that prompt, I don't think most people could actually work through that. When you say minors can't consent to sex, that's not actually true. That's a shortcut for minors can't consent to sex with adults. Why can they consent to sex with other children instead of with adults? That's a, yeah. I don't think most people could process that. I think they short circuit and just start screaming pedophile.
This is literally exactly what I was like. A lot of the questions that I have in Ask Hole are like very quietly trying to sideways poke at this, and that's what my question that I asked is. Like, how big is the age gap before they can no longer consent? Which, like, in that phrasing, it implies that like consent is a thing that is dependent not on the act itself, but rather like something else.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is super coherent. I mean, it's fine to say that you can't, but like I wouldn't rest it on the consent argument. I would rest it on other arguments.
Yeah. I wish that I wish that people would deal with the issue of like informed consent more, because it's really more important than like just consent, because that's kind of like the idea of like, can you say yes to something is like kind of stupid. Like a 12-year-old can say yes to something, but the question is like, do you fully understand the ramifications of everything coming after something? And that's something that a lot of people don't have a good grasp of. Like they don't have like good language to deal with that, you know. But
yeah, like people are so obsessed with like whether or not kids can consent to what ages, but people are not talking about whether or not kids can meaningfully consent to going to college.
Sure, yeah. When you talk about ramifications for things, what is a harder decision? When you're 17, can you consent to having sex with a 30-year-old? And it's like, no, that's the most evil thing in the world. Okay, well, when you're 18, can you consent to taking on $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of debt to choose a career for the rest of your life when you haven't even worked a job yet? And it's like, yeah, that's fine. We have a whole institution with children doing that, you know? So yeah, it's an interesting.
It's ridiculous. I feel like I was trying to think of like what are times I made a choice as a child that I ended up deciding was actually bad, which like maybe it's not fair for me to ask because my parents were like extraordinarily strict and I didn't get to make choices at all. But I did make a choice to like attempt to go to college for at least 3 months. And like I did end up having to pay the college an annoying amount of money. And like looking in hindsight, I'm like, wow, that was not informed. Like if I had known a lot more, I would have decided that was a terrible decision.
Yeah.
But all of the adults in my life are like, yeah, college is good for you.
Yeah, that's a challenging one, I think. Yeah. Hold on, wait, give me 1 second. I need to step away for a sec. Hold on.
Yeah.
Don't go too crazy with the polls. 1 sec.
Oh, I can do polls. I don't even know if you can still hear me, but okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Your mom's arguments are bad. Wait, I forget, can you hear me? I keep asking if you can hear me, and then I stop looking at the chat because I'm typing a poll. I should just say something horrible and see if everybody freaks out. Okay, oh, someone said they hear me. So, okay, hold on. Guys, I cannot talk while I'm figuring out how to write dope-ass poll. And reading the chat feels like I have schizophrenia. Like 1,000 whispering voices. Thank you. Good boys. Excellent. Oh, I see your math abilities are lacking. I can't believe you guys were making serious attempts at the 80% case problem. Given your capacity to pass toddler level math. Oh, body count's a good one, but let me give it, I have one queued up. Well, look, your ability to follow directions suddenly increases if I just switch around some of the numbers. Oh no. Everything refreshed. Did I just lose pole abilities? I have no idea what's happening. Okay, I'm gonna try and do another poll, see if I can still do this. It's so delayed because you guys are freaking. Oh no, I got my polls taken away. No, but then how will we know how much people can do basic math? That's too fast. I don't know what's going on. How are we gonna know? I want to know what kinds of types of questions make you guys obey me versus not. How will I get this information? I guess I'll have to go back to Twitter. I can't figure out anything. I can't read anything. Stop. I can't see my. Is their poll still going? I can't tell what happened with the polls. Was it just too many of them? I did type poll stop. In my screen, I don't see any polls now. I did type poll stop, didn't do anything. Why are you all telling me to say this word? I don't trust anyone.
What's going on?
I don't know, your chat is losing their shit.
Why? What are you doing? Jesus. What are you saying?
Did you say I got my poll privileges taken away.
Wait, really?
I don't know why.
Wait, I still see a poll that you had.
Oh, is it still? I can't see it. And when I type anything to do with polls, it tells me no.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Apparently, there are some things that we need to fix on our end for polling. Apparently, if you poll, there's a lot of there's big server loads on that right now, so we can't do lots of polling.
I see. Because I was doing lots of polls.
Okay. Well, come back in the future and we'll optimize the code for that, okay? If you haven't burned the bridge or canceled me by then.
I don't know. How are you going to make me mad and want to burn a bridge? What's the most likely option? We should do a prediction market.
Most likely option is, let's see, I'm trying to think. Sensitive areas for you are about your research and maybe your general demeanor perception. So I feel like if our bridge were to burn, the most likely thing that would be happening is either somebody in my community would make a decent critique of your polling stuff. You would get incredibly upset about it. It would escalate to a conversation about it on my stream. I give an opinion that is contrary to your opinion on it. You get really upset about it, and then we fight hardcore over that and then split from there. That'd be, if it were to happen, I think it would be over that. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good guess, because I am, in fact, quite vulnerable about that. But my guess is, like, it wouldn't quite be a bridge burn. It would be, I would just, like, kind of fade away into the darkness.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
And then I would be sad.
Yeah. Have you had dramatic bridge burnings with people publicly yet? Have you done that yet?
I mean...
Besides Mr. Girl.
Well, that wasn't a dramatic public bridge burning. That was a silent, he emailed me and I just stopped responding.
Well, I said I would call it dramatic because, like, emails and shit are getting leaked. That's pretty dramatic. You don't think?
Well, I mean, like, yeah, okay. I would say on the dramatic spectrum, it's, like, up a little bit. But I also, he just posted the emails somewhere in a thread, and then I posted a little bit more context, and that was it.
Sure. Well, I didn't say it was super dramatic, just a little dramatic.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I would agree it's on the drama spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
It's not zero drama. But I feel like most of the times I've had conflict with people, it's kind of like that. It's like, usually it's hidden in a thread and it's subtle.
Oh, sure.
Like, there was some drama in my communities because, like, there was a cult going on, and...
Yeah, it's called the Rationalist, isn't it? I'm just kidding, I'm sorry.
It was Rationalist adjacent. I really like the Rationalists. I think they're good and pretty non-culty, but they do tend to spawn a lot of adjacent cults. Anyway, there was a cult going on, and then I said some like subtle, pointed things about the people who ran the cult, and then I think that caused a little bit of drama.
Interesting.
But that's usually as much as it is, and that was like a year or two ago.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't want to guarantee I will never engage in drama because there's always new paths to explore.
Maybe. Never say never, okay? I'm a very dramatic person, all right? And just even being in my peripheral could get you sucked into some crazy shit, okay? You don't realize it yet, all right? But
Well,
okay.
I can see it from the outside. I feel like I'm like standing outside of a glass house where people are like smashing things over each other's heads.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's what we do.
And like
here.
occasionally I come into the foyer to take off my shoes and like grab a piece of cake and then I leave.
Well, you're doing good so far at avoiding any of the glass throwing. So, okay. Do you have any? I have a debate that I'm actually supposed to moderate right now. So, do you have any final closing thoughts or parting wisdom or?
Oh no!
Okay. All right. Well, thanks. Until next time. Be careful. Okay.
It's gonna take me like a second to leave your thing. You can boot me from it. I gotta just go find
fine.
it.
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
All right. Bye bye.
Be careful. Bye. Okay. I love you guys very much on the YouTubes. We're going to go Rumble for this debate. I'm moderating a debate between Tomfoolery and KT, okay? For a couple hours. It's going to be over on Rumble so that it can get real wild for this debate, okay? Be careful. We'll be rumbling.